Welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast, where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. My name is Sealy, joined by not Gangly, but a more handsome version, Impetuous Panda, joining us on the show. Welcome. We're glad to have you.
We're apparently the ginger bearded brothers now, Jack. I'm down for this duo, but I'm also down for regionals. I'm down for TechCrown. I'm down for the end of the set of TFT, because that is, for me, the most hype and most exciting and most trash talky part of the set.
Absolutely. And you may have noticed, this is not normal for a countdown or for the Roll Down podcast, because we've teamed up with the TFT Esports team to bring you guys a special release for the countdown of the regionals broadcast. This is a regionals primer episode specifically for EMEA. So that's why we brought on the subject expert, Panda. He's here to help us walk through that. So welcome to the regionals broadcast. We are so happy to have you and excited to jump into all things that's coming and happening during this regional finals. So today, we're going to be covering the format of this whole event. We're going to do an introduction to the players, where they ended up and how they got there. We're going to talk about some storylines when it comes to player buckets and also share some of our predictions. Panda, are you ready to jump in?
I'm ready. I'm hype. It's the first time we're getting a 2-week regional as well. So there's just so much to talk about. So many players, so much at stake as well with TPC next set.
Absolutely. So let's jump into it. We are ultimately competing for a slot at the Tactician's Crown. We have competition slots being handed out all across the globe, 9 in APAC, 8 in China, and 6 for the Americas and EMEA. But 11 players already qualified for the Tactician's Crown through the TFT Pro Circuit. And here are those representatives we see on our screen, most notably from EMEA, Travis, Lococo, and Bensack, who will all be playing in these tournaments as well.
Well-deserved, I think, for Lococo. For Bensack, it is, for Travis especially as well. It's his first time making it to TacCrown after a very, very lengthy career, 2-time Polish champion, multiple times. He was 1 point away in set 9 from making TacCrown. So I'm so happy he's finally made it.
Absolutely. And then across the globe, we have many other competitors as well. Michael Marcel P. and the Old Man Robin songs from the Americas, APAC, Ironbog, YBY1, K Bao Bao, and from China, Flancy and Sun Wize. This will be a battle for 6 more slots. Those get handed out next weekend, though. This is a 2-weekend regionals. We're going to talk all about that format here shortly. But we had this TPC that we all followed closely this set, and that determined a lot of where people started off their journeys in the regional finals this weekend. So as we look at this graphic on our screen, we see week 2, week 1, and play-ins. So play-ins in week 1 is specifically what we're going to be talking about here, but we want to quickly hand off and pass off and congratulate those that qualified for week 2, so we can talk about them next week, but know that, hey, maybe some of these big names, they're not going to be talked about here. You're not going to see them yet.
I can guarantee you the week 2 players have been sleeping very soundly with very little stress throughout the last week. The play-ins players, not so much. So much at stake, and playing from the very start of regionals means that it is going to be very dicey for some of these huge names to potentially miss out on TPC next set.
Yeah, this format is a complicated one, but a very exciting one, because there's multiple things to play for. Obviously, the Tactician's Crown slots, but the TPC, the Teamfight Tactics Pro Circuit, has been where these players got their pass into the regional finals, and now they are looking to defend their slots. This is kind of how this competitive roadmap worked throughout the set so far. We'll see the TFT Pro Circuit on the left side. 32 players battled it out all season to find their spots in the regional finals, but the challengers approached from different spots. Tacticians Cup 1 and 2 sent 20 players, ranked ladder sent 16, and now they are all ready to battle in week number 1. It's going to be incredibly exciting, especially because going from week number 1 to week number 2 gets you to next set's TPC.
That's, I think, the big thing to highlight for a lot of players whose ambitious goal is not maybe to make TacCrown, is just to stay alive and stay relevant and play in TPC in the first place. Week 1 is going to be the most important part. Just making it to that week 2 might be the goal for a lot of the competitors we'll be talking about today.
Well, let's look at our list of competitors. This is the entire list of qualified players for the regional finals. We see at the bottom of our screen, week 2, round of 32, those TFT Pro Circuit players. We can dismiss those for now, but all the rest of these players, it is an incredibly, incredibly stacked field. 56 players enter this week and only 20 move forward. On the left side of our screen, we see the play-ins players. Now, this is a very interesting format. We'll dive into that in a second, but these are the players that are already going to get cut in half before week 1 already starts. But then we look at the right side, the main section. We see all these players from a bunch of different tournaments and ladder qualifying. Panda, it was an interesting journey. Lots of different ways to get through from Tier 2, and now they're all ready to fight and take back the spots for the TFT Pro Circuit next set.
And the scary thing is that EMEA as a region, I think compared to almost every region, at least Americas especially, EMEA is very deep as a whole. There are a lot of very, very good players, not just 32. So even with the first set or season of TPC, there was a lot of very good players who were left out, either not invited, like White Jungler, or not qualified, didn't do the work last set to make it. And that means that they are going to be now at this point in the set where they're fighting to earn themselves a spot that they think they deserve in TPC next set. And a lot of players who are one leg out already, maybe like the play-in players, Basic, Hartman, Jedusor, these are players who've made it to attack round multiple times in some cases. So it is wild. Play-in day, especially, I think might be one of the most exciting days of regionals with what's at stake and what it means for the career of some of the players in EMEA. So I am just thrilled, happy to be casting and not at all involved with the player side of it, because I cannot imagine the stress that some of these players are feeling in the play-ins especially.
Listen, you almost were. This was almost you right here on Tacticians Cup 2. It almost happened.
Just 12 slots away. I think they should bump up next set. 32 players would go in from Cup number 2 just because.
You'll get in for sure next set. I agree. Well, let's talk a little bit about the format for this weekend specifically. We'll talk about the format for weekend 2 when we get there. But for weekend 1, it is incredibly exciting and pretty brutal when it comes to specifically the play-ins. So we saw on that last graphic that 16 players enter, represented by these hexagons on screen. 16 players enter, and they will play 6 games on the first day. They'll play 4 games as 16 players, shuffling every 2 games, just like every other TFT tournament does. And after 4 games, you will already lose 4 of maybe even your favorite players, but 4 will already advance to weekend 2. Panda, how do you feel about 4 games to be your life at the regional finals?
It is not many games. I do wonder if Riot will stick with this format going forward, because it seems to me like there's just so much at stake in just 4 games. Obviously, you didn't do your homework, you didn't put in the work, or you weren't good enough this set in TPC. You're in this place for a reason. It's on you, but it just feels so stressful in terms of, imagine you're contested by someone. You will add this guy to your list for the rest of your career if he's holding your units. If it just seems like there's so much at stake in just 4 games. And like I said before, I don't envy these play-in players at all.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal because after 4 games, we lose half the players in play-ins. 4 of them advance, so they're very happy, but 4 of them drop out, and so we'll have 8 players left for another 2 games, and after just 2 more games, we lose 4 more players, and 4 more advance to the next day of the weekend, week 1, day 1. And so this play-in, it was what everyone was trying to avoid within the TPC because it is brutal. So if your favorite player is playing in the play-in, this is going to be super, super important.
Even in Tier 2, the difference between making it into play-ins or playing from the next day, basically, and avoiding this is essentially 1 or 2 spots in one of the cups. It's finishing, 10th or 11th or 12th instead of 8th or 9th, which in some cases can just be 1 or 2 points. So it feels brutal for both the TPC players who are falling into the situation, but also the players who are rising up, trying to make it far into regionals and then having to overcome this first hurdle, which has some incredible players that are playing against. Imagine loading up with a chance to play in TPC next set, and you're playing into a play-in that has Dasik, Jedusor, Tartman. I mean, just insane names in EMEA at least. So it's crazy to be.
It is going to be a sight to see, but they do move on to that week 1, day 1, and this is where that competition slows down a little bit. You get more of a sample size, but a lot more players enter. 48 players start week 1, day 1. We get joined with all of the players that made week 1 through either the TFT Pro Circuit or through the Tacticians Cups or through Ranked Ladder. So a lot of these players that have a lot of these storylines, which we're going to talk about, enter here trying to prove their spot to get into the TFT Pro Circuit and eventually Tactician's Crown. On day 1, they'll play 6 games together. And then at the end of 6 games, after shuffling every 2 games, we'll have 32 advance. So very classic format in the TFT world of, hey, top 32 on day 1. Congratulations, you made day 2.
It's even more fair than the usual format because it's not the top half; it's more than
Right.
that. So this does feel obviously much more lenient. You can roll one game and still be completely fine to make the next day.
And this is also where it gets super interesting because it's not just like you're trying to get top 8 to make final lobby of a tournament and trying to win the thing. This week 1 sets up weekend 2, and the top 20 players move on from weekend 1 to weekend 2. So let's see how that happens because 32 enter on the final day of that first weekend and only 20 will leave. And it's a very interesting format because throughout it, people progress, people drop out, and so 32 players will continue to have their scores from day 1. They'll play 2 more games. The top 8 after those games will advance to weekend 2. So immediately off the start this weekend on Sunday, you'll be able to advance 8 players after 2 games, which will be incredibly fun. Continuing on now, 24 players left to go, and they'll play 2 more games, but only 4 players advance, and 4 players get eliminated. So huge comeback mechanics here for if you don't make it out in those first 2 games of day 2, now you have a lot more games to play and less slots to get out, especially in this middle block.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit fair. I think it's more used to what we've been playing in all the different formats and trials and cups. It kind of follows this where the very lower end gets cut off progressively, but you kind of know this from the beginning. So if you are in the last bottom 8 positions, you can play more risky. You can play more for a first, knowing that even if you survive the first cut, there's going to be another cut. So you have to continue playing kind of this risky play style. But as long as you have that information as a player, I think everything is kind of in your control. You have agency to change your play style and adapt to the needs that you have to qualify, basically.
Obviously, getting a Tactician's Crown slot is exciting, but this is going to be the most intense 2 games of the weekend, maybe even the whole regional finals, because there's 16 players left and only 8 slots to go to get into that weekend 2 and have the shot at Tactician's Crown and get TPC next set. So 16 players, 2 more games, and after that, 8 will advance. 8 will be eliminated, and that will lock in the top 20 that advance to week 2 and the next TPC. So a very fun and exciting final day. This is going to be that 2-weekend format that when we heard about it, we were like, this is going to be so sick. And I'm so excited specifically for this day 2.
And like you said, the tac round spots obviously are probably the most exciting things to play for in TFT in everything leading up to the end of a set. But the continuity and the security that it gives a player to qualify to TPC in the first place, I think for some players who are not maybe the absolute most elite, this might be the most important day of the set for them. And this will be the most stressful and will be the most exciting for viewers as well. Trying to follow those players who have fought their way through trials, through cups, through ladder, the entirety of the set to try and fight for one of those spots in the actual professional side of TSC and the TPC next set. So I'm personally probably almost as excited for these final days of the first week as I am for the final week of regionals.
It is going to be electric. It also gets them the spot where they're now in the prize money for regionals. That is a week 2 prize. Once you get in there, you start making money. $50,000 of a prize pool to be distributed from weekend 2. And so not only are you now locked in for TPC, you have some prize money to play for as well. We talked a lot about these players and the player stories, but how in the world can we talk about all of these players, 56 players entering week number 1? Well, we can't. So we tried to help and put these players into the general story of where they're at heading into this regional finals and to help you give some people to root for, give some expectations, and help celebrate some fun stories. So once again, we have our qualified players list. We are not looking at that bottom section. This week, the TFT Pro Circuit players that got top 12 moved already on to week 2. So we'll be talking about the entirety of the rest of these players. Panda, are you ready? You're the expert, so that's why we brought you in.
I'm ready. I might have decided some of these categories, so if you want to shoot the messenger, that's me. I'm ready. I have my bulletproof vest ready to go. But I will say that I think every player has their own story, so it's going to be hard to perfectly define every player in big buckets, but we're trying our best to help viewers understand the general idea, the general careers that some of these players have had leading up to this point.
I love it. Well, let's start at some of these players that maybe you just don't know because we're not super familiar with who these players are. They don't have the most competitive experience. And so going into this regional finals, they're a big question mark for us. They're unproven. We don't know exactly what they're going to bring to the table because they're newer here. Panda, is there anyone on this specific slide that you want to highlight?
I know most of the players from just ladder, obviously from the US. A lot of them are UNE players as well. These are all, like, for the most part, challenger every set or high challenger, low, high GM, low challenger in most cases. I have had to highlight someone. It would be Serginho. He's Spanish, go Spain, and he's someone that I've been playing with a lot in a lot of my games this sets. And he made it through the last cup. We were both in that day 3, and I think he played really well. He had a very good meta read, so I'm excited to see what he does and if he can be part of that Spanish army that is trying to fight for a world slot finally this set.
I mean, if you want to pick the Giga dark horses, you want to have a very unpopular person to root for that no one else is maybe on board with quite yet, this is your slide. These are the people that you can just choose one and latch on. I
will say one player you want to root for if you like, excitement is Sadib, because in the first cup, he managed to hit the triple fawn jackpot where you get infinite gold in one of his games, and he had like 1 million 3-star 5 costs. So not sure if he can do it again, but he would like to definitely in this week. But if he manages it, you definitely want to tune into his games.
That would be electric. And speaking of players that have some hype around them, there's some players that we've seen a few times, maybe at this stage, but or as we look around at the general landscape of EMEA, that we would say these are the rising stars. This is the rising talent specifically for this region. Panda, why did you put some of these players here, and who is the person that you're like, this is the fastest rising stock in EMEA?
I will say Pepelgad, he's already in TPC. He did a fairly good job. Didn't make obviously directly into week 2. He's playing in week 1, but I think he's been improving and performing really well the last few sets. Sova as well. They're both Polish. I think overall Poland has a very good regional kind of before this whole system started, there was TRCs in Poland, and they do a very good job of creating new talents and having, funneling them into tournaments, playing against players like Kubikson, like Travis, like Delouche, and having a chance to compete, not just on ladder, but also in tournaments. Toon TV as well. He's a French streamer, big personality. He's been doing really well on ladder the last few sets. I think having now better chances to perform in tournament. And Hypno did good in the PBE. I think he won the Project PBE mentor tournament last set in set 13, playing a lot of Street Demon before anyone was playing, and Annie and Amp stuff. And he's been, I think, growing more and more last set and this set. So he's been doing well on ladder as well. I think he has a chance to make it to TPC.
These players are very fun to watch, people that we wouldn't be super surprised if they made it out of this weekend, because these are guys that have continued to prove that they are to be feared, but maybe not as the consistency of some of these other players that we have seen for so long. So another thing that proves some consistency, at least somewhat, is the ladder placements. Being a high challenger for a long time means that you're pretty good, at least, at playing against high challenger players. And so this bucket of players, the ladder warriors, the players that are often ranked very, very high, I know, Panda, you play against a lot of these guys. They're definitely to be feared, but don't have maybe the best tournament results yet.
I will say this could be ladder words, or this could just be like the bucket of sad players, because a lot of grief has followed these players in some cases. Dalisson, for example, he's someone who has reached, I think, 2K LP on EU West back in set 10. Definitely 1.8K. He was ranked 1 very often, almost every set. But he's just never performed well in tournament. He's also one of the Spanish players representing MKOI. Odessa's kind of similar story. They're beasts on ladder, always top 10 or very frequently top 10, but can't really have that same result follow through in major tournaments, at least. These are players who have been very close to having a very different career, but have not quite been able to make it. But they're beasts on ladder. So over a large sample size, they do very, very well. They just have to lock in one weekend and make that next step forward to join the contenders, the elites, and maybe just the TPC in general.
Yeah, these players are grinders, but let's move on to a bucket of players that have had some success, but also maybe had some low lows as well. The volatile category of players that, hey, if they show up in the right form, these guys could win the whole thing. If they don't show up in the right form, they could go dead last.
Yeah, and it's a weird bucket because there's a mix of like players who have achieved a lot in their careers and players who maybe haven't reached those peaks, but have reached kind of different peaks and lows in their own kind of skill bracket, I would say, or in their kind of what's expected from them. But I think all fall into a category of sometimes they have the right meta read, or sometimes they're just on the right set or the right patch and they perform at a very high level. Sometimes you see them very inconsistent in their play and falling down to the bottom side of the tournament. We have players here who have won cups before, who have won EMEA championships, like Canvas, for example. But I think depending on their play style potentially as well, if they're like loose streaking a lot and it's a patch where they just have a bad sample size of games and they just can't claw back into the game and they end up with a lot of bottom or 8th place or 7th place, they just can't make it to day 2 or day 3. So these are players who have had high peaks. We even saw like players like Saker Norris and Ken Gitade reaching their highest peak actually in this cup number 3, where they reached the final lobby in TPC. But they're not players who you consistently see at the end of the tournament. They're not players who consistently make final lobbies, or at least haven't in a while, in the case of Canvas, for example. So these are players who I think can lock in, and if they do, they can be incredibly fun to watch. Raiko, for example, comes to mind as someone who is just completely chaotic in how he preps and how he plays. But I can never bet on these guys 100% because I just don't have that guarantee.
Yeah, this is a bucket of players that's fun to root for when they're absolutely popping off, but sometimes can let you down depending on their form. I think of somebody like Snooty, who's just really easy to root for. He's super fun creator. Love watching his streams, even though I don't understand some of the stuff he's saying. But it is just fun to follow these players along, and you'll go through the highs and the lows with them. So a great group of players to be following along with to see if they can really pop off and be in form. And we talked a little bit about these players specifically that maybe should be in the TPC or are disappointed they weren't in the TPC this set and are really, really motivated behind, I belong here and I'm going to make it back. And so they have to fight through this week 1 of regionals. The return to glory players, those that a lot of people are rooting for. And Panda, you're obviously cheering for a lot of these guys. These are some great names, some players that have proved a lot in the past, but weren't highlighted this set the way that they think they should have been.
This is my bucket. This is the people that I want to root for because these are players who put a lot of time into TFT. I think time and effort and skill should be rewarded in TFT. And when you miss out on a TPC because you do badly in one set, it feels very bad to have a lengthy career and not be playing in tier 1 because of one bad set. So I want these players to have a solid chance to make it back, to prove they belong there. We had Darkest in final lobby at Tac Crown not too long ago. We had Lusher and White Jungler crushing EWC with Mouse as well. We had Fatigue. I mean, these are all cup winners. These are all, regional winners in some cases. Og just won this last cup as well. Lengthy careers in TFT, multiple time regional participants. They absolutely deserve to be playing in TPC, in my opinion. And these are some of the scariest players because of how hungry they are and how much they think they deserve to be in TPC as well. If you have any of these 7 players in your lobby in week 1, I would be petrified.
This is that group of players that are extremely motivated. And if you watch like traditional sports at all, you know that the people that get doubted and have people, talk bad and don't have the performance that you want, they're always like super motivated. We call it like bulletin board material of like, this is what's motivating me. Set 16 TPC, I will be there. And these are the players that, I fully expect to see a lot of these players there. I wouldn't be surprised if all of these players made it out of weekend 1 to weekend 2 because they are 1, good at TFT, and 2, very hungry, which is a good combination going into this weekend. Other stories that we have to follow along with for specifically our TPC players is some of them just didn't have the set that they thought they would. Playing at the highest level for 3 tournaments in a row can prove to be a little tough. And so a lot of these players need to have a comeback. They need to be able to bring it back from maybe even the play-ins and prove that they really belong in the TPC. I think of so many of these players really surprised us at the bottom of the leaderboard.
It could be sample size. It could just be, a very bad string of 18 games, bad patches that don't suit you. There are excuses, of course. I'm not going to pile on these players because they have enough to deal with playing in planes in some cases or playing in week 1. But these are all names that you, at the start of the set, say, who am I locking in to week 2? Most of these names or a lot of these names would be there. So it's a disappointment for them. It's a disappointment for the level we expect from them. And it's going to be a tough road ahead because especially the play-in players, Jeduzor, this guy's, I think, one of the top 4 players in EMEA, period, the last 5 years or last 5 sets. I messaged him personally and told him, hey, I'm really sorry what happened this set because I know it's hard to have this really great streak and then suddenly have a period where you're starting to doubt yourself because of the results in just one set. But it's tough. This is a comeback story they have to believe in first and foremost, and then we'll see if we can also follow them along through week 1. But it's going to be a tough road ahead for some of these players. And these are players who are absolutely elite in the past, so it is surprising to see them playing in week 1.
Someone like Kleekornen, who came off the final lobby last set. Someone like Yellow Tomato, who maybe is a little bit lesser known, but has been really, really fast rising, having lots of good tournament performances. And a lot of these veterans that were like, why is this guy in play-ins? What do you mean he's not locked in for TPC? People that we would be sad to see not make it next set.
Yep.
And so, again, we're all rooting for these players. There is a big story behind each one of these based on their TPC performance this set. But, Panda, then there's a final bucket. And you might be like, where in the world are these players that we look at? We're like, these are some of the best in the world. Why aren't you talking about them? Well, here they are, the favorites category. People we'd say, I'm pretty sure they're making it out, and if they don't, I would be really surprised.
And these guys are maybe closest to being in TPC. They're playing from that final day, but in most cases, it comes down to, at least for all these 4 players, they were maybe like 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, the pro points for TPC for this first set. So they were potentially just very, very close, a few placements away from being in week 2. They're going to have to play through week 1. It sucks. They're in a better position than Jeduzor and Dasik, yes, but it's still week 1. And these are players that you absolutely expect to be some of the best in EMEA. They were very close to doing so. They were still, top 16 in EMEA, but they're playing in week 1. So best of luck to them. It would be tragic to have them somehow not make it through that final day, but I believe in all of them. I think they've been excellent TFT players the last few sets. They've been growing as players as well, especially someone like Experian and Solo the last 2 or 3 sets. So fingers crossed for them, but I think they're good to go for week 2.
Yeah, these are players that are, again, players that we might be like, they're starting in week 1? What do you mean? They're like some of the best in the world. Well, some people do have to start in week 1. There's only 12 spots available for that weekend 2 slot. And so someone like Volta, who's consistently winning tournaments, and all of these other guys who are just some of the best in the world, it is going to be fun to watch them play and hopefully be able to continue to prove their dominance and keep their TPC slots. But we ranked and put these players into these buckets, and it was really hard to do. So many players, also so many stories to tell, but I hope that we're able to at least give you guys a little bit of a glimpse into who maybe you should root for, who you might become a fan of, who we have expectations for, who we don't maybe have the highest expectations for going into weekend 1 of the regional finals. Anything final here, Panda, before we move on to our predictions?
Some Carmine Core players might hate me, or fans might hate me for putting Cambiz in Volatile. Maybe Cambiz himself might as well, because we're good friends. But I'm just lighting a fire under him to make sure he pops off and makes it to week 2.
Absolutely. Well, let's light a fire under some more people, because we're going to do some predictions here on the roll down to kind of wrap up our show a little bit. Panda, I asked you who your favorite was and your dark horse was, and I also did some myself. So without further ado, here are predictions. Panda, you said Solo Gasong and Dalesum for your favorite and dark horse.
Solo was an easy one. I think he's a really hard worker. I think he has a really good group around him as well now with his mouse teammates, with Salvi, with Lusher, with the jungler. They're all very hungry in the case of the non-TPC players to make it to week 2, so I think they're going to have great prep as well. And for Dalesum, he's Spanish. I think he's long overdue to finally do something with his career and do well in a tournament. So please, Dalesum, make week 2. Learn from your beast of a friend, Revan, and hopefully everyone will make worlds together.
That would be a great story. I'm ready for a Spaniard to finally make the Tactician's crown. It's going to be great. And it wasn't you this time, so we'll try again next set, I guess. But
I think that's a good thing for Spain.
Probably. My predictions, Volta is someone that just goes to every Tactician's crown, it feels like. This is somebody who is won a few of these EMEA regionals and now is in week 1. I have no doubt that his competitive experience, and especially depending on his form, he's looked pretty good throughout the TFT Pro Circuit set, and now I'm sure we'll continue that. But my dark horse is Sova. Coming from Tier 2 is someone that maybe players don't know very much, but as I was watching as a spectator from the sidelines, I said, I see this name a lot. Well, it's because they made 2 day 3s of Tactician's Cup this set. And so, and finishing it up with a top 8 in the most recent one. So I expect them to continue their dominance, to maybe even be able to put that together on the regional stage and show everyone what is up. Well, we are wrapping up our show here on the pre-show. Gonna send you off to, I'm sure, Pan. Are you on day 1?
I am. I'm on all day, Thankfully. I'll be absorbing all the TFT action.
Well, good. You'll be able to see him in just a second. But we want to wrap up with our final graphic that we always show. You are here. We are looking at regionals week 1. It is October 24th. We are starting here and just ahead next weekend, that final regional finals, weekend 2, sending players to the Tactician's crown. It's going to be incredibly exciting because EMEA and America's players are going to be together in Spain. So, Panda, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Awesome. Let's do it. Well, thank you for watching this episode of The Roll Down. It's a unique one being on the stream, on the countdown. If you want more, you can find us over on YouTube at The Roll Down, TFT Esports Podcast, or wherever you find your podcasts, and there'll be more content for you throughout the set. So without further ado, guys, take it away. Week 1 of regionals, day 1. The play-ins start right now.
From London to Paris, from Berlin to Ankara, 68 of the greatest players in EMEA have gathered for KO Coliseum's EMEA regional finals to battle for their spots on the global stage and to become a regional champion. But we're not quite ready for the main event yet. Sealy has set us up, but we still got so much more to get through. As was mentioned before, this is a multi-stage competition starting today with the last chance regional play-ins. We've got so much to tell you before it really kicks off, but firstly, my name's Kanta, and joining me, you may have caught her coverage of EMEA Masters and appearing for her 4th TFT Regionals, it's Trouble Inc.
Hi, so happy to be back here, and with so many things at stake today, people getting, relegated to T2, other people moving on through the play-ins. It's a very exciting day.
And of course, joining us as well, the absolute institution known as Impetuous Panda, who competed, as we heard before, in this season's 2nd Tacticians Cup to a very respectable 21st place finish. It was not the worst place finish at all.
Whoa,
Panda,
20 worst? We're 1 minute into the broadcast, and Connor's already trying to flame me any chance he gets. Not respectable enough, in my opinion, but...
Oh, don't worry, we have many more chances later on, buddy. Don't worry.
Well, fortunately, we'll be meeting the pleasant personalities of Lusha and LZQ a little later on, but how are you guys feeling coming into the play-ins for regionals?
It's, as Trouble mentioned, just so much at stake today. I think the unique format we have now with the 2-week regionals and the unique play-in format we have, especially with the names we'll see competing today, it's going to be absolutely insane. It's one of the most, I think, nerve-wracking days of TFT that we'll have this entire set, in my opinion.
I find this very, I find this very creative because I come from a league background, and usually like those up and downs don't happen very often. So like we have different players today, then we'll have tomorrow, then we'll have the next day, then we'll have the next week, right? And everyone is fighting for those spots to get to the Tactician's crown.
Oh, absolutely. We've got so much information to drop down here, especially for folks who have just tuned in. But let's go with the biggest picture first, Panda. This has been the season with probably the most change coming to it, splitting into 2 different, completely separate circuits.
Yeah, the introduction of the Pro Circuit, the introduction of Tier 1 TFT, the 32 finalists from last set qualified directly into the circuit, and we had 3 major cups with only the best of the best players in the region competing. The winners of each of those cups qualified directly to TAC round as well. And then the usual circuit, trials, and the normal cups are going to be now Tier 2, the aspirational part of TFT, where if you do well enough there, if you do well enough on ladder, you have a chance to qualify to regionals. And this is now where those last few remaining TPC spots for next set are up for grabs.
So Trouble, with so many events taking place across the entire season, we can't necessarily cover everything that happened in every event. So if you could just give us the highest level version of this, the TFT Pro Circuit Cup winners for the season, who were they?
Yeah, so we had 3 TPCs, the Battle Academia, Soul Fighter, and Star Guardian. I had to write a little note on the side because they all have different names. But of course, these are your 3 winners right there. For Travis Scott, very, very important. It's his first qualification to Tactician's crown as well, which he missed by 1 point back in set 9. So huge win for him.
And for Soul Fighter Cup, I think one of the coolest introductions was this region versus region narrative of having EMEA versus America in 2 different cups, mixing through the players. We saw Coco winning that. Not too surprising. He's one of the absolute beasts in EMEA circuit. But we also saw Revan in his first set, really back to competition in the runner-up position, and a really cool 1v1 at the end there that Coco won.
And of course, we can't leave out from the Star Guardian Cup, Bensak, who had the strongest individual performance across all EMEA players across the season, so did incredibly well. And bear in mind, all 3 of those, Travis, Coco, and Bensak, they're all already qualified through to the Tactician's crown, which is another change made from the season. So let's start to narrow in a little bit more then, in terms of who we've got playing in the event overall, but particularly in the play-in stage, which is coming up today. So we've got just the 16 players coming from the TPC, TFT Pro Circuit, the Tacticians Cup below them, and the ladder itself. Trouble, who specifically are the ones playing in the play-in event today?
All right, so our day 1 today, guys, is going to be the play-ins for our regionals, right? I can't stress this enough. Think of people trying to squeeze themselves in last-minute scenario into the regionals, and it's going to be the bottom 8 of TPC, then 4 players from 13th to 16th ranked ladder points that they have earned, and 9th to 10th place from each Tacticians Cup that we mentioned earlier on. And these guys are going to be playing today for only 8 spots to move into tomorrow.
And Panda, in terms of the overall format, in terms of what people are actually going to be playing, it's also a little bit unusual today compared to regular play as well.
It's kind of like the end of day 2, really, for most of the normal cups, the last 2 sets. Basically, 4 games are played. After those 4 games, the top 4 players are through to tomorrow. They're going to be playing in the actual regionals event. The bottom 4 players after those 4 games are cut. They have no chance anymore to play tomorrow or to play in TBC next set. So that's a huge, huge deal. The remaining 8 players that are sandwiched between the top 4 and the bottom 4 will play the last 2 games, and the top 4 players after that will advance to day 1 of regionals tomorrow.
And of course, once it's all said and done, getting through to the main stage of regionals and then progressing from there to week 2. Of course, we know that it's going to be an absolutely huge weekend because the players who progress from week 1 to week 2, joining the players who are already in week 2, they're the ones who will be playing as part of the TFT Pro circuit. But let's hear from one of our players before we go any further, because we've got a lot to cover throughout today. We have got from Greece, Org.
Hello, I'm Agustinos. My game name is Og. I'm from Greece and I've been playing TFT since the release, basically. I discovered TFT because one of my friends told me I should try this game. I was only playing League. Honestly, I didn't like it when I first saw it. I thought it wasn't a game for me because I haven't played like similar games in the past. But after one game, I really liked it and I played like 300 games set 1 and instantly reached challenger, and then I just played every set. The moment I thought I could compete in like TFT, it was like first tournament was like in set 3. I qualified from ladder. I didn't really knew that much. I was just playing for fun, but I qualified and I just played the tournament. I did somewhat well, like middle of the pack, I think. I keep trying, and I really like competing. Now I only play because I love competing. Otherwise, yeah, I would just play for fun, or not that many games, basically. I think the best player in the pro circuit, at least for EMEA, it's probably like Double, of course, because top points, it's not even the only set that he done good. Because I think he's the best player, yeah. And but like I've been talking to like Lecoq about, he helped me with Cup 2, so I also think he's very, very good. Also Travis, those are the 3 people I think are the strongest. Of course, Tomato, I think he's also very good. He is in the same situation as me right now, and the weekend we want to qualify together to Tier 1 so we can prep next set and do well together in Tier 1, basically. I want to shout out, first of all, the people that have been watching my streams from Tier 2 and they want to like see me Tier 1, especially the Greek people. Thanks to them, and thanks to the people that have been helping me in Tier 2. Coco, Travis, and Tomato are the 3 people that helped me the most. Yeah, shout out to my family, especially my brother. He's watching my game as well, so yeah. That's it, I guess. Yeah.
I have to say, as a fellow Greek resident that also created my career in gaming, it is so particularly difficult to actually say I am heading for an esports career in Greece. I know that we talk about it a lot, but Greece is like still a very strict country when it comes to career choosing. And when you're very, very young, people think you kind of get lost in the games, right? But Og has made a career for himself. He was developing that career, and he's been a huge inspiration to the scene as well, as he thanked a lot of people for following him through that Tier 2 circuit.
I've definitely had a fantastic attitude. But speaking of countries, let's start to bring in some of the countries in terms of our overall player pool here for the whole event, which is somewhat reflected in miniature in the plans itself. We can see France, as always, if you're a long-time TFT fan, you will not be surprised to see them be the most populous, though they have had a big drop-off in terms of proportion. Last regionals, they were nearly half the field. This time, merely a third. And Trouble, the German contingent have really stepped up. I believe just 3 players in the last regional to this time 13.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like France and Germany are very dominated in terms of esports in general. So again, coming from a league background, there's a lot of French and German players, but also TFT has been absolutely dominated by the 2 regions. I'm seeing a Spain with a number 5 right there. Shouldn't this have been a 6, Panda? Like, what's going on there?
It should have, but of course I'm on Mort Dog's naughty list, so it's just really hard to make that happen, Trouble, to qualify to regionals. But I am happy that Spain does have a leader, I would say, in this set, and that's Revan. To the surprise of many people, he came in, did a really good job in TPC, and I think really rallied and motivated the other top Spanish players who aren't in TPC, players like Dareson, players like Odessa, to make it through ladders and to play in this week 1, and hopefully we'll have more Spanish representatives in TPC next set.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Revan, particularly coming as an invitational player, was very eye-opening. But Trouble, let's start narrowing down then to the specific players we got playing here today. You already mentioned that we've got a lot of players coming in from the TPC circuit, 8 of them in fact, so half of the field in play-ins are all players who were playing at the very highest level. What do you think of the general overall player quality we've got from our 16?
Oh, it's gonna be a freaking bloodbath. I just want to draw, when we are actually seeing the players right here, I just want to draw your eyes all the way to the left. The play-ins players are gonna show up, and you will potentially recognize a lot of those names from like literally being week tours. That's what I call them, like literally fighting for a chance to make it to that Tactician's crown. So I feel like it's going to be a very difficult week from the players who are coming from the tier 2 circuit as well to try and squeeze themselves in.
And I think also just the idea that we have these hard hitters from TPC dropping down to the bottom 8, and you have the players who just barely made it into the play-ins from ladder, from cups, saying, okay, surely I'll face some kind of weaker players. It won't be the elite of the elite. Those guys will be playing in, week 2. That's not the case. There's some really big, hard-hitting names in this play-in phase. So it really will be, I think, a David versus Goliath contingency coming into this first day of the regionals.
Oh, there we go. There's our list of players. You can see them on the far left-hand side there. Panda, anyone, we've got a few players we want to pick out as potential winners, which we'll get to in a moment, but anyone who wants to just leap out at you immediately?
I think Aaliyah's made his attack round before. Aaliyah's had very high highs, especially when he has the right meta read, the right comp. Cough, Fairy Callista. But he has not been that impressive this set. It's why he's here. He hasn't really been doing that well in TPC. We'll see if he can bounce back when it matters most throughout this weekend.
All right, well, let's jump then to our actual predictions here for conceivable winners. Of course, remember, the top half get out of this one intact. For me, I've got to push forward Blaster Moon. I know that he's been talking himself down. Other people have been talking him down as well. One of the few UK representatives. But he is the top seed from TPC, who at least of the players who are playing in the players. So I'm expecting big things from him, even if there's a big more question marks. How about you, Panda?
I think my winner has to be Jeduzor. This is a player who I would consider top 3 in EMEA for the last 2 years since his meteoric rise. Somehow he's had really the worst set of his career by a large margin and is having to fight through play-ins through potentially 4 games. He might be out of the tier 1 system next set, which would be a huge shock. So I think he has what it takes to make it out. I think he has what it takes to clutch up in this key moment.
And I think my one might come as a surprise because it's not necessarily someone who you expect as a hard hitter. I've chosen Klikornen. He was top 4 in the last Tactician's crown, so very close to actually winning it all. However, his finishes around since set 6 that I've been seeing, his competitive experience, have not necessarily been mind-blowing. That's why I choose him as my dark horse right here, because I feel like when you get that motivation, when you're so close to winning, it just fuels your hunger. And he's a player that wears his heart on his sleeve and his emotion to his sleeve, as we saw from the previous Tactician's crown. So I believe in him to make it through.
Oh, absolutely. I think the Conan's going to be very excited to watch, but let's move on to, as we get close to our first game today, the actual meta itself. Of course, we've got a new patch coming in, the 15.7. Previously, of course, we were heavy in the weeds with rerolls and that really defining everything. Starting with you, David, where kind of are we now as of the new patch and the limited amount of time people have had to work with it?
Some of the biggest problematic units have been nerfed. Malzahar, Kabuko especially, was just taking over as a tank and as a damage dealer in the Janna comp. That has been toned down a little bit. Some buffs have come through. I think Katarina is really the big winner of the patch when it comes to rerolls specifically, because she really wasn't touched at all. There were buffs to Leona and Yumi as kind of a secondary tank and carry in the comp as well. So definitely we'll be seeing a lot of Katarina throughout this weekend.
All right.
What do you think about what's been opening up here with the... sorry, I think, yes, we're a little behind the graphics here.
That's fine, all good.
To talking about the Fast 9 style that's more come in as reroll has receded somewhat.
Yeah, I feel like Fast 9 was never necessarily really popular the entire set because the 5 costs have never necessarily been like a win con that is very, very clear to get Fast 9. Now, of course, the mech that I've chosen on the left side isn't necessarily a pure Fast 9 comp. You can stabilize on 8 and then push for that Yone and then play the 7 mech, which is where you truly spike. But the Fast 9 and Furious comps have to be the Bastion / Juggernaut with a little bit of a car boot sale 5 cost mix in the backline. Primarily, we do see the TF, but also the things like the Zyra and the Seraphine have risen up in priority. And of course, you can also play towards that Lee Sin if you have the Juggernaut frontline and you've got the items to carry Lee Sin as well. So there's just a lot of different iterations of that Fast 9 with Bastion Juggernaut frontline, and it just depends on your items, which one you're going to lean towards.
I do want to open up the conversation then. Of course, we've talked about reroll, we've talked about Fast 9, but I want to open the question up to both of you, starting with you, David. Where do you kind of feel like tier 4 units, the kind of the more standard Fast 8 is in the meta compared to those two?
I think you can't really play into 4 cost and Fast 8 as just your default game plan. It's more for specific spots. I do think Soul Fighter got a big buff because of the buffs to 6 Soul Fighters, so you have a much more non-emblem, easier transition and stabilization in stage 4 with just the 6, and adding the Volibear as well with the Volibear buffs. I think there is going to be some Star Guardian with Volibear, and maybe just with Jinx as a stabilization point on 8 and then going to 9. Akali is still playable. Akali is still good. I think just a lot of the matchups against mech specifically are difficult. But in the right situation, I think Akali can still be a very scary comp to face if it's fully online in stage 4 specifically.
I feel like Akali could right here be a champion or like a comp that you can play towards if you want to salvage a few placements as well, right? Because as you mentioned, like really big front lines, particularly the way they're being placed, they don't allow Akali to get access to that backline. And a lot of them, like, they don't necessarily have any backline for you to kill, right? So Akali loses a lot of her value of jumping back to your carry. But I think here, if you do have the double Nashers and the QSS and you're looking to salvage a couple of placements because you don't necessarily have the econ to push to 9 and you are going to stay on that carry, I think it's a perfectly playable comp right now.
And you might realize some forecasts were missing, like Ashe and Yuumi. They did get some buffs, but I still think they're, playable, but just barely. So for some very specific spots, hopefully at least a few players will have a chance to play one of these 2 comps throughout this weekend.
All right, just before we get into our first game of the day then, do you want to do some items of business? David, of course, we've got the TFT Paris Open coming up. Can you tell us a little bit more about that for any who might somehow be unaware?
We enjoyed Vegas and we enjoyed Macau, and now it's finally EMEA's turn to host the Open tournament at the end of the year, December 12th to 14th. If you watched or if you were able to go to Vegas or Macau, you know how much fun it was to compete in the huge LAN events, to meet content creators and players as well, to have all these different activities related to TFT in a massive space across the weekend. And this time it's in a great city like Paris as well. So if you have a chance, if you're anywhere near France, definitely try and make it that weekend in December because it'll be an absolute blast.
All right, and very last thing, Trouble, we know that there's more than a few different ways to be able to watch today's event. Can you tell us a little bit about the co-streamers?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like co-streamers are a huge part of the esports ecosystem. And right next to me, you guys can find anyone that's going to be co-streaming the entire weekend, from Americas to EMEA. Just choose your favorite person to watch this with. Different languages, different personalities, always a huge flavor to esports overall.
All right, so first game is moments away. We'll be seeing the lobby shortly to get things kicked up. It's worth noting as we go for the day overall, we've got the set lobbies for the first 2. Remember, only 16 players, so 2 lobbies overall. We'll be reshuffling once we hit the second round. And then once we get to round 4, David, as you mentioned before, we see those cuts coming in. So in terms of overall approach for the day, how do you both feel like the players are going to be playing knowing that game 4 or the results after game 4 are so important?
I want to highlight specifically 2 players, Jelusor and Tartman, because I think these are players who are used to making it to top 16 in TAC Crown the last few sets. They're used to being at the very tippity top of TFT's scene, not just in EMEA. And now they're facing potential relegation from the tier 1 scene in the next 4 games. If they don't have a good game 1, if somehow they miss their roll down and go 8th, I really want to see what they can do mentally to clutch up, to bounce back, and to still find themselves in contention the next 3 games, because it's going to be a very difficult, I think, mental spot to fight from for those 2 players.
I mean, let's say it how it is, right? Realistically, it's 4 games. And then there's 8 people fighting for their lives in the last 2. So you want to be in the top 4 in the first 4 games. I think playstyles like infamous Volta's playstyles, which is first or 8th, might actually be the key right here. We talked about how strong mechs are, and we might see more than even 3 people trying to force for them.
All right, there we go. This is our first lobby, locked and loaded. Bear in mind, as we've mentioned before, we've got 4 TPC players, Blast the Moon, Jedusor, Dasik, and Aaliyah in here. So this is going to be a pretty tough ask for the rest of the lobby. I do want to, before we pass across to our casters for game 1, just a quick prediction. Given we've got 8 TPC players, 8 of the elite players come into today, how many, David Treble, do you think is going to make it out into week 1 starting tomorrow?
Ooh, I said 4. I'm going for the full dark horse kind of situation. I'm saying 4.
Trouble wants to see a lot of tears today, I think. If she's saying 4. I think it'll be 6. I think there is a chance for some of the players that are not in TPC who have had a good set, who are on good momentum, who are familiar with the patch and comfortable on it to make it through. But I do think experience here will triumph in most cases. I do think nerves and having this all under control, especially players who have played in Tactician before, will triumph in this case.
Yeah, it seems like we're in a very volatile state here, because right, I think certainly the players who are not coming for the TPC, they've got a lot less weight on their shoulders, and perhaps we'll see them playing a lot more more volatile. I don't even say the word, it's so exciting. So much more volatile than anyone else is, just because they're not expected on paper necessarily to be able to match up pound for pound with the rest of the players.
I will say Aaliyah and Asa Fuego were cheering me on during my cup run, so I have to return the blessing to them. A good reroll to both German players. We'll see what they can do. I think reroll is not as prevalent as it was in the cup patch 2 weeks ago. I think there's going to be a lot more Mighty Mech, but I'm excited to see how we see that balance between Fast 9, 4 cost, and reroll as well.
Okay, Panda is capping a little bit because I've been watching a bunch of the screams and there was a lot of crew, so I'm blessing these players potentially with crew rerolls.
All right, let's get game 1 started. We'll put you straight into the hands of Anzi, Q, and Lusher.
Welcome everybody to the first round of Plains, where 16 have last chance to qualify to the finals. And there is no better person to join me for some good old castle cursing than one of the German powerhouses. Lesher, how are you feeling today?
So ready to H-watch my boys, man.
Absolutely. You are one of the prep partners with Elia. And given what David just mentioned, that good reroll might not be that good anymore.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the interesting thing that especially now we will be able to figure out is how do players approach their spots that are not like premium mech fast 9 spots. What will they do from a loose streak? And I think that is where reroll will probably come in a bit more. So let's see how they approach this game. Blasted Moon here, some options. Nafiri too, a Malphite pair. That looks interesting.
So we're in an interesting spot where I don't think we ever had such a meta for the finals, where rerolls are not as strong with the exception of 1 or 2. Fast 8 comps don't cap as high if they don't go 9, which could create the interesting dynamic where players are playing very greedy towards like finding an upgrade or 2 on 8 and pushing straight to 9 unless they have a good win streak until 3-5 and pivot into Crystal Gambit double cash out.
Yeah. The thing is, the mech bot especially caps so high, and like if you just have like mechs facing off against each other, if you want to win the lobby, you will need to get creative, find some extra resources to make these wins possible. However, we don't need to win games just yet. This is not checkmate, so I'll be interested to see which players take a more risky approach and which players may be fine with just settling for 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, that's an excellent point because, again, those players don't have to stress out for a win out. 4 players will move on after 4 games, but all you need to do is just not be at the bottom 4 initially and then another bottom 4 after 4 games. So you just need to do on average to make it to the week 1 finals.
And we see Dasik there angling towards a Malsa setup that could still be quite flexible. I know he's been very unhappy with how he played in the Cups so far, but I think he's comfortable, so that should be nice. Meanwhile, we see time skip. Do you like that?
Again, with the meta development and like as we mentioned that it's more leaning towards fast 9 or like semi-fast 9, you are valuing the resources a lot more, and I think I like it, given that he has already GP, he has a Slam, Midas Touch, providing extra resources, and looking like he's about to beat Katarina too, which is picked up from the Stars Are Born from the Jedusor.
Yeah, I think the GP was also farming there. I'm not sure if it was the Midas Touch or the, Parlay passive gold chance, but this GP for sure will print some money. And once he can put in some more units, level 6, that should be a very good setup to approach these more high-level boards. So Exo with a solid opener, meanwhile Elia, that is like his forte. Crystal Gambit, open fort, Drop Blossom already ready. This is considered one, or if not the strongest hero augment right now. So looking quite good for Elia.
Yeah, we talked a bit before the broadcast about that, and you specifically mentioned a few conditions that you want to go for when going for that Nico. Could you cover that for us?
So personally, I'm quite high on the Nico hero augment. So for my prep tomorrow, I made a list of like comps and conditions where I need to play this comp. And for Nico, I wrote down I need a mouse or a touchpad to click the augment, and that's pretty much it. You're quite flexible on items, and especially now if you can fit in this crystal in the early game as well, where you're not so strong yet because the Nico is missing the items. This will kind of bridge you towards your level 7 and 3, 5, 4 for 1, depending on your growth, and then you should be fine. Nico 2 quite stable, and then if you hit the Nico 3 on time, you are set up for a very successful game. So I like the setup here, like a lot. Just maximize your gold, make sure you actually hit.
Yeah, is it not too scary to go for the Nico when it's semi-gold opener, you are not certain on the components, and Krax drops, like if you drop too many BFs out of the sudden gloves, your items could be looking a bit rough. You mentioned that it's a bit more flexible, but you are more leaning towards picking the hero argument when you are starting with at least 3 components, not that sort of the icon opener as we see in this game.
Mm-hmm. The good thing about the item components is Nico can take a bunch of different items, also sword items between Edge of Night and BT. They are quite good choices. And usually for these hero augments, you can also just slam any items you have right now and then move them to backline carries later. So here maybe we could see Ari or even Smolder if you have too many swords. So let's see which approach he takes as we see another very popular regrow comp here, Katarina with over 9,000 for Jedusor.
Yeah, we see the over 9,000 is one of the conditions for Katarina to be successful. That and the Dark Amulet for the scaling. We see there will be quite a few rerolls. There is already a Nico angle, Katarina angle, and Vi reroll. So at least 3 of the players going for the reroll.
Yeah, and I think this is something you can expect to see more in these gold augment start lobbies. The hero augments right now are considered all quite good, so I'm not surprised to see that players hard angle this, and like openings like these Katarina is also something you can't really pass on.
Mm-hmm. How many players you gonna be expecting to play like a Lost 3 Crystal Gambit throughout stage 2, stage 3 into just extra resources? Is it too hurtful to play without full streak, or you don't mind as much, or you start worrying after doubling down?
This is what I'll be interested to see how it actually is right now, because I feel in scrims people were trying to flip a bit too much. I feel like people needed a bit more Fast 9 and Crystal Gambit practice, because that wasn't really so popular or so strong the entire set. So maybe they focused a bit too much on prepping yet, and the tempo now might surprise some people. So I would expect that if you want to get value out of your early Crystal Gambit, like knock the win streak into Crystal Gambit like stage 3, stage 4, you need a very specific plan to make sure you stabilize. So I think if that is your approach, full streak should be important. But let's see which approach players here follow. I think there are different ways to realize or to convert this into a good spot.
Yeah, we see Blasted Moon spot, the spot that we talked about, that he'll be playing Win Streak Crystal Gambit, most likely until 3-5. Finding already RE2 post Carousel with that extra slam from the first augment item components, allowing him to pretty much secure 4 win streak, looking like a solid 5 streak going into the creeps. And we'll see if he angles towards the 3-5, start the loss streak, twice double down, and go fast 9 of the spot. Or he perhaps will angle towards some sort of... it should be fast 9, because you are not rerolling Ari here due to the being contested probably by the Nico player, so I would be very surprised if he goes for that.
Yeah, there's still some options. Yumi is something that has been buffed. Bullet Hell, for example, was a power-up that was not working as intended, and that got fixed, and that is the best power-up for Yumi, so... interesting to see if Blasted Moon just goes for the safe approach, trying to play some Yumi here. But Fast 9 Bastion would make good use of these items. But I'm pretty sure if you're not hitting like another source of economy, it's a bit rough to get to 9 here for Moon. So let's see what he will do. Firth Crystal is definitely an option as well, but Malza will also be contested like potentially by Daysig. So not that easy.
As you mentioned, like Bastions being one of the Fast 9 composition where you just fit legendaries that you find. It's either Seraphine, TF, Zyra, whatever you pretty much can find to pair up with the items. But again, a bunch of players going towards the reroll. We've seen already, as you mentioned, the Malzahar also angle. So going 9 might be a bit harder given how many rerolls players there is. There will be a bit more taxing on HP given they'll get stronger. They will roll on 6, some of them on 7 to stabilize, and you will not be having as good losses as you normally if the lobby is played a bit from the slower perspective.
Talk about your losses. Like you see a lot of people putting in Crystal here just like for the sake of getting it and getting it ready. You can also prepare it by losing a bit now, taking it out, double down, and then taking it out to put back in when you actually do want to transition into a lose streak. And this is also where you can potentially just abuse the lobby tempo because, well, everyone is playing Crystal Gambit. Like this is a free win streak for me, and this Katarina, this might feast on it.
Yeah, the problem is Jadusor is not win streaking, has like a mixed streak, and when half of the lobby is planning to loss streak, and you get kind of punished for rolling because you want to be stable without rolling and taxing those players. Because if you roll and the rest of the lobby plays greedy, like you get no value of playing the tempo. But again, we know that a bunch of other players will be rolling at least on 7, if not on 6, and we can see another prismatic choices.
Oh, and invested here for Assad. And this is what you really need if you want to go fast 9. This augment 4 prismatics in 3-2, pretty much the only econ option. With the cooking pan, he also has different option. I think might want to angle the Jenna reroll comp here. So he's rather taking more items. And yeah, it's still looking quite powerful. Potentially also a Kali in the back there, early hit.
The issue with going to invest it here, it's not as potent as 4-2 invested, given it gives you 20 less gold. And the problem with it, you can't really 4-2 it. You don't have enough resources most of the time. You need to actually 4-5 it if you try to go fast 9. So this causes an issue when you're already loss streaking because you don't have the HP to do so. So he goes for the angle where he will cash out the double down and probably roll down. Looks like he plans to go level 6 and roll down for the Janna comp at 3-5 after cashing out. And two players facing each other with the double down. And looks like Asad will lose the streak given he's stronger.
Yeah, it's kind of rough here. Also trying to greed the cooking pan there on the Vi, doesn't want to invest the remover, so feed some HP to the Syndra, but even that he would lose here in this setup. So well done by Leah, making sure to grieve the lose streak. So Assad's spot now it's incredibly worse.
Yeah, Elia being at the same HP pretty much as the other lost streakers that do not have the full lost streak, and Elia getting the double down value, making sure he has a good loss, and ASAT decides to push already and level to make sure, given that after he lost the streak, he wants to make sure he can prolong that as a win towards the win streak. Because now if he loses, he ends up with no HP, no streak, no econ, and this would be looking like a bottom game for him.
A really interesting pickup by Moon here, a Sorcerer Emblem. That probably means he will be looking to flex between, either 7 mech feeding the Sorc Emblem, or the classical Vertical Sorcerer comp, which we all know from earlier in the set. Has some options here now, and with the tempo still going strong, this is looking quite good.
Yeah, he decided to not go for the Crystal Gambit angle because he could have had another spike with another set of the components and emblem, prolonging the streak towards 4-2, and in this kind of format, we might actually see the level 8 roll down before all the karmas are taken out by other players going for the mech, and just to make sure he can keep the pressure on the lobby, it might not be the usual fast 9 due to how many players are rerolling this in this one.
Yeah, certainly has some options. Maybe he also just prepped his double down and he will put in Crystal later. But right now I really like keeping tempo high, playing for the streak, and just minimizing your HP losses here when you don't really need to.
His body is so potent that he's not even getting punished by people who reroll because he's so strong. He hit natural upgrades, which just prolongs the econ and mitigates pretty much all the econ loss you would have gotten normally, where he bought RE2 at the stage 2.
Early Leona here for Jeldosaur. And that is really good because missing this Leona is can happen if you play Katarina, and that always hurts. 6 Katarinas here as well. Radiant Refactor, probably the best augment you can hit in 3-2 if you're playing most reroll comps. So it's looking quite good, but this Vi is directly on the cat.
Here, Radiant Guardian, she looks pretty safe, and given there's Unstoppable for the CC to provide, and again, this is a BT IE Vi. She's not doing that much damage, and sorry, having the golden ticket, his bench is looking pretty empty, and 30 gold in the bank, this is very grim for him.
Oh man. Yeah, I feel like we need to pray for some high rolls here.
Getting closer to Mundo, only 2 Smolders. Yeah, but again, if you look at the board, it's quite expensive. It's Udyr 2, 6 Mundos. He's in for dead deep, I think.
Yeah, you kind of, I feel like you kind of want to start farming on this Vi, so being in this spot, losing 3 fights as well, not getting the 3rd Vi item online, it's such a rough spot. And meanwhile, we see here another board that just wants to start farming here. We have both upgrades, Malzahar and Swain, so that is quite powerful.
Hypixel playing the pretty much the most common comp played in the patch before, the 5 Crystal Gambit Malzahar, which was thriving off the cash outs, double duplicator, allowing you to get Malza free, Swain free, which was very powerful. Now that the cash outs has been nerfed, we'll see how it performs.
Yeah, Malza also been bug fixed to not be as explosive after getting the first takedown. And we can see here, not enough to take down this Ari board from Moon. And that means High Pikachu, very high risk he has there, double econ as well. Probably needs to hit 4-1 to stabilize. And but if he hits there, ahead of curve a bit, he's still a very potent threat to the lobby. And so is Assad if he hits, but for Jannas, it's a bit rough. Got the Rise though.
Are you still angling, needing pretty much full dance fence for the comp to work, or you can get away with power-ups such as standalone as ASAP had?
I think after the nerfed best defense again, I think you have some leeway there. Potentially also they nerfed Kobuku damage a bit as well, so I also saw some players experimenting with tanking Udyr instead of the Kobuku. But right now, 7 Kobukus I think it was for Assad, so he's probably sticking on that and then just taking the best power up, some form of tankiness he can find. Exo here.
level 8.
That is a fast 9.
70, 40 in the bank. But okay, next turn if he decides to push, that's 72 gold. He'll have 17 rolls, but only, 15 gold to buy units?
Yeah.
He's happy. He might do for 9-5.
I mean, he does have some gold on the board as well. So I'm not quite sure. I think he's trying to keep his options open between Mech and Bastion.
It looks like Bastion, given the ban, but he does hold the Aatrox and Senna in case he hits the Yone. So, yeah. Sarai is hitting the ideal opponent, just saving that HP. He managed to find Mundo free and 2 extra Vice while having 40 in the bank. So we'll see if he manages to find... Like, he should be rolling down to 0 probably at 4-2 now before everybody else spikes. He cannot afford to lose another life.
And let's see what the augment pickup here is. Does not want more econ. And instead,
looking for only combat.
Yeah. Interesting for these combat options, if you want to play mech, most of these augments have been changed to work or state your team gains, for example, your damage amp for Know Your Enemy. That does apply to the mech. But Spirit Link still says your champions. So that's a bit rough. You know, we see Ilya here. Also getting a Radiant item onto the Nico thanks to the Prismatic Pandora's items. And that is looking quite okay so far. 5 Nikos, 2 dupes. Quite low on HP so far, so should hit soonish, but I think this board for early stage 4 is quite stable. So
is it a win outcome? That's the question. If he hits, is he gonna be stable of that?
Oh, for sure.
Eureka, no Eon, Nico is not an issue. Is the Radiant BT good enough to sustain herself against some of the bursts that can be presented?
I think most stuff in the meta is actually not that burst heavy. This Jenna comp is probably as bursty as it gets, and you can see the Jenna right now still struggling to take down the Nico, and you can expect that development to look similar once both players hit the 3-star versions. And I feel like Nico has an especially good matchup into Mech, which is the most popular comp to cap out the boards. You can see Dasik here also trying to angle this, but from a slightly different opener.
Interesting combination, because we see the Rabadon argument, then Swords Overflow into Tesla. So getting a pretty good value of the Tesla on the stage 4, having already 3 units active. Meanwhile, Jedusor finding already the Katarina free and looking to push level 8. Probably not as soon as 4-5, but 5-1 definitely. Facing the Nico, which, Alia should be in the trouble. He rolled down to 0 and he did not hit. He's greeding. He decided not to use one of the Nikos to hit Ari free right away. He's trying to go for the buff, given, as you mentioned, it might be win out. Having that Crimson Veil on Nico not being just quite enough to being able to beat the Katarina. However, having already the best possible power up on Ari, which is double down, feeding that extra mana to Nico.
And there would be Nico 3 for Ilya if he wants to. I mean, the Ari 3. Then he's just missing one Nico to get both of them ready. And I think him greeting... him greeting, I also like it because he's... I think the Nico is just way more important than the Ari, so further delaying the Nico, I don't like it. Also gets a Rod here, that should be good, but considering Pandora's items, not that crucial.
Yeah, Exo didn't need much of an item. I believe he just played a defense there on the Ari, because when we're gonna be seeing his items, he has full itemized carry and just looking for another frontline item. So Cloak being... he had an open pan. So that's interesting. You're just playing the defense on the Ari.
He also decides to stabilize here with the Jinx bot. Probably then transitioning that later into 6 Juggernauts, or maybe he will also play a mix bot here, finds Elisa.
Just needs... Do you stabilize of the Jinx too, or you prefer the Varus one? Or do you stay the Jinx all the way through?
I don't think Varus is too popular right now, and I think the unit is not that bad, but like certainly the worst option.
So you're saying you'd rather have Jinx to the kind of the board over the Varus too?
I would say so, especially now with this Poppy too. But you can see it's struggling. The Malzahar board here looking quite strong.
pain on the Swain, and the dot proccing of the Malzahar being able to take down another Exo life. He really needed that one, and not having any more buffers to take losses is quite crucial. Finding a more 5 cost, going for the pivot, dropping out the Jinx eventually.
Oh, so getting the... not quite yet. Getting the 6th Jug in hopefully soon. Transitioning to TF, and this is like your standard Juggernaut Fast 9 board. Got the set now.
Keeping 3 Varuses, decides not to go for it. Finds Zyra too. Just enough time to buy it, however the itemization is not quite there. Missing the power up still. Will put all the items on her. Needs to power up. Goes for the Stormbender.
Assad missed as well.
Yeah, ASAP having only the Janna 2 should not be much of an issue for the Exoc, and he will be able to live through the creeps.
We are really high-rolling the matchmaking there, but really rough loss for Assad. A lot of players having Crystal in, so lots of Jannas being out of the pool while he's rolling and needs to stabilize. So yeah, struggling here, the 2-cost reroll player. But this now, only 1 life left.
Found the Malzahar free, but is that gonna be enough? Given it's double econ and only Malza, no Swain, I don't think it's enough to be stable off.
Yeah, and I think once players like Daysig and Moon, who are coming from win streaks and like were saving a lot of resources, once they decide to spend all their money, and there's a quite high odds that High Pikachu here will lose the fight. So we can see here Donkey rolling. For good reason, this Cassandra 2 is really important. That's so much frontline. Not finding it quite yet.
Choosing to drop the 5 crystal just to make sure he is stronger, and Maces will be not being very ideal of an argument from the combat side on this particular board, because we are only playing 1 carry right now. And will face the Blast, which looks like he's going fast 9, so pretty good matchmaking.
On the other side, you can see Exo fighting against the Cutter for survival, and the Cutter is completely lost. Just trolling, TF free firing.
Oh,
but
wait,
that's
one more cast. Oh, finds another cast and eliminates Exoc at the end. The fast 9 not paying off, being taken out by the Jedusor.
Yeah, and just upgraded the wrong 5-cost there. Really needed the Twisted Fate too. Only found Zyra, and then not having the items ready for her.
Do you think that ignoring that Varus completely was the right call? We've seen like those 4 or 5 Varuses, and the items were pretty good. The IE and double GS, you cannot be complaining about that. Like tunneling on TF there over buying Varus and just being flexible between both of those might be his bane.
Yeah, I think a lot of players also focus on the TF because they usually skip all the Shred and anti-heal to just go Noxious Trap, and then they feel like I have invested with the power-up on the TF, now I also need to invest the items. So you kind of punish doubly there if you miss them. Meanwhile, the Nico 3 now here.
Elia having that Nico being able not being taken out by the Janna, still full HP, Ari free, Nico free, strong enough to just demolish completely the Janna board.
Yeah, and High Pikachu again found Daisy here, who decided to stop greeding for 9 and just sending it there, so settling for a lower cap and just playing for placements here. So High Pikachu really fortunate with the matchmaking here, but also, yeah, I guess rewarded for the risk he took earlier.
Daisy could spike so hard of the Yone that he's just not being able to find. Picking up all those combat arguments and being forced to itemize like Li 1 with the 2.5 item, not paying off. Meanwhile, finding that Smolder free and Vi free. All the reroll players
He made it went earlier. Not playing it apparently, decided to play mech instead, found the Yone 2 as well, and we can see the mech in power in action for the first time here. This will be the composition of the weekend most likely, and we can see for good reason here. Really tanky.
Yeah, and another cast comes from Karma. Sorry, he having pretty much ideal power-ups, still not being able to beat that fast 9 mech.
Ooh.
Mila,
And the Nico Grim
takes down
Reaper.
Pikachu. Yeah. We see that power from the Nico reroll, as you mentioned. It might be the secret sauce coming into the whole weekend.
Yeah, and Blasted Moon now also gets a strategist emblem, which is really good. You can feed these emblems into the mech to give them additional traits if you want to. But also, even if you decide to not feed it, just the stats that the strategist emblem gives is quite potent.
Yeah, I want to highlight the Jedusor because even though he picked up the Katarina, he didn't have a win streak. That Radiant Refractor on the 3-2, pretty much saving up his game and being pretty much aware of how strong the comp is and taxing all the players on HP on that 3-item Katarina, being able to scale up with the over 9,000 and just now leading with the HP going slowly into stage 6.
And we can see the Vi reroll there finally hit everything, but was not able to hit in time, so did not farm enough items. Gonna be very rough. And now the mech matchup versus the Nico. I think the Nico has an advantage here because the mech usually doesn't have the burst. Let's see. Moon is so strong right now.
There's Gwen 2 as well with the strategist emblem, so this might have something to say about. Oh, but the Karma dies from the Nico, and then one more cast comes down, and she will clean up, fully heals, and Blasted Moon will lose a fight here to the Elia.
This Nico, discussing with the Radiant item as well. That's so much power.
It's a Crimson Veil BT. Every time she casts, on top of the Gunblade from Ari, she bounces back to full. All you care about is her not to die. And that was through the anti-heal provided from the Karma. So you see pretty much full power. You can see the full power of the Nico. And as you mentioned, like even Eon is not needed as much as you get through the scaling through the roof.
Yeah, he also has CC immunity over Titans, and then, before the Titan stacks the power up. So now we can see Daisy, he has to fight the Ghost. Let's see if the Ghost is still strong enough. Did not hit 7 mech, so I believe this Nico might be a bit too much if it was too much for the Gwen 2-7 mech.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah,
it looked close, but it's not really close. There's still Ari in the back again. You can see
close.
The double down. I don't think without the things with double down, I don't think that Nico would be that potent. Should be just missing slightly the mana, but the extra mana that coming from the Ari power up, making her very, very strong. Just getting those back-to-back casts, and that's and Daisy Quiff. He might have saved the placements this game, honestly, because he recognized that too many rerolls and too many players going for the mech, and he might not be able to, even if he hits, being stable.
Yeah, and I really like that from Dasik. Just like recognizes I don't have the spot to win out this game, so I'll try to play for placements. In the end, at the end of the day, with a bit better matchmaking, could have gotten a 3rd tier even. So yeah, not rewarded as much this time, but still safe placements. Meanwhile, Sorry as on the Vi. Really online now, even taking down the Nico, has quite a good matchup there with a lot of single target burst from Vi and Smolder. And now is looking in a position to contest a lobby win even.
Yeah, how impressive if Sorry being already in top 4 after his pretty much tragic roll down at 3-2. He was broke, 30 gold, only 3 Vi's, wasn't printing, items were unideal, 2 Smolders, and now he's coming from the shadows, being 4th and looking back potentially even at the win.
You can see now this mech setup for Moon, certainly the final boss for the Vi. Karma already on the Vi, she's quite low, and she's dead.
Ooh, the Gwen casts. And the Smolder is slowly getting down. Even though there is Mundo tanking, there's too much damage just going straight to backlane, ignoring the tank, and no sustain on the Smolder will pretty much be the loss for the Sorry. Cannot go through that chunky mech, and the Blasted Moon will be securing top 3.
Oh, a solid 4th though, I would say, after the 3-2 roll on. I think I take that.
I mean, with a kiss in the hand, like, you are so happy about, like, you just want to forget about this game and go next.
Oh man, and also we can see Genesis here just being a bit outscaled, even with the over 9,000 Katarina, losing to both Elia and Moon. So yeah, with the HP advantage, should be enough to secure a top 2 placement here. Hopefully I'm not cursing it for the French player.
Given Elia best matchmaking is just left over, so it looks like Elia could be winning out, Jedusor going second and Blast third because of just the HP difference and how the matchups work.
Let's see now, maybe the Katarina can secure top 2 for herself.
Yeah, I don't think Katarina
is so
can really
healthy,
keep
man.
the mech.
No shot.
It's like the mech being just a natural counter to Katarina, Akali. That's why like Akali is not so much present because you need to go fast 8 and it just requires specific items, and then you still lose to the very popular comp. And where Katarina did her job, she did secure the placements, but you were certain that it's not gonna be a win out in this game. Meanwhile, Elia cruising through, stable, went looking at even level 9 probably here. What should be going for some Seraphina addition?
Yeah, probably. You do like more Star Guardian here. You carry 3 items on both Ari and Nico. Should also provide some more tank like durability for the Nico, or tankiness, not durability specifically. But which is your most important metric right now, keeping this Nico alive. So I would love to see that. However, too poor for that right now, so this will have to make do. Let's see if this Katarina can take it down, but so far I have low hopes for the Katarina.
Oh god, look at that nuke coming from the Ari. Position so Katarina cannot go backlane directly here, putting up Nico so she can reach within the casts the backlane right away. And like, it's just so much damage coming from both of them. You cannot just tank them through.
Ooh, Moon died.
Yeah. Probably having the Elia Ghost, given that Blast was beating Jedusor, and just not having enough HP for the matchmaking, and Jedusor will be looking at the top 2, while Elia getting that Nico to the win out.
Yeah, and Jedusor actually has one more shot. We saw Elia positioning quite well there to secure or like protect the Ari, but maybe if Jedusor can find some way to get Katarina onto Ari early, this might be enough to squeeze out one win, and that is all he needs potentially. Because this Ari, it's not only DPS, it's also mana for the Nico with the double dawn. So maybe there's hope.
Tries to go for some Moses positioning. Oh wait, item swapping. No, I think
needs to swap power up as well, and he has Unstoppable, which you want to like crave a path into the backline.
Look, he knows that he's not winning right now. He is looking for some changes. Katarina being far away from the Ari. He doesn't want that early Eon proc, and he's scared of just her dying out. But Eon is proc. Now the second the Ari locks on her, Katarina is dead, but she doesn't even need to target her. Nico will take her down by herself, and that will be the last fight. And Elia wins the lobby number 1.
Yeah, and as I said, I prepped with Elia, and he recognized the condition of having a mouse or touchscreen to click the Nico Hero Augment to have a good game. So well played by him. I said he will only have to play 4 games today. I was kind of memeing that he will be out after 4 games, but now maybe he will make it through after 4. So yeah, good job, Elia.
We have still 3 games where he can make up for the first one. But hitting that Radiant BT of the first, of the Pandora, was massive. I was a bit worried that no Eon Nico might be too fragile, but having Crimson Veil BT just being enough of the sustain for her to just keep bouncing that HP.
Yeah, and also really well done. Also recognizing I can play Crystal here to just make sure I hit. Like I still have some time to roll an optimal Radiant item because I am playing Crystal right now. Also opening on Asa to grieve the double down from him while securing his own double down streak. I think overall just a clean performance. And after the not so clean performances in the TPCs from Elia, it's nice to see that apparently he seems to be somewhat back.
I mean, yeah, in this lobby we've seen 4 rerolls, 3 rerolls being top 4, and one player that was pretty much playing off 10 win streak going to top 3. So perhaps rerolls are a bit better than what we thought. But we'll hop on a short break, and analysts will break it down for us.
I'm Adesic, I'm playing TFT from set 1. I remember I was playing my first tournament back in set 2. It was at the beginning, like whenever I understand that I'm good enough in this game to compete in ladder, to be high enough on ladder and stuff. I obviously want to compete and see how far I can go. And my first attempt was set 3 regionals. I finished top 4. I think TFT Pro Circuit was definitely a success. I would say a lot of people like it. Well, there is obviously some things to improve, but overall, I would say it's a great addition to the TFT competitive. And with more improvements in the future, it can be really fun and exciting thing from set to set. I would say definitely a lot of underrated players, but I want to see my boy TFT Awuk will make it to tier 1 next set. My tip for average TFT player is going to be, if you want to learn the game, well, first of all, I try to play some vertical trades, because it has the easiest transition, and the itemization most of the time is pretty simple as well. So comps like Soul Fighters and Star Guardians should be the best for the new players. I want to shout out my LSAD group is a bunch of EU and NA players. From time to time, 1 or 2 players from our LSAD group is making to final lobby, and hopefully this regionals and the next 2 weekends is going to be me.
Welcome back, gentle friends. The first game of the regional play-ins is already done, and we can see our players roaring out of the gate, ready to get themselves that lead they so desperately need to even see tomorrow. David, we've only got a little bit of time here, so let's get straight into it. Talk to me a little bit about what kind of clarity of purpose you were seeing in game 1.
We found out that TPC players have got hands, 4 of them in the top 5 in this first lobby, and I think just really strong game plans from 2-1. We have the strongest reroll comps in the conditional with Nico for Aaliyah and Jedusor with Katarina. We had 2 other players, Last Time and Daisy, playing into the mech line, for example, with really great augments and setups for that line, really synergizing with the mech later on. So from the moment the game started in stage 2, I already knew these 4 players were going to have a very good chance to make it to the top 4, top 5.
Yeah, and it just felt like... Oh, sorry. It just kind of felt like with the... oh my god. I was about to say the planet that went into, but Kabuko coming through, I feel like a lot of the reroll lines come to life because you also have a pretty strong frontliner, backliner as well. So having 5... We almost had 6, but Daisy pivoted off last minute, right? We had 5 reroll lines coming through the first game.
And of course, we knew that Fast 9 was coming in as an idea because apparently reroll wasn't going to be as much of a thing anymore. But we got absolutely baited there, Travel.
I mean, I feel so bad. I think it was Aixok that went for it. And I mean, he had the money to get to level 9 on 4-2, but he just didn't have the money to buy units. So yeah, the roll down, unfortunately, all the way down the bottom in the 8th for Aixok came through, then didn't necessarily have the items that he really wanted. He kept skipping on Varus. He kept switching units around. He was carrying a Jinx, primarily 1 in stage 4 until he re-rolled down. And I just feel like, in general, I feel like he wasn't quick enough. He didn't necessarily have a specific plan that he was heading into, especially when you have 2 Giant Slayers. It kind of opens any line to play, right? Whether AP or AD. And I feel like maybe he just got a little bit dizzy on the 2 roll downs.
He was stuck between multiple variations of this Fast 9 comp, in my opinion. And Alan mentioned it as well. I think 2 things really ruined his game plan. The fact that there was so many reroll players spiking early stage 4 that really attacked his HP and made him, essentially have to play for a stabilization on 1 life. And also the prismatic augments coming in 3-2, where you have Radiant Refractor, you have Radiant BT for Nico, you have these huge spikes for reroll comps and for pretty much every comp in the lobby. Whereas Aixok only got invested, which is not really the best version of invested, on 4-2. So I think overall, from 3-2 onwards, he already had a pretty dire game plan.
Well, let's talk a little bit about kind of the bigger picture here then as well. Coming into this one, of course, we knew we have half TPC players, we have half players coming from the Tacticians Cups and from Ladder as well. We saw mostly TPC players, Jenny saw Aaliyah and Blast at Moon in the top 4. But Sori did manage to punch through there and get a top 4. And we know the top 4s, particularly today, are hugely important.
Yeah, we just have to remind also everyone that the first 4 games are so damn important. 4 people relegated, 4 people punch their ticket to tomorrow. So these top 4s, particularly for Sori right here, not coming in as their favorite to come through, like a mega win for him.
I think just game 1 especially, it's all about just stability. I think this is why Jedusor, I've mentioned his game plan looks so good, because it's almost handpicked. Especially if you have a lot of comfort on Katarina from last patch, the fact he can play into immediate tempo Katarina 2 in stage 2, Radiant Refractor Hodge in stage 3, you must feel so comfy knowing that from the rest of the lobby, there's so many Crystal Guardian players. At the very worst, you're building for top 4. Maybe if you don't have a bad matchup against a mech, you could even play for the win in a game like this. So that stability from stage 2 and 3 onwards, that's no real risk for a lot of the TPC players in this game 1. I think I liked a lot.
All right, we've got our overall standings in place here, and we do get to see some surprising results, particularly coming in from the other lobby. We're talking about players who are not TPC players coming in. A boy has no name, managing to grab a 3rd place there as well. So, Trouble, things are looking a little bit more mixed up than maybe I anticipated coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like it also depends on what kind of preparation they've come into this tournament with, right? If you're choosing to play something that potentially is not necessarily very heavily contested, you could be able to just grab those points early on. And again, I feel like players would rather skip having to play the 6th and the 7th game to try and make it to tomorrow and just very heavily contest the first 4 games and go with it. I will say with that particular game 1 that we watched, I'm kind of getting excited with all the reroll lines that are coming through. My favorite one, Crew, did not show up, but I'm expecting he probably will.
And Cressy at the top of the standings, Peter, is maybe surprising to some because he's not in TPC, but this is a player who was very relevant, the best player from the CIS region for most of TFT throughout set 6 to set 12 or so. He's made it to 5 regionals in the past, so he does have experience on the big stage. It's not too surprising to see him doing well in this game 1 and potentially finding himself a spot alongside maybe Dasik in tier 1 next set as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As we talked about at the beginning, there's a lot of regions which are represented only by a few players, including Russia, of course, coming in. But there's a general question just before we pass back to our casters for game 2. Yeah, we know we did see some hero augments in there. We've had some discussion around it as well. Given how much reroll we saw in that first lobby, are we at all recalibrating where the meta is for the tournament based on this admittedly very small sample size?
I'll tell you where it isn't. On the forecasts, we didn't see a single player angling a Jinx, a Samira. Obviously, with Samira, you also have to have the Soul Fighter opener, right? You need like a pretty strong opener to just continue playing on the line. But I feel like, man, forecasts looked so dead in that game 1.
It was tragic. I thought there would be at least one player finding a spot to stabilize on stage 4 and just play for a top 4 at the very end, but even Aexoc, the moment he saw the TF, he just immediately sold the Jinx. Like, no, you're done here. Thank you very much.
I mean, we thought it could be a distinct possibility that even if you were playing the forecast, you were really just space filling until it comes in overall. Something which I do want to bring up just before we get the next game going, because it should be moments away, is the Crystal Gambit approach, which was picked up in the cast. We're seeing a lot of our players bring that in, even very temporarily, just to try and get that extra further boost of power.
I think there's a problem with 2 players doubling down. We saw for Asad Fuego, his game plan, I think, crumbled a little bit in stage 3 once he lost that double down, for example.
All right, I believe we'll have our next lobby come up in a second. So, Troll, of course, we'll be passing off to our casters in just a moment, but we will get to see who these players are. So bear in mind, this is the other lobby. We haven't had any reseeding coming through. And as David pointed out, the big kind of upset from this lobby is that Crescent got a 1st place as a non-TPC player. So we start to move maybe a step closer to your prediction that some of these elite players may not make out of plans at all.
I mean, yeah, I did say 4 of them are going to make it through, and 4 of them are not. And 4 of them are going to be, your classic dark horses. And I actually do believe that TFT it's such like a skill-based esports that you can very easily just come straight out of the woodwork and pick someone else's position that had already established themselves in this community. So I cannot wait to see like all the new stories and all the new players that are just gonna, as you mentioned earlier, make other people go to tears.
Right, looks like we've got our points coming in from the other lobby as well, so we should be there in just a second. But one last thought before we go in: Mighty Mech, of course, was coming in as the headline composition of the entire day, David. But in that lobby, doesn't necessarily completely dominate everything. Do you feel like that was more a fluke to do with the hero organ being so dominant, or perhaps are people finding some other ways to play around how popular Mighty Mech is?
I mean, 2 players in the top 5 playing Mighty Mech. I think it's a pretty good average overall, and I think it's what we'll be seeing most of today. I don't think there'll be less than 2 players at the very least playing Mighty Mech in every single game because of how strong it is and how good matchups it has specifically into things like Hatarina, things like Akali, for example, as well.
Wow, and as we see Clicorn also with the fake your meditation moment right there. Oh, I jinxed it, sorry.
It's speed meditation. Speed meditation is what's going on. We'll hand you back across to Lusha and Alan ZQ for game number 2.
Thank you, Peter. That was a wonderful breakdown. We're seeing the game number 2, the different lobby than the game number 1, but a lot of powerhouses. Pretty much half of the lobby could be included in like the final lobby, and you wouldn't be very much surprised, Lesher.
Yeah. I think Opal and Tartman and also Clicorn, after his very strong showing at the last set's Tactician Crown, are such a big surprise to see here in this lobby. But we did see last game with Jedusov, for example, that they did come here prepared. They did come to play after a very frustrating TPC circuit. So let's see how they match up against these. I would say a more lineup of more like ladder warriors and like Tacticians Cup performers. Crescent, he is a big name in that sense, not a new one, and managed to find a win here in the first lobby. So I think this lobby is very competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if we can spot some difference to the last game. I kind of want to see a bit less hero arguments, because those, again, give you the option to lean towards the different comps, and want to see how the players will adapt if there will be even more mech contenders. Because, again, the comp, it seems pretty strong given how many comps it counters and how many weak matchups it has. What would you say is the worst matchup possible for the mech on level 8 and 9?
Well, we already saw the Nico. I think that one is quite impossible. But on a reroll basis, maybe it's something like Cap Genderboard, but it's really hard to get there. Usually you want to have good single target DPS. So I think if we're going like facing off between Fast 9 boards, for example, the Juggernaut boards, Fast 9, should be stronger than the Bastion boards against the mech, since usually you carry Seraphine on the Bastion board, and Seraphine is not so good at bursting the mech, and neither is TF, but Lise and Braum as a duo carry, like usually they can make some dents into the mighty mech armor there.
Absolutely, but again, Nico Hero is not something you can replicate every game, because, as you mentioned, you need to have some talent and skill for the touch screen. Meanwhile, when looking at the Katsuta board, we see already looking for the power-ups, not so much as a tailoring, but fishing for something as a golden edge, perhaps.
Yeah, I would assume so. Basically deciding to play around the Gnar if the power of it is good. But with the Mundo here as well, this is a very strong opener to also consider going for like a Fast 9 Juggernaut board. Gnar and Mundo is so strong in the early game. And we see Heavy as a crown here as an option. Really popular right now.
Tutrik probably not gonna be a Cho. Wait, actually he had already the upgrade of the Gnar, so going for the 2-star, and he had Mundo and the Nafiri too. Are you fine?
I think our board was fine. I really liked like some more power there, playing for the streak in that way.
I mean,
what we see Tartman.
Okay, hear me out. Going back again to the board, because there was Eon potential slam. We have is the crown with Nafiri too. He could be playing around like just Eon slam or even on the Nar, and like there is no drawback towards that. And like with Eon slam, you can pivot into so many things. You can play around into fast line juggernauts, and heavy is the crown is so potent during stage 2, pretty much giving him a win streak guaranteed throughout the whole stage.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see the crown there as well, but maybe he was playing a scrim with it yesterday, and then I forgot to take it off at Wolves and just died to Wolves immediately.
Just having some bad memories.
So it's crown of PTSD rather than crown of Demacia for him. But who knows? He got some good upgrades there, so probably Katsuta can still play full streak, and it's a different approach. And I always say, especially in these high stakes tournament, just follow the game plan you're more comfortable with. Usually that will be better.
Like if you look at the spot, like you have upgraded back laner, you have upgraded front laner, and they both go well together. And the reason why you pick the dice when you have the random upgraded units, like when you don't have the upgrades. So that shocked me the most. And you are looking more for the item arguments, since those are the best when you have already those upgrades. Meanwhile, we've seen the Opal board just a second ago with Rageblade Slammed and the Sniper Focus.
Okay, pushing level 5 here, so using 2-trick as a gateway into hyper aggression here from Katsuta. Not really necessary to beat this Jenna reroll setup right now that decided to stay level 3.
I think he wants to make sure he beats Opal, because again there was like a Naruto with double slam with the Sniper Focus and the Rage Blade, which was pretty strong with upgraded front lane. So like just making sure if he already went for the line of going for the units, he wins those rounds. Because if he loses the streak here, it's not gonna be looking too good.
Oh, I completely agree there. But you need to take some risks, and maybe he will get rewarded for it later. Another interesting pickup here is this Mono Hero augment. I used to be really OP, like some patches back. I would say now it's more in a fair spot. Not the best slams here for Tartman. So this setup, it's not bad, but I think we need some more juice here to really get going.
Do you like going for the offensive power-up on Mundo, or would rather just slam on the bench the power-up to make sure he gets the defensive one, so he can offset the cost of the casts? Go for that max vitality.
Like, if you hit max vitality, I really like it. I think that's one of the better ones. If not the best, but then usually you can default onto offensive ones, especially because like some good ones like Tankzilla you can still hit while the Mundo is on the board. At least I believe so. I need to check that again myself. But now with Tentacle Smash, I think that's quite an interesting pickup as well. Just some extra CC, buying a bit more time for the Mundo, potentially looking for some scaling options like a Rage Blade then to capitalize on that.
That's our only hero argument so far in the lobby. So we'll see how many other reroll players there will be to help out Tartman to hit that 2 cost of his. Because again, the more reroll players you have, the easier it's to hit because of the unit being taken out of the pool. And if you're the only reroll 2 cost player, then suddenly it doesn't look too good for you because you hit behind the tempo and you might not even spike on a 3-2 if you don't hit your early upgrades. And going for the bow, not finding he'll probably be looking for just to finish up the loss streak here, making sure he doesn't win accidentally to not kill up the icon. Meanwhile, Clicorn pushes level 5, full streak.
Really potent bot here, like a very strong frontline, already potentially setting up Crystal Gambit transition if he drops the streak. And strong frontline and a Malzahar with 2 items, that is something that is always scary as he scales quite well into the fights. Opal also, one of the 3 players contesting this win streak, gets a free win here, so we take those.
Do you default from here just at TF? Or is there something else you would be looking for? Do you like in transition just play some Jinx if you don't hit TF early on 8?
He's also setting up heavyweights here on the bench, holding the Darius, so maybe we can see something like a Smolder Darius setup. That is something that is more of a safe option and a bit on the rise.
But
yeah, usually... yeah, it's okay-ish. If your tempo is good enough. Not like you can use the rods otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, although it's for the front, like it's a crown guard, it's an okay slam. Morello, technically, but that's like really inactive until you go to.
Well, you have Smolder then.
Oh, yeah, fair. Meanwhile, we're looking for the Crescent and Tarteman, if they can face each other while having both on the 4 loss streak.
Oh. Oh, nice. That's what I want to see.
Some Nar on Nar action. Both win streakers faces each other. Some Justice matchmaking.
Yeah.
Looks like the upgrades. Yeah, the Nar with the extra range looks like it might be able to win out because of just the extra range. Slam the Eon last just to make sure he can. Oh, the Eon slam coming clutch.
Good job there.
Yeah. Recognizing he needs that extra item to being able to break the pass streak and preserving, making sure you actually prolong your own streak and deny opponent is at least a placement, if not 2.
And for Opal, now that he lost the lose streak, fast 9 is already very hard. So might need to find some backup. Maybe that is Jinx, maybe that is the Smolder. We'll see.
Yeah, and also this completely shifting your game plan is really unideal for Opal, as you mentioned. Like taking away the plan to just fast 9, it's hard because your comfort spot from here would be just go until 3-5 win streak, pivot to Crystal Gambit, double down twice, go TF, and hit like roll down at 2 lives. But now it's out of the plan.
Meanwhile, we see some potential Xayah also. I am more AD setups here from Ken, and a boy here is slamming the mech items. Gargoyle's kind of an interesting slam, probably there for the tempo, but we do have some Reforger if we don't want to keep it for late game. Also, if the econ ends up poor, we might just pivot into a mentor mech setup or some other AP setup. Maybe this game will be the one where we see some forecast. Like you heard the analyst desk, right? Not a single forecast game or player in the last lobby. So surely there must be someone willing to play those.
If you face a strong opponent, are you slamming here a Gunblade or Crown Guard? Probably Gunblade to go together with those, given it's a pretty decent item for TF.
I would also agree on that. But you can argue that the sword has a lot more options, so a lot more potential on keeping that. But I like just slamming 3 items on the same unit if you're trying to play strong.
Yeah, and you want to start. Oh wow, is that? Oh, but it's
can't
hard.
Do that.
Yeah, too low in HP.
Last second save should be quite alright, yeah.
So
but let's see.
Strong crowd the whole set pretty much.
Okay, got the standalone. That's good. The HP is also damage for the Mono Hero augment, so that's why sometimes you do want this.
Just the defensive ones, pretty much.
Yeah, it's a rough spot here.
Are you more of a fan of the Reforge, Sunfire Vow, or the Anima Visage plus Bramble? Which line would you take here?
We don't really have a good holder for the tank items right now, so I do like getting rid of this tier.
Reforge. Yeah.
And we can slam Striker's Flay if we want to. Yep. Yes. And that means we're probably looking for Rage Bait last, and then we're done. On these hero augments, generally you really want 3 items in stage 3, because this is how you spike. But we see we didn't hit the Mundo. There's also 2 people playing Mundo on the board, so quite hard to hit. And yeah, this spot really... I'm not too optimistic.
Yeah, and looking at the side here at the overlay, we see that players looking for more of the econ, having Crescent picking up the dice, Opal picking up growth, Katsuta picking up the forward thinking. So players going for the econ ones just to spike them out to level 8, some even level 9. So there will be fewer reroll players. We see that Zero Costume going probably towards the Janna. So that will be one of the players helping out Tartman.
Yeah, But also tempo-wise, that's a bit rough because Hartman wants to be strong now, and this board is kind of griefing that power curve. Has to transition into win streak now, but so does Crescent here, or well, Zero Cost Human, depending on which name you go by. And you can see the Nafiri reroll, or I guess not really reroll, but Nafiri natural on the other side, Soul Fighter, and that will be a 4-cost setup. A bit outclassed right now, the poor Nafiri against the Kobuko and the Janna. But
that's a very strong board, given there is a 50 left in the bank.
Yeah.
We've seen just Startman roll down, not being able to hit a single Mundo, while Zero Cost Human just having a potent, a full upgraded board, 50 in the bank.
Okay, let's see what the carousel might bring here. If there's a Samira or Set, for example, our tournament favorites player will be very happy about that. But there's Rice and Volibear instead. Also Jinx for Tartman that decides to, that will be the slam on the Rage Blade. So finally 3 items Mundo 2 should be able to stabilize here, very important.
Is that... Oh, it is Mundo 2 actually. But the question is how deep did Tartman had to go for it? And the question is if the Crescent is in his pool, because I don't think that the board is quite beating the Janna free. I don't know if Crescent found the rod for the final item there, or perhaps it'll be another Sterak for the Kobuko. Meanwhile, Klikornen, 4th streak, level 7, 40 in the bank, Rice, Jarvan already on the bench. Is this looking like a mech pivot?
I would think so, but we can also potentially play just for Mentor Rice here to maybe carry us to level 9, because right now the economy is good, but not good enough to go straight 9. We need to highball a Yon on level 8 to make the 7 mech work right now, but we also saw Day6 stabilizing on 5 mech in the first game, so that's an approach. And also if you see an Ashe here early, might just commit to 5 Crystal Rice.
It might be 3 crystals, just a double down, as we mentioned earlier, pretty healthy. So if he manages to find like 1 or 2 wins here, which shouldn't be too big of a problem with the Marza free items, and then just find the 2 losses on the stage 4, it's a very good position to just go fast 9 into 7 mech.
Well, the shops certainly want to lead him into the mech setup here. I don't think we need help to play mech, so...
Meanwhile, a boy has no name. What are you looking for? Is this just... Yeah, it's just mech, but he's a rolling? Was this a roll?
If in doubt... Yeah, if in doubt, it's mech.
Yeah, the items also, yeah, it just says mech.
But this is a rough spot.
Yeah, you have no really good econ. Like, if there is no reduce coming from the wolves, this looks like a level 8, 15 gold to roll. And this is not the position you want to be in. Yeah, you can sell Ari, but like, yikes.
I mean, we do have Prismatic last of Finale as our region, and you can kind of approach it in a way where you look at the options you get there, because you do know that the amount of augments you can see there is quite limited. So there is stuff like Call to Chaos and Invested that can bail you out. So it's not that unlikely that you get a bailout. But what is your backup plan if you miss? And right now, I'm not seeing any backup plans being prepared here. Would also eat too much into our economy, so yeah.
Yeah, now looking at the Amateur, who is angling from 2-1 pretty much towards the to the Soul Fighters, having a mixed streak, but preserving the life, which is pretty good, and getting the extra cash outs from his 2-1 augment, picking up the Bramble for the second one, just to make sure he can tempo. And in difference here, we can see the econ is there. I think it's not for one kind of econ, especially that he's healthy. It's looking like more 4-2, because you want to roll after all the mech players, because your units are uncontested. Samira said, so you want to pretty much increase the value of your each roll. Hence, you don't want to roll before everybody else. Meanwhile, Opal going in with the also mech, so at least 3 mech players. Van Varus, no Yone so far. Jarvan too.
It's very deep.
I think he doesn't have a... Still no mech. No might mech power up. A bit slow. Finds the mech pilot.
Yeah, quick on that. Decides to do it on the Jarvan first, and now the Aatrox second, feeding right now Juggernaut into the mech, which is really good. Damage reduction on a lot of HP.
Yeah, the positioning mistake probably will cost him a fight. If this was a bit better positioned, this was looking like a good fight for Opal, giving all the upgrades. But Karma dying before even getting off second cast is pretty much the doom.
Also, one important thing here which is really important in these mech transitions is APM and getting ready on time. And you saw items were still on the bench there, so a bit punished by the APM. And we do get a bailout here for a boy with no name.
This is ultra bailout. It enables a fast 9 on 4-5. Like, so we talked like how you can pick free to invest it, to 4-5 it, but when you are playing a whole free to without an argument. But then you can also click it on 4-2, and you can guess what? You can also go fast 9 at 4-5. Literally the same. And like that's why the invested on 3-2 is so much worse than taking it on 4-2.
Meanwhile, a blast from the past here from Ken. Not getting the econ bailout for any fast 9 boards, so decides to settle on this Jinx board with Belt Overflow and Keepers. Has very good items for the composition. Gather Force on the Jinx, probably waiting to pick up a Shojin then from Carousel, and then this this board should look quite strong. Stronger than the 5 mech setup, at least for now. Still missing Poppy though, so needs to do some work, but quite an okay spot, I would say.
So it's a good moment to talk about like the Star Guardians and matchup into mech. I think the problem of the Jinx is if she doesn't get early takedowns, if you position into her, she's really not that good, because she doesn't get the takedown and she doesn't get the ramp. So mech, I believe, should be an issue for the comp.
Yeah, but luckily enough, you do have some AoE that is scaling up, and there will be quite weak melee units, like usually a Yone 1, a Gangplank, walking into your range. So I think there is a chance there, especially because Jinx after 2-3 ramps should have some DPS to be able to actually take down this mech. But the issue is she's also quite vulnerable in the backline. Sure, you have some healing from the Poppy Star Guardian bonus, but still this mech can obliterate backlines. So positioning should be very relevant for that matchup as well.
So in this position, if you're a boy who has no name, what are you looking for? Because again, there is 3 mech players already in the lobby. Are you playing fast 9 as a 4th mech when all the Jarvans, Karmas are almost out of the pool?
Yeah, the issue is like, what really are the options there? Item-wise, I think the only thing that seems somewhat reasonable would be an 8 fast 9 setup, but like that would be Zyra exactly on a Jugger setup, and that is a bit far, and I don't think we have the units for Bastion. So maybe you just need to pray you hit like 1 Jarvan, 1 Karma, and that is enough for you to stabilize and wait for some other players to die.
Given that you're on 33 HP and you're gambling of hitting the units that are like...
I mean, we got a Karma here from Carousel.
This is a long shot. We'll definitely have to look at the boy has no name. He might be doing the roll down now, or I don't think he has that HP to go at 5-1. So we'll be looking at his roll down now, hopefully, to see if he manages to find that units. Katsuta went 9.
Ooh.
With going for the Bastion angle, finding TF Zyra already. Finding the Brown, gets the 6 Bastion online.
With the forward thinking. Really like being able to buy this time as well. Had like some HP from the early game, however now after the 7 loss streak we're kind of forced to roll it down. TF pair that is looking quite promising. We found the Braum. If we make it out of the stage, I think this spot is quite promising. However, ooh, this is rough.
Yeah, Karma 2, Rise 2. Yeah, this is... I mean, he's quite tight. Look at the Shen. Like, it's a Shen 2 with the Belt Overflow. And the TF is scaling. The Gunblade, keeping the Bastions alive. Braum still alive, getting another cast off, getting kickoff. And the cards on the backline doing some work.
Ooh.
And the TF looks like he will carry at the end. Unless the mech takes one swing, takes two swings, and that will be not enough. Katsuta finding the stabilization that he needed.
That's so big. And Katsuta, I believe, also a player that qualified over one of the lower ladder spots on EOS to this regional finals, has not really had the standout tournament performance. So if he manages to transform and like prove his name here, I think that would be a really big boost in morale as well.
Look at the about his name. He waited one. No, he went 9 last. Wait, did he wait or one round?
No, he wrote this turn.
Yeah, that's.
Observer informed me he was holding his money, so waiting one more turn.
Okay, assuming that he thought that he'll be at 2 lives regardless, because he was at 33 before the round, and he's still at the 2 lives, going into stage 5, greeting one more round, giving him pretty much, 11 gold worth, might be correct. But again, he angled the comp, that's literally the most contested comp. 3 other players are playing Megamech, if I'm not mistaken, and no matter how much gold you have, if there is no units left in the pool.
Yeah, and we do see we are just missing the Jarvan, and I think Opal, after hitting the Jarvan 2 in 4-1, was also holding extra copies. Maybe he's still doing that. Would make it like even harder to hit, and surely the Janna player we have in the lobby is also holding Jarvans. Yep. One on the bench, yeah.
Everything. This is with the sponging. That's so much front lane. Ryze getting extra items as well from the Janna. Do you think this is a win-out spot ever?
Oh, depends on whether Katsuta and some of the Max players can make it out here. Certainly should be stable enough for now, considering how strong the lobby is looking. And potentially, if we can streak a bit more, good matchmaking, we can make it all the way to 9 and find our own win condition. So, yeah.
So, I think Megamix, we should not be able to outcap him due to the fact that they are contesting each other too much. Boy Has No Name did find, in fact, the 7 Mighty Mech. But Katsuta might be the issue, because he's playing pretty much uncontested. He did find the double mech pilot, so he should be stable. Can Mundo beat this? He's taking quite a good chunk of his HP. The pilots will jump out soon. Getting another cast off, and it's only Karma 1 with pretty much an ideal items. And the mech will be going down while Mundo is still ramping.
Yeah, and this Mundo has the single target DPS required, especially with this Giant Slayer to take out this mech. And unfortunate 8th here for a boy. We said requires a bailout. The spot was not good. Got the bailout, but then ran into the issue of just Jarvan being too contested, and therefore has to take an unfortunate 8th here. And I still want to highlight, because I talked about the APM required for these transitions earlier, and he actually nailed those here, getting everything done on time, even switching the mech pilot from the Jarvan to the Senna. But all that not enough. Tartman really stabilizing hard here.
The line recognition was the only issue. I think going for the comp too late was just the problem there. You cannot be hitting those units. However, we're looking at the amateur board. Going for the circlet at 4-2, hitting up that 8 Soul Fighter on the Volibear, and we'll see if that's quite good enough to beat out Jarvan. But Samira jumped in and just ate a nuke from Janna going down, and that's not even close to being winning from the amateur.
This is the issues you see with these 4-cost comps in the late game, that the capped reroll boards, that the fast 9 boards that hit their upgrades are just a tiny bit too much to take down, and yeah.
Katsuta is so desperate for an upgrade. He's just missing like both one Braum, one TF, one Seraphine. Finds the 5-cost cash out from the TF, but that's not the 5-cost he needs. Rolling desperately, unable to find anything. Will he opt for sending Seraphine, trying to find either Braum or TF to get the stabilization? It all depends also on the matchmaking. We see that Crashing is the pool, which is the Jarvan player, which is the Janna player, which should cause the trouble. So Katsuta is saying, okay, I'm going off the risk where I get a good matchmaking and I win regardless. And no, he gets the Crescent. And Crescent just went level 8. And that looks like it's gonna be it for him. I don't think that TF can beat this board.
At least the Brown threw away the Kobuko. That buys some time. We are dodging Kobuko ults as well and Jenna with our TF, so we do have some time to scale. Seraphine mode is quite big, but there's still so much HP on this Kobuko, so
That's just one upgrade away for Katsuda to being able to win that. Like either Brown 2, Seraphine 2 or TF would actually win this fight. That's crazy how close this fight was. But again, he had a quite good arguments, but just did not find those uncontested upgrades, which was pretty much his doom. So both players, fast 9, 7 and 8 holding hands.
Yeah, it even waited a bit there until 4-5 with the forward thinking to have enough gold to potentially find an upgrade. So at this point, I'm pretty sure you can complain to Mortok a bit. But still, well done here by Crescent. This Jenna line, this is the comp is not as dominant anymore as it was last patch. This has a lot of weaknesses, especially with the Crystal players holding Jennas in the mid game. But really one of the spots where the Jenna comp shines here, farming all these slightly scuffed mech boards and also the slightly scuffed fast 9 boards.
Elkornen did not find a Yone bailout on 8. Rolled to 0, did find everything else, did not find the Yone at the end. And even going for the cells, just to try to hit it, he knows he's on the death's door, given that he does not beat anyone in his pool. He has all the items to power up the mech, but he does not have the final upgrade there. And that will be not good enough against the Soul Fighters. And Soul Fighters players hitting just a perfect matchmaking to being able to save one more life and allowing the other strong real players to take down others. So perhaps securing even top 4 for Amateur.
Yeah, really liking the Soul Fighter emblem pickup there in 4-2 as well. Soul Fighter Volibear is just so strong. Also allows you to fit 8 Soul Fighter without dropping Edgelord. So a lot of power on the board. Also gives you the pipe dream of actually getting this Prismatic Soul Fighter win out. But I don't think we'll see that here. Just a tiny bit too weak, probably would need level 9 to be able to stabilize there. Also, I'm kind of lacking a Gwen.
I'm not fan of the resistance here on this the set. I think you need a bit more damage. I think power up on the Volibear would be a bit more potent than going for the defensive one.
Oh yeah. Some serious slam, some 2x KO.
Oh,
there are
the
some options.
positioning mistakes here. They got out positioned by Ken, giving that Jinx early takedown on the Xin Zhao looks pretty good, and then Volibear just being stuck on Cassante, just the perfect positioning for Ken. You can
Samira?
see the difference. Samira tries to jump in, but gets targeted by the Jinx right away, loses the aggro. Did not finish it up, but Jinx will clutch at the end. The positioning, all that mattered here.
That was so close several times. Man.
I mean, that's just purely a positioning. And there is no shot. If Amateur positioned this properly or did a mistake, then there is no shot he could win that. That was the best possible positioning from Ken.
Yeah, well done. Probably also swapping sides of the carry there last second. Always important to get these down correctly.
Getting that, the problem was Xin Zhao was going down and Volibear grabbed the aggro from the Jinx so early and just ate a rocket to the face. Losing pretty much entire carry was just a bit too much for him. Meanwhile, Opal secured that 7 mech, finding the lead too with the sniper focus. There is some cookery going on.
That would be so cool to see. I don't even know how it works with the Juggernaut Lee Sin, because he has this cone in front of him.
Is this executionerly?
He's eating the Aatrox, so he probably wants to get Juggernaut on it.
Oh, this is Juggernaut. I was thinking about TGing Senna and putting the mech pilot on Senna just for that crit, for the mech, and just making executionerly instead. I think he's just lacking a bit damage if he does this. But and that's not the case. Like against Amateur, I think he's just the weakest in the lobby. He was not beating anyone anymore. The only matchmaking he could have won was Ken, and since that one was gone, he was just pretty much due to go as a 5th.
And you say you want more damage here, and I think then this Sniper Juggly is quite a good option because that does keep him safe. It worked out quite okay. We can see the cone is kind of a bit weird there, but on the Lee Sin ult, but still working out, securing some more damage. Juggernaut Lee Sin just very, very strong on the current patch. Executioner kind of relies on getting these 3 takedowns and that to get like this global AoE stun, and that can be a bit rough, and it's not so good against mech, for example. So not always your preferred option.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've seen Ken finding Varus too, playing that Jinx carry and Varus being an off carry. On 8, Varus too, while players struggling to find Yone 1 for their mech. And look at that mech! It just straight up disappeared on the Opal side, getting burst down by the Ryze and the Janna. And yeah, he'll be able to take down Opal. So we see that Janna can actually outcap the quite a potent mech board.
Yeah, but we also have best defense on the Kobuko with 3 Stereks. So once the Sterek shield procs, that's just a 1-tap on any target. So you kind of need to position around that by getting your mech out of the Kobuko aggro.
Yeah, it doesn't proc on the Jarvan, on the Mega Mech. So if there was a bit better positioning, it could have been even either way. Because if it didn't proc on the mech, he wouldn't have gotten bursted so quickly, because it was, I believe it was like a 3/4 of HP gone in one instance.
And overall, I must say, with the itemization here and the power-up management, as well as positioning, even though, well, the mech solo front rank makes it kind of easy, I think Crescent really here shows a great way how to handle these mech players in this game.
Yeah, we see that once again the reroll players being pretty much the victorious of the second game, and Ken, interestingly enough, finds the Jinx setup with the 4-star Guardian, making it work and not going for the Force mech like up the other lobby.
Also, yeah, being rewarded here just for being open-minded, settling into one of these lower tier, not S tier, A tier compositions, and still fighting here actually for top 2 and potentially even the lobby win. I believe with the Varus 2, you might even have a shot against this Mundo setup that Tartman is rocking, who like really after having such a rough spot in the early game, really managed to stabilize so well.
Absolutely. Do you think the Mundo can actually take down a W? Like, I've been watching some streams, I've heard the players talk, and they were saying the Mundo is the shadow of its past, and some saying it's even unclickable. Meanwhile, I'm looking at this lobby, he missed his roll down initially, he didn't hit the Mundo. Is this just an argument diff where he did hit Hellcrusher together with last second save, just giving him so much front lane and sustain that it just outcaps the rest of the lobby?
I wouldn't say the augment is unclickable. You can see here, right, that it can still perform quite well. And that's the nice thing about TFT, even if you have not the best composition in the game, but if the other comps are kind of griefing each other and they're a bit behind curve, you can manage to find wins even on these more niche lines that are not necessarily the strongest in the game. So I really like that you do get rewarded sometimes for just being open-minded and playing around your best out. But yeah, well, you can also see that this 4-cost out apparently is something the Mundo struggles with, while Crescent loses the ghost fight and goes down.
Yeah.
So I guess you could make the same argument instead of the Mundo for the Jinx here.
Wow. I mean, again, Tartak leaked the augment without really good components. Then, after Krax, he had still no good components from Mundo. Thunder Reforge, which gave him Striker Flail together with GS, still no Rageblade. He only picked up Rageblade after the carousel on 3-5, where he finally found all the items, together with the last second save, keeping his stage 3 quite stable, and then finding that Hellcrushers Was it a bailout from the Call to Chaos? Was this one of the best outcomes he could have hoped for?
I mean, certainly better than the snipers here, I would say.
yeah.
So, I'm not quite sure. Maybe the golem, the RNG golem, would have been even better. You never know, right? It's RNG. But certainly what he was looking for there, didn't really need the gold. That's all that Tartman needed to stabilize here. But we also see this Mundo, he is single target DPS, and in the late game, especially against Cassante, this is just a tiny bit too slow. So yeah, Jinx reigns supreme here once again as we get some flashbacks from Stargarden Cup.
It could be probably some attempt to try to position Mundo where he goes for the back lane, because this is not working out. No matter how he positions, he's going 9.
Okay, how would you position that then? Because I think that's pretty hard.
I mean, I would try to go Mundo on the top left side and like something like unstoppable with the Vi charging in, and eventually Mundo could lock down on the sniper. And again, he has an option to de-aggro, so worse if something goes wrong, he can still jump back.
Okay.
And again, the aggro would be taken by the Vi in the first instance.
But you do have standalone right now, so if you want to solo frontline, you kind of need to...
Yeah, probably change the power up for more damage.
I think the HP is quite a lot of damage.
Is it more than the good power up, offensive power up?
That's a good question. Would need to do some calcs on that. But I mean, at this point, you saw the fights, right? You need to try something. So I would be down for trying it.
He pushed the level. Like, he won the Brown too. He didn't transition the items.
That should help.
Oh, wait. There are items. Warmog, Sterak, what did he go for? No. Okay. Tank items on Lee. Okay, so this is quite a big spike. Getting Brown 2 on that board. And the Volibear locked in on the Varus. That might secure the win, yeah, for the Tartar.
So yeah, being patient there and spending the gold, dropping all the way down to 1 HP and clutching it out in the end. Big win here by the Frenchman. And still, I would say, good showing from Ken.
Yeah, opening the back line for the Volibear was absolutely massive for him. Finding that win con and being patient, as you mentioned, was the key to the victory. And props to Ken, playing pretty much the comp that we haven't seen in the game 1, being uncontested on game 2. Finding Varus 2 is quite fortunate on 8. But hey, you get rewarded for playing a niche comp.
Yeah. And I think with that, we can say the meta seems to be a bit more open than you initially assumed, especially if the mech players are just griefing each other. So that's nice to see. Let's hope it continues this way after the break.
Yeah, the analyst will cover it for us. Stay tuned.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me. My name is Carlos. People know me as Odesta. That's my in-game name. I'm from Spain. I have 26 years old. At the moment I realized that I was good enough for that game at a competitive level. Was on university, it was like set 7 or something, Dragonlance. I started playing, I climbed a lot ladder, I played my first Golden Spatula Cup. In that moment I realized that I was in a very good shape to play against the best of the Europe circuit. I think the best strategy for climbing on TFT is that you have to keep in mind that that's a strategy game, that's a decision-making game. You have to be very thoughtful about your decisions and how that can affect your gameplay. You want to really climb to a very high LP. You have to keep in mind that and play when you want to play and not when you want to win. I want to shout out all my study group. They know who they are: Dalesom, Srudibu, Reven, Stanishing, Chuso, and my community that still watch me on stream sometimes. So yeah, I want to shout out them.
Welcome back, one and all. Game 2 is done and dusted already, and we are halfway to our first elimination. So, guys, I mean, the players from that lobby, they really need to get some good results, particularly the players who didn't have the best showing from game number 1. But let's jump straight into it. Trouble, I mean, Tartman, what a game.
Man, when I'm telling you, this guy should have gone straight 8th. He should have gone straight 8th. He picks up the Mundo Hero Augment with 0 components for Mundo, 0 other Mundos or any kind of champions that sort of like Mundo likes, like Juggernauts and stuff like this. He hits 3-2, doesn't hit Mundo 2, has even more tank items, has to reforge an item to even make Striker's Flail, and somehow on his last possible round for a roll down, he hits that Brom 2, which gave him the edge over the Jinx board. Like that was a fantastic game coming through from Tartman.
Well, David, let's start opening up the conversation, here in terms of overall approach. Even this early on, we know, again, it's such a volatile place to be in. Kind of, how do you feel like people should be approaching things at this moment and in the games to come?
I think we saw in this game a huge contrast, right, between the high tempo players playing for a lot of stability in stage 3 and stage 4, with something like Star Guardians coming back into the meta and Forecast being played, with Soul Fighters as well for Amateur, which was a top 5 in the end, but I think it's still the general game plan. It worked out. And the same for Crescent with Janna. All these players are spiking early. They're punishing the greedy, coin flippy Mighty Mech players who are playing for this high cap and the win out in the end, and the Fast 9 players as well. And we saw a lot of econ pickups for Cornin, Katsuta, and A Boy Has No Name. And it didn't work out. The coin flip for A Boy Has No Name, he wasn't able to stabilize. He ended up losing in the end, going 8th. Katsuta, the same exact thing happened to him.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Katsuta, Trouble, because we were talking about our Fast 9s coming in. Ultimately, didn't really turn out the way we would have hoped. Wasn't an 8th, but pretty damn close.
Yeah, for Katsuta right here, he went on to a 7th, and that's actually pretty unfortunate because I'm pretty sure he just 5-streaked stage 2. He used the dice, he used the stronger champions that he got from the dice, and then he just snowballed stage 2, and he had an Econ Augment as well, if I'm not wrong. It was quite unfortunate. He just couldn't hit, he couldn't stabilize. He was lucky enough to play a weaker board on stage 4, which actually allowed him to get to the neutrals, but after that, I feel like he got snowballed by boards just capped way stronger.
And something I wanted to bring in as well, David, is, seeing the Janna board coming back in here, I was assured that Best Defense had been sufficiently nerfed that we didn't need to worry about anymore. What's going on here?
It was a triple Sterax setup, so maybe that has a little bit to do with it on this Kabuko. I think overall it just comes to the tempo of the lobby, and like I said before, it's just a comp that when it spikes and you hit your 3 stars, you're very, very strong, and then you start falling off. But if that window of time where you're so strong is large enough, you have a huge HP lead coming into the end of the game, and that's exactly what happened. Crescent had a huge win streak, had a lot of HP leader coming into stage 4 and 5, and this gave him enough time to fall and bleed out to a 3rd, which I think is great considering he had a 1st in game 1. He's now in a very good position to maybe be among the top 4 players after these first 4 games.
Yeah, also King Kitata should be really happy right here with the placement of the Star Guardians, right? It started very early on in this TFT set that it was full Star Guardians, then the Star Guardians started getting chipped out. But right here, he had 3 combat augments, which made that amplify all of the stats that you get from the Star Guardians as well. Found the Varus 2-on-8, which some would say high roll. I'm going to say he just wasn't contested. So if you saw a legendary right there, since all the other legendaries were taken out of the pool, he just hit his Varus right there. But honestly, seeing a lot of the new things is very refreshing, or the old things rather, with the Jinx is very refreshing in terms of how open the meta is.
Well, speaking of things new and old, Aaliyah will be up at the top of the table. Remember, after game 4, we will be cutting away our least performing players and our most performing players. Aaliyah, so far, the only player with a clean sheet. Astonishing stuff.
Yet again, my caster blessing powers are evident. You're welcome, Aaliyah. Don't ruin this opportunity for your next 2 games.
Wait, wasn't he helping you with prep? So maybe he just fed you all the wrong stuff, so he can shine here.
So I said I would return the favor and bless him for this day, and it's come
all
through.
Right.
I mean, 2 first places in a row already. You're not guaranteed, obviously, but in a very good position now to just play 4 top 4s and find yourself in the top 4, and guarantee you're playing in day 1 tomorrow.
Of course, we're going to recognize Crescent for one of the players who was very much dark horse coming to this one, still maintaining good position in 2nd place. Tartman and Jedi saw, of course, Trouble. Players we would be outraged to see not make out of day 1.
Absolutely. I mean, huge names in the scene in general. The one that I'm really sad about, man, is Click Corn and like dead last as we are going to move into our third game of the day. And reminder, the first 4 games are so damn important for today. Top 4 after those 4 games. Lock in to tomorrow, which is regionals. We're currently in regionals play-ins. But yeah, I feel so bad for Click Corn and 1 point and then 3 points. He really needs to step it up and potentially even just push for a first or 8th scenario.
All right, let's get things underway. Game number 3 is here. Well, David, given the what you were saying before coming into this one, you were seeing other players playing for tempo, and like with the component ambles, does that change your approach at all, particularly for our players who need to make up ground here in Game 3?
It really helps for reroll specifically in terms of finding Biss. You mentioned it trouble, especially with the Mundo hero augment last game, where the spot looks so doomed, partly because of the items as well. This is kind of that safety net where you have a guarantee for Katarina, for example, which is very hungry for specific items. You have a better chance to find those items. Also, it's good for just comps that later in stage 4 and 5 have multiple carries where you want to have those extra 2 items that you can guarantee as well from early on.
I feel like it's like a double-edged sword kind of deal. You either go towards the rerolls that Panda talked about, or I particularly find the mech line very item intensive as well, because you can the more you feed the mech as well with extra items that you don't need that are going to give a lot of stats to your mech, the better it is. So the extra items are definitely going to come through for that too.
Oh yeah, I mean that can be terrifying in the late game. You're throwing an extra Rabadon's worth of AP into that mech to absolutely demolish everything. So take a quick look on the right-hand side, though, just see if anyone's spotted out anything interesting. Avatar finding an early smolder early on. Jed, you saw with the early Mundo as well, but looks like we could have some decent starts here for our players, combined with an early silver augment.
We're seeing most of the boards have very similar stage 1 holds for stage 2 especially. I think the entire set, the strongest boards have been focused around Rel and Garen and kind of the Star Guardian / Prodigy opener, and also obviously the Mighty Mech opener, especially this patch where you do want to have the easiest way to transition into Mighty Mech is playing off of the Aatrox and the GP early on. Ooh, hero augment.
Oh, is that Malphite augment?
Is ready,
Okay.
locked and loaded for Asad Fuego.
Yes!
Okay.
Oh boy.
Now, raise your hand if you truly think this augment is good. Wait, I'm going to look at their cameras, guys, and I'm going to tell you if anyone... Okay.
I'm raising both hands.
Counterfeit. Okay, he raised both hands. And Panda as well. Okay.
I will say...
He's a tired. He's a large lad.
The item components are very good. The spot is good in terms of crew wanting a lot of extra items as well to really make the best use of it. He only has 2 copies. I think I would have maybe picked it only off of 3 copies of Malphite, but I do think it is definitely pickable.
All right.
I mean, kill him.
Very proud about it being
We're going to
peekable.
persuade you by the end of this one, when you've experienced the joy of Tectonic Titan just going bap, 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 maging around the place, blowing up absolutely everything. You'll be a believer too.
The thing that excites me here is that if this is a full-on crew kind of deal coming through. Again, I watched a bunch of the Americas scrims through Wajan and Robin songs, and it seems like a lot of the crew reroll lines are completely stomping scrims. But again, scrims to officials can translate very differently, right? And a lot of the players back then were actually dumping a lot of the items on Sivir, which is particularly a carry that a lot of people who play crew have been staying away from, because usually you want to be giving the items to Ziggs and then maybe transfer them over to TF later on as well.
No, with you as well. I don't think the crew has received a lot. Well, I think it's very, very variable, but Blossom Moon decided to go for something variable himself, David. Branching out straight into a Star Guardian emblem, so we might be seeing a little taste of what we saw in the previous game, being able to get up and get those Star Guardians online quickly.
A few weeks ago, this would have been probably a guaranteed top 4 already from this position, having a Star Guardian +1 from a Silver Augment. Not really as oppressive as it was during the Star Guardian Cup as a line in general, but we did see Kankatade, I think, showcase the strength of this line, which is playing it from high tempo, playing it from a spot where you can really stabilize on stage 4, bully, like we saw in game 2, Mighty Mech players, bully Fast 9 players, and maybe not play for a win out unless you find, the chance to go 9 and find Braum 2 and Varus 2, etc. But at the very least, play for a strong top 4.
So as we come close to our first carousel, we'll see how our players to lay out. Of course, it's worth noting, as you can see the points for our players on the right-hand side. We mentioned before, EMEA already our only undefeated player coming out of round number 2 here into the third round. Cut-off will be after the 4, so keep an eye out for our players, particularly on the low points totals.
I'm looking at Sori right here. He's holding a bunch of Bastions and he has slammed that Braids Blade, which, don't worry guys, Ashe is not back, or at least she has not been seen at this point. So I'm assuming this is going to be kind of like a Fast 9 Bastion with backline scenario where you're playing for that TF. However, you kind of have to high roll some sort of Econ Augment to come through with that.
I was going to say that maybe he would be considering Xayah reroll, but I think EMEA is actually considering the Xayah reroll, and I think it's a line that a lot of players are going to be playing more and more this weekend. I think there are going to be spots in stage 3 where you realize either don't have the HP or the gold to make it to a Fast 9 game plan to play for Bastions with TF as a carry, and instead I think a very good secondary plan B is to stabilize on Xayah instead, play for a lower cap, but play reroll instead, and it's actually, I think, quite strong playing for Shen as a main tank.
Yeah, I like it as well, particularly considering the tournament position for EMEA. You know, having 2 wins in place, you only need to get in to the top 4 when the day is done, or ultimately to get out of this one. I think for all of our players, they'd love to be able to be in the initial 4 who get scooped up and brought into week 1 immediately, but ultimately long term, you just need to finish in the top of the tournament overall.
Now, right here, thank you to production, because they told us that's Shen caretakers, which means that Asad Fuego is really going to get hit by all those Shens being taken out the pool. There's already a 2-star Shen on the side of EMEA, and he's going to get one every single time he levels up, right? So when you uplane the crew, you definitely want those 3-star units to come through for the big rockets on the 4 stack.
And this makes the spot really good for EMEA. I think Gen 3 is only slightly worse than Swain 3, but much more hittable, obviously, because Swain's just so contested as not just a 3-star tank in the Bastion lines, but in Crystal Gambit, etc. Whereas Shen, I think, is only slightly worse and obviously very, very easy to hit. I think Xayah as well this patch with less players playing Star Guardian. So I really like EMEA's spot. I think it's very comfortable, and I'd be surprised he doesn't top 4.
Yeah, I just want to tag on to what you were saying, Trouble, before it's about the contestant and the Shen. For those who haven't enjoyed playing the crew in the past, hanging the Shen up to 3-star, hugely important to unlock a lot of the power of the crew composition and really get it rocking and rolling in the game. So keep a close eye as Jejusaur and Sori will go face to face against each other. Jejusaur with a much better tournament so far, both looking to hold their win streaks.
And I'm wondering, was it another caretaker here, if I'm not wrong? Is that a Jhin angle? Are we gonna see Juggernauts with Jhin coming through? Jejusaur's on 5 Jhins.
Yeah, we'll be the Mundo Jhin line. Not really a line that is considered something you try and angle for from the get-go in stage 2, but it is playable, last patch especially. I think last patch, a lot of the reason why it was so playable was the cleanse that Mundo had in terms of countering Malzahar with how oppressive Malza was in so many different comps. But no longer able to cleanse this patch. Not really a meta kind of dark horse counter pick to Malza, but still a strong line from an early Gen 3.
Not a single natural Malphite here. That really hurts.
Yeah, so we've got 2 different ways where this is going kind of poorly right now. But for Jejusaur maintains the win streak, and I would want to correct something which you said before, Trouble, about there being 5 Jhins in place. Currently just on 4 wins.
Oh no. Get me out.
I love that Trouble just looks completely confused and Dave is like, I bet it was a terrible joke. He was correct.
Okay. Well, we're lucky he's not on 4 Jhins, or your joke would actually expand from the 4 wins. There you go, 5 Jhins, 5 wins.
There we go.
So it no longer stands. Nice dad joke, by the way. Well played.
You're welcome. All right, we're coming out stage 2. We've got Jejusaur and EMEA both managing to keep themselves head above water. Again, we've got a lot of action towards our lower cost units here. And Assad, of course, probably with one of the more interesting angles of the Tectonic Titan so far being kept at bay. Jejusaur certainly seems like a player who's really one to watch very closely, but for Klakonen, he is our lowest points player in the lobby. He's really going to need to be hitting first places over these next 2 games to have any chance to not be first down.
And Cornin, he is forced to play into the high roll. He's forced to play into the coin flip. He has only 4 points. He knows he needs a big comeback, not just to survive the first cut, but to maybe even have the points to make it after the 6 games are over. So he will be playing Patience of Virtue into mech. He will be hoping that he has enough econ silver, or Patience of Virtue to silver augment is just pretty insane in terms of how much econ it gives, but you obviously sacrifice a lot of HP to get there.
I think the only positive thing right here for Clicornin is I think only Dasik will be the one contesting him. So I feel like 2 mech players is pretty possible to actually both make it through the top 4. We have seen it previously as well, right? In the previous game, unfortunately for Clicornin, there was like 3 contesting the same line. So right here, he does have his chances. We did mention that he has to go 1st or 8th, kind of like the Volta route, if you will, especially being so low in the standings.
You don't really mind the contest though in this spot because you roll earlier, right? Because you have all the extra rolls and basically the first chance you can go 8s on 4-1, you roll before most players, unless they have a pretty insane econ setup as well.
Well, I do want to kind of to float the idea just to kind of get ahead of this one a bit. Because Trouble, of course, you brought up the difference in this game, 2 mech players versus 3. In terms of the overall expected sort of average finish for the mech players, how much worse is it for there to be 2 versus 3, David?
It comes down to the roll to the roll timing. I think it is relevant, but most of the power of mech is not in. I mean, it is in 2-starring obviously the Jarvan and the Karma, but these are not your carries. The carry is the mech itself. I think the biggest spikes is hitting mech pilot on both of your units and hitting the Yone more than anything. So the contest comes down to more so your general position in terms of your econ, and if you can go to either high roll the Yone or go 9 and find the Yone that way.
Yeah, and also something that I did notice earlier on when all 3 were rolling down is that if they found a 4th unit of whatever they had already, like a Karma or an extra Javan, that will be held on the bench to try and sort of halt the other mech players hitting that 2-star unit, right? So I think you're running into that risk as well. However, here, I feel like since it's like both guys are kind of like playing for themselves right here instead of griefing, I feel like they're both just going to go for the pure hit.
Yeah, it shouldn't be as much problem as it could be otherwise. Do you want to take a second to recognize Dasik on one of the lower points totals coming into the lobby, of course. Another one of those players we're really hoping to see go further in the tournament itself. Has found a pretty good start here for Crystal Gambit. Has managed to build up. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to maintain the loss streak. So he's brought a little too far down.
Dasik's gamble pays off. It is a risky gamble on 3-2, considering I think 3-2 is the most dangerous Prismatic or Gold Destiny round overall, but ends up hitting tons of stats, so just generically good combat augment for anything he wants to play.
Oh, wow. 2 very important hits right there. Both Shen and Xayah in the shop. Pretty important. And I feel like we've seen a couple of Xayahs in all different boards. Obviously, Blast That Moon is going to play an angle towards the Star Gardens with the extra emblem, so there's a Xayah slot in there. I'm pretty sure there's another player that has a Xayah active on their board right now, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it's going to be Blast That Moon. Yeah, so a couple of Xayahs are being taken out the pool. Not the end of the world. However, it's kind of sad that if EMEA is actually angling towards rerolling the Xayah, which is, it looks like he is, it's kind of sad that on 3-3 he wasn't able to hit that 2-star.
No, I mean, that's a huge step forward in power. So look, we'll see how EMEA does here up against what seems to be our Janna Kabuko player for lobby, which fortunately for Kikoran in need of the big finish will be him. We can already see that the board is relatively powerful, picking up Scavenger as well, to try and look for some of those early kills to really snowball these rounds.
I'd really like to see Asad Fuego's board, because he's still stuck on Sivir 2, Malphite 2, and Shen 1. And I'm pretty sure that EMEA is like only 2 Shens away from hitting a 3-star Shen, and that could really be big bad news for the crew reroller.
Big options here for Dasik. Has a chance to go for the Karma, playing into the mech line. Surprisingly for the corner, he didn't go actually for the mech game plan with Patience of Virtue, instead opting to just use the rolls and play for tempo, playing into Janna.
Yeah, I mean, it needs the really huge finish, so maybe not want to take any chance of falling down. Do want to draw our attention to the right-hand side of the screen now. As we mentioned, so we've already got players here in game 3 with very different game situations from each other. Right now, EMEA, Amateur, and Jedusor are top 3 points players coming into this one. Also our top 3 in the lobby.
Ouch, he's got 5 Malphites. Ouch. 5 Malphites and 6 Sivers. And I just want to say that crew, you kind of need some sort of reroll augment to just really get it going, because as we have witnessed in like all the previous lobbies where a lot of rerolls are sort of favored, crew is not necessarily a favored reroll unless there is an angle for it. Obviously the Malphite here augment right here makes an angle to play crew in general, but you really truly need to start hitting your units because the crew damage is what truly carries the fights over for it.
And he did swap over to the mage in stage 3, started off with Max Arcana. You get way higher chances of finding mage as a power-up if you refruit on stage 3, so we saw that come through from outside Fuego. And also because of the itemization, the early slams, or kind of forced to slam for tempo, the Titans and the JG, opts to get the Omnivamp off of his Augment instead of the BT, so has Sated Spellweaver as a second Augment, which makes a lot of sense. But as you're mentioning, Trouble, I think he's behind on tempo, and it's one of these things where you commit to playing something like Crew, and then you scout and realize someone has Shen caretakers and you can't do anything about it anymore, which is kind of tragic in this case in terms of him hitting the full-on 3 stars for Crew.
Yeah, I keep saying bad things because the second you did, he just natural the Malphite in the shop. So I think you're kind of like blessing EMEA, but like through trying to curse, you're blessing others as well. That's fantastic news for you, man. You've got some power in you.
Thank
We
you.
are playing the long game here, David. Well, let's see. What can we say about Kikoran to see if we can find some more Janas and more Kabukos to go through? I mean, right now on a 3-win streak towards the top, about to end perhaps the stage with the streak, but you can see on the other side, we've got already the Karma board, the mighty mech for Day 6 starting to come together with quite some force.
Already the Karma, already the Yone on board. We are in stage 3, so sometimes you coin flip, sometimes the coin has already been flipped for you, and you find out as early as stage 3.
Dude, what? A Karma and a Yone on stage 3. A 1% Yone. That is actually crazy. Because also, we have Lusha and Alan Skew. Obviously, they're going to be on the analyst desk, but those guys are 5 heads about the game, right? So they were explaining how in this particular iteration of mech, you don't need to rush to level 9 to get that Yone in, to get to 7 mech, because you're super stable even on 5. But right here for Daysig, you can just have 7 mech on 8.
That's absolutely crazy. And you can see, Daysig on 7 points, as we talked about before, does need that big finish in. The tons of stats. Great choice to just pour more power into the board. And certainly, David, I mean, I just want to take a chance as we've got the chance here in PvE. For anyone who's not familiar with Daysig and his history in the scene, why would we want to see him go further?
Let me just highlight the item drops as well. Picks up a Rabadon for the mech. I mean, just a really, really insane setup for Daysig. And it is dangerous for players who are on the lower end of the HP, players who are hoping to maybe stabilize on 1 or 2 lives, because suddenly there's a Grim Reaper high roll player who's hitting Lee Sins on 8, who's hitting a Yone early, who has a chance to really take over stage 4.
You know who's really not happy about this? It's probably going to be Kikoran, right? He's literally on the exact same line. He's down to 4 points. He really needs to turn things around in this particular one. And suddenly you look over to the only guy who's contesting you and has a Yone at 7, together with a Karma and a Lee Sin hit.
And he's also got Mech Pilot already set up as well, just for further insults. So there's very little that Daysig needs to be searching for from this point forwards. But we'll go up against Blast the Moon. We've got the Jinx in place already. Remember, the early Star Gun in Emblem, but I do not think remotely can match up power-wise.
Yeah, I have to correct myself right here. He is going to angle Janna for Kikoran. Really good catch from Panda on me right here, because I haven't realized. But that was a quick pivot early to at least not be contested at all on his line.
Touching on Blast Moon's spot that you just mentioned, Peter, very different from Ken Kitade's spot last game, where he is not playing from this huge tempo HP lead. He's not playing from this very, stable win streaking spot in stage 3. Instead, he's playing from 31 HP. So we'll see what Blast Moon can do here. In the patch that was played on Star Guardian Cup, this would be completely fine because Jinx and Poppy were so strong that you were able to stabilize and then win out altogether. But I think in this spot, it's more of a tempo line instead now.
At least finding the Jinx 2 is absolutely huge trouble. I mean, so much of this competition just relying completely on Jinx doing nearly all the damage. We don't even have, the best defense Poppy as a secondary anymore.
Yeah, and I feel like you've got a Gunblade as well, which is not best case scenario. At this point, you had to donkey roll to find your Poppy as well, because you've got Poppy pair, and Poppy 1 is not necessarily all that at this point. However, we're seeing right here a full roll down, sorry, for Sorry, which we kind of assumed, hey, if he gets his Econ Augment, potentially you can angle towards going Bastion frontline. But right here, he's stuck with Bronze for Light. He took his Gamba, hasn't necessarily paid off, and now he's stuck playing some sort of Star Guardian line.
David, I don't want to bring in, since we see Amateur here, bringing out something a little bit more unusual, smaller for one, heavyweights for another, especially with the heavyweight augment to allow them for even more HP. This is something which we haven't seen, I believe, in any lobbies so far.
It's not really considered a S-tier reroll line that you angle or you hard force from a bad spot, but from an early smolder that we saw that he had on stage 2, I think it's a very comfortable line. You can play it, as we're seeing here, off of tempo. Has a huge win streak, a huge HP lead. I'd be very happy to be an Amateur spot, obviously, at this position. Maybe not going to play for first, obviously. Smolder, I think, falls off quite a lot in stage, halfway through stage 5, but he should definitely top 4 from this spot.
Trouble. Let's check in with Dasik. It's interesting noting that we've had so many hits early on, but you were pointing out before the idea of being able to chuck extra items into the mech. Dasik's definitely be able to do that. He's loaded this mech with a huge amount of AP. We can just see how hard it hits.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like the position right here is very important, right? You isolate the mech in the middle of the board, and then you put each of the ones that are jumping into the mech, which are the 2 mech pilots, on either side of the board. So when they jump into the mech, everything pretty much funnels around the Galio, and he can basically AoE. Now, the problem here is that Dasik did roll down heavily on level 8. He's level 8 0 and did not manage to hit that Karma 2.
And also the tons of stats, right, help him so much, because these are also stats that the mech will benefit from. So just a really, really insane setup, both in chops and carousel, the Karma pickup in stage 3, and the augments for Dasik in this game.
You think he gets a second Yone here? Nope.
The corner is like, I pivoted, but I'm not going to make it that easy for you, Dasik.
He just ratted the Yone, it's fine.
Well, I mean, Dasik and Kakona are kind of roughly in the same tournament position as well, so double motivation to try and keep out. Remember, only this game, after this game and next game are concluded, not just our top 4 are promoted, but our bottom 4 are eliminated. So you're going to do anything you can to try and stay out of the way, as Sorry has found a very early TF and Bastion board.
What? TF2? That was a level 9 angle with 0 econ augments into a level 8 TF2. And I'm assuming he's also going to slam right here the Giant Slayer, Kraken Slayer. This is pretty good news for Sorry.
If you're this lucky, David, if you're this lucky, you never need to say sorry.
Really insane setup here. The Volibear, once we get items on this Volibear as well, I think he'll do really well as a secondary carry. Really, really good spot overall. I mean, I'm not sure where this TF came from exactly, but might struggle with the mech a little bit.
Oh. 1 into 3. Wow, is this actually not going to be good enough? Even with the buff to Kraken Slayer Trouble to make it proc easier. And all the luck in the world, Sorry, goes down to 11 HP. What a world it would be in to say, I hit the world's most ludicrous luck and potentially still went 8th.
Yeah, okay,
this
to be
is the
fair,
issue I mentioned with a Fast 9 player coming into 2 lives and then facing Dasik and losing it now on 1 life. So if there's any other player that really high rolls or roll down or that are set up in stabilization coming into stage 5, Sorry could be out. And we saw already 2 times in this tournament, right? Katsuta as well. This Fast 9 game plan that you just don't have enough HP, you don't stabilize hard enough, and you go 7th or 8th.
Talking about stabilizing hard, you've got the extra strat spot right here for Klikonen. Hits that Kobuko 3, that Jana 3, which we actually saw top 3 in our previous game that we had on our screen. So pretty well set in terms of getting onto that game. However, I'm looking at Asad Fuego's board, and your primary carry and only carry right here is that Malphite still stuck on Shen 1.
He's doing his best. You said people have been raiding the crew supply throughout this game, which is extraordinarily unfortunate. But both of them in a tough position. Kakon on a lower HP than Asad, and I think we'll be able to sneak out this one with both Ajana and Kabuko surviving. Asad goes down to 18 HP. We've already got half the lobby close to dead.
Yeah, just a tough game here from Asad Fuego. So many things going against him.
Do it. Rocket grab. Oh, man.
All right, so Treble, as our crew expert on the field, we've got Mage, we've got our 3-star Malphite.
That's not crew, man. Listen. I'm a crew fangirl when it's pure crew. Obviously, because you're angling towards Malphite right here, you have to slam the 6 protectors. Plus, also, again, if you angle the pure crew line, this primarily relies on Malphite tanking everything for ages, right? Plus, you had no Shens. There is also a Bastion player. There's a Leah who has that 3-star Shen. It would be absolutely impossible to hit towards the line. So 6 protector is the line right here. The hero augment is on its own not the strongest right now, so that's kind of the sad news.
I mean, it's the final insult, David, isn't it? When you've got a potential crew player in the lobby that Sorry is going to hit TF2 way before the quote-unquote crew player is going to get anywhere near it. We're down to the line here, Sorry, with an incredible board. I think this time round doesn't have the same issue as before with the unkillable units. Might be able to punch through and take out the Janna, but it's going to be tight.
Looks like TF's doing it now. Volibear acting as both a tank and a carry here. Can the TF take on the tank in time? Janna's already onto him, though. Looks like the Cornin might survive. Ooh. No, he gets taken down. And now both of these players are on 1 life, so it's a very dangerous spot to be in. I'm not sure I like the Cornin's game plan of playing Patience as a Virtue into an early roll down for Janna, considering I think it's not really as oppressively strong as it was last patch. I think maybe just gambling for Mighty Mech was a better plan overall, especially considering he has only 4 points in this tournament till now.
Yeah, and I feel like right now it's kind of a gamble on who's going to face Dasik first. He's on a 6 win streak, 50 gold as well. Still level 8. I'm assuming he did roll quite hard to find his Karma too. Not sure if he actually managed to do that yet. However, we're seeing the 2 players on 1 life. You face Dasik. This is most likely it. Oh boy. Click corner, no!
It's
on the right as well.
On the side. Yeah, we've got Max on one side.
Going down.
Yeah, we'll be off elimination, surely. I mean, Sorry, couldn't have asked for the better board. We've got the Mage Malphite dancing through. I think it might just have enough damage. It's got the CC immunity there to cut through a lot of this one. We'll wait to see if that shield evaporates. And no, it's gone. And whether it be Crew or whether it be Protector, the Malphite hero augment goes no further.
And maybe it's just results-based, decisions after this, but Cornin has to feel bad about his game plan, about leaving the spot so open for Dasik as well. Obviously, Dasik, I think, high rolled the Yone early, and everything kind of worked out for him. But I think the Cornin definitely had a position to just hard force this line, especially considering he had Patience of Virtue, which I think is the strongest. It is the strongest silver econ augment in the game.
And I feel like something must have gone completely horrible for Glycorin because he had Scavenger as his second augment. He also didn't have a 3rd item for Kobuko, which I feel like it really, truly hurts the entire line because by the time Scavenger came through, there was a Giant Slayer suddenly on your Kobuko, and that's probably not the item that you want for him to tank. But Glycorin right here with a very scary first 3-game performance as Blast at Moon, also with his life on the line.
Yeah, it's got the, unfortunately, no Shojin, just a Hextech Gunblade, but maybe he keeps Poppy up just long enough. Blast Moon could be out here. The Gathering Force gets a lot of work done, and no, gets just pushed across the line. Blast Moon was on 8 points, so that is not a good finish for him at all.
That's a tragedy of playing Star Guardian from the spot he was in, where he got it from branching out. He didn't have a board tailored for it. It's not like he picked Star Guardian +1 because he had a Star Guardian opener and was playing Crystal Gambit, I believe, in stage 2. So just didn't have the traditional early game strong start that leads into just a high HP stage 4 and then eventual bleed out. He was starting to bleed out from 30 HP, which is why he's ended up here in the 6th place position.
And very importantly right here, I feel like Jedusor has gone completely under the radar. I feel the way he's been picking his lines have made it pretty impossible for him to not top 4, right? He's playing the Jhin reroll right here through the augment, gets pretty much Jhin 3 for free, and right here he's just looking to level up. He's level 9, he's looking potentially for the Varus 2, Brom 2, so there is potential on the board to get even stronger.
And Jedusor didn't get the 3-star mono, so instead is using the set instead. Sorry, though, on the tail end outside here, do you want to highlight some of, as we said before, our high points players, Jedusor, Amator, and Aaliyah, all doing very well. Dasik's up on the top. Checking with Jedusor, that's the 3-star.
Look who's facing.
We mentioned before. And it's one of them's surely going to get knocked down.
The battle
What's stronger
of
right
the
here? A
juggernauts.
3-star 2 cost or a 2-star 5 cost? Stay tuned.
In theory, Jedisor should be weaker off of the reinforcement pickup and just deciding to go for a lower cap, but no, he just is way too strong. Going back to what you mentioned, Trouble, with Jedisor's game plan, it's really nice that he hit this first spike with Jin 3 and then pick reinforcement, knowing that he had to have a way to also stabilize his front line, and went for the set 2 off of that, and then was very stable in stage 4 thanks to that pickup. Understanding he's maybe not playing for a first, probably scouting Day 6 spot and saying, okay, this guy's going first regardless, so I might as well play for HP, and did a very good job, I think, of all his augment pickups this entire game.
I feel like we have not seen a single 5-cost line just make it over the line. I think Sori was the only one who was that close to breaking that top 4, but it just seems like you need so many resources in terms of gold and items to at least have 2 very solid backline carries whilst also having a tank over in the front line. So Sori not gonna break it through the line right now off the top 4, sorry. And it seems like the Jin 3-star is actually working for now for Jedusor. He's also not in the cusp of elimination, so if he does get to the PvE round next turn, he does have a chance of hitting that Varus too.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really, really good for Jedusor. Day6, though, maintains the win streak, and he's the one who wants to draw the most attention to coming out of stage 5. You can see he's on 7 points, the lowest points out of the remaining 4 in the lobby at all. So this is absolutely huge for him. If Daisy can stick the landing here, maybe get a first place and propel him right back into the mid-table.
I think we'll finally go 9 as well. So the strong will only get stronger as we move into stage 6. I think it's going to be very, very hard for anyone to defeat Daisy in his augment setup, his item setup. It's really insane for Mighty Mech. Leah did a really good job this game as well of having Shen caretakers, understanding that a lot of the Zayas were taken out of the pool, and knowing that he doesn't really have to roll because Caretaker will give him that Gen 3 anyway, so instead pairing it with a Jinx 2 and finding a lot of stability off of that as well.
Level 9 roll down.
Upgrade.
Has a Lee Sin pair already as well.
Oh, okay. Not bad at all.
As the TG.
Right. And also, bear in mind, guys, so this was all happening with a Karma 1 before this point, so just all the pieces that are coming together can get even stronger. Up against Jedusor, Dasik on a 10-round win streak. This could very well be his game of the playoffs that allows him to stay in the tournament entirely.
For Jedusor, yeah, there's not even a single chance that this mech is going down to Jin. I think Jedusor is happy with probably a top 3. I think Amator is a little bit weaker, and his game plan was just for a top 4, basically. Like I mentioned before, I think Smolder really starts falling off in stage 6 especially. So I think Amator likely goes 4th here and Jedusor 3rd. And I think everyone kind of expected this placement in this game from 2 stages back, probably.
Yeah, and I feel like if you also had more aggro items, or to like something like a Darius 3 together with your Jace 3, then you could potentially start thinking about, okay, there's a triple carry right here. Potentially you can execute through that front line. However, it's only that Jace and the Smolder. And Amateur is going to pair up versus that Jin. So it's either or from the 2 rerollers remaining in this lobby.
I mean, I'd love to see the Smolder manage to pull this one off. We can see there's still a decent amount of single target damage, but when you've got the 2-star Lee Sin on the other side of things, there's just too many pieces coming together here. And as you said, David, Amator going out, Aaliyah will be going out on the same round as well. I think so you can see him celebrating there, so I'm assuming he did manage to land at 3rd place, but we'll check in a second.
It's as if he won.
I think you'll never see a player celebrating that hard when he's being knocked out from a game.
You know what? This is kind of equivalent with, Soldier rolling down, hitting nothing and getting 7th. He's like, isn't that pretty much a win? And you just celebrate because you hit nothing, but you got 7th instead of 8. No, but this is important, right? You lock in another top 3. Aaliyah coming through with 2 firsts, if I'm not wrong, right? He had 8 and 8 points. And again, the 3rd right here, I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but he should pretty much be locked and loaded if he can top 4 or get some good placement in the next game, which means that he would be able to punch his ticket for day 2 without having to play the last 2 games.
And that's hugely important. Just a little bit of extra time, a little bit of extra study is going to make all the difference, especially because you can be watching some of your opponents and preparing for them to come as Dasik looks to do the victory lap. We haven't even got the full itemization on the Karma, but that mech is so ridiculously strong, just ripping through the board. Genusil dropped down, but Dasik takes the win in Game 3. He's back into the standings. A huge win for him.
This is a key part, I think, of TFC. A lot of the players that did well in this game realized from early on how strong Dasik's spot was and adapted their game plans, even just ever so slightly in terms of how much more you have to play for your HP in stage 4 and 5, knowing that you can't play for the win now because someone is just so far ahead of the rest of the lobby.
And I'm just kind of, I feel like a little bit the what ifs from the set of Glicorian, because I'm like, 2 mech players can still make it. You can still top 4, right? But for Glicorian, it's no longer a top 4. It's a win or go 8th. And unfortunately, it was the latter.
Yeah, I certainly do feel bad for him, especially as you said, with this being such an important part of the tournament. But we'll be going to a short break while we do gather all the results of the round. And of course, we'll have an analyst desk break down that last game and where we are in the tournament overall as we head into very close to our first eliminations of the tournament. So stay tuned and we'll be back momentarily.
Hard work pays off, and Solo Gasang knows it. Few players live and breathe TFT in the way that Solo has across his career, not just as a competitor, but as a content creator, as a streamer, and as an indispensable community figure. Despite his dominance on ladder, in the early stages of his career, Solo seemed unable to convert in high-stakes situations, never really dominating tournaments in the way his ladder rank heralded. Set 14 was one of his best performances to date, thanks in part to his addition to the mouse roster for EWC 2025, evolving from a lone wolf into a much more complete player, and capping it off with a top 10 finish at last set's TAC round. The German competitor enters his 11th regional finals this weekend, but an inconsistent performance across this set sees him having to fight to keep his spot in the pro circuit. His tournament success usually revolves around his prep, choosing to master a few specific comps and execute them to perfection. Will Solo have the right read and live up to everyone's expectations?
We just finished game number 3, and what a game was that! There was happening so many crazy things, starting from the 2-1, when we had a very cool combination of component anvil together with the particular silver arguments. Talk us through, Lesher, what was happening there.
Yeah, so component anvils usually indicate that you want some form of directions. You really liked any augment that gives you units because you can immediately slam items. So we see, unfortunately, only one hero augment, and that didn't work out so well, but more on that later. But what worked out better were the Caretaker's allies and also the Slice of Life in a way, but for different reasons for Dasik. The Genusil here, especially getting the Jhin here as a strong backline option and then slamming the frontline items, interestingly, on the Mundo just to make sure that this Jhin with like high base DPS gets to free fire, really working out. Elia as well, capitalizing on tempo, skipping forward, thinking in 3-2, just setting himself up for success here later.
Absolutely. Going from the top, what happened for the Daisy with the slice for life? You could say, oh, he high rolled Yone from slice from life. That's okay. That it happens. No, he natural Yone while angling towards the mech with the slice for life in mind to have that option to hit either Lee or Yone, but that was not required. He hit 4-1, 2 mech pilot, 7 mech, which just skyrocketed him, catapulted 2-9, securing a top 1 with the final board cap, as you can see on the screen, followed up by the Jedusor. This is worth highlighting what happened here, because Jedusor found pretty much early copies of the Jin together with the Caretaker, which allowed him to go fast 8, pretty much natural link Jin free, and he picked up the argument that allowed him to find set 2. Normally you would go for the Cassante to there right away, but he went for the tempo, which allowed him to just go straight up to 9, similar to Daisy, setting themselves apart from the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, and also recognizing playing for tempo here is the correct thing to do, especially considering that Daisy basically won the game already in 3-6, and the rest of the lobby knows that after hitting that Yone. It's just like really good decision, and also really punishes the players that are a bit behind. You saw Blasted Moon there, who had the Star Guardian crest early, so another form of direction you can get in these 2-1 augments there to go with your components. However, being contested by Elia on Star Guardian units, really just a bit behind curve, especially considering that we also saw like this TF2 at, what was it, like 4-5. We saw like going for Smolder 3 and 4-2 after just leveling to level 7 in 4-2. Just a lot of players really high rolling their units a bit, and that led to the bottom 3 in this lobby just being severely punished.
That's an excellent point, where we have the Malphite hero argument, which is not ideal, but like, again, it's a silver argument lobby, so you'd be thinking it should be okay. We have component anvil, so the items will come sooner. But the problem is, Asa didn't quite hit these units on tempo. On top of the Elia hitting the Shen of the Caretaker, and then Amator finding the very early Smolder, as you mentioned, on the 4. I think it was initial roll down, because he pushed the 7 on 4-2, and then we just look at his board and it's spoon-fed Smolder free, and then is high rolls such a hitting Star Guardian spot of the branching out wasn't even enough to secure top 4, because something as you would consider a high roll, it wasn't even a high roll in such a lobby.
Yeah, and that really just shows how important it is to keep track of what is happening in the lobby and adapt accordingly. Also settling on this Smolder reroll direction specifically, I really like it. Usually in these reroll lines or 3-cost focused reroll lines, you have like 2 or 3 threats on units you want to itemize and like carry, and these extra items are really important in getting these going, especially on time. You want to have your 3 items and 3 good items ready for 2 units in 4-1, 4-2, and this is exactly what we saw here. Smolder stabilizing just that bit enough to secure the top 4 placement here for Amator.
Yeah, we're looking at the leaderboards right now, and we see the clear dominance from Elia. Are you proud for your boy, Lesher?
Like, if it means that Elia can perform well here, I have more hope for me tomorrow. So yeah, it's very nice to see that he's doing well now. But on a serious note, I'm glad the prep is paying off, and he's finally in having a bit more confidence, and also like just being able to focus on playing and executing the game in a clean manner, which he wasn't really to do earlier in the set. So it's good to see that he's not washed and he gets to show his true potential here in a way.
Yeah, we see a clear difference between top 8 and below. There's a 3-point difference between those 2 group of the players, and it'll be hard to catch up for the rest of them, because again, after the next game we're getting a first cut of the 4 players. The bottom 4 will not be competing in the final lobby, but also will get another cut that will be top 4 players, which will be going directly to the week 1, day 1 of the finals. And yeah, the players are getting ready, as you can see.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this lobby specifically, what this means for this game 4 is that Tatman can probably play a bit more safe go for these safe top 4 plays that will secure him placements rather than like making him drop out. He's 5 points ahead of the cut right now, so really needs like a bottom 2 placement to even not make it already to week 1. While A Boy Has No Name and Katsuta, on the other hand, they really need to play some risky stuff here. Maybe go for the Daisik tech and just hit the Yona there in 3-6 to secure your points and keep your shot alive of making it out here.
This is a very interesting point because we've seen the previous game Elia taking a safe route, given that he was ahead on points. Again, you don't need to play for win out, you just want to get top 4 and get out for the next day. So instead of going for forward thinking, which was really premium in his spot, he opted out to go for a bit safer route. So here again for the Tartman could be very similar strategy, so it's worth to keep in an eye and see if he goes, perhaps he feels like lucky and just tries to close out with another W to not have to play for the final week, or he'll just go for the consistent line, just trying to secure that 4th, 5th place in his position should be just enough to make it through.
Yeah, and we can also extend that example for with the 3-2 augment picks for the low points players, because we saw Daisik and Sorry, who both are low on or were low on points, taking the School Destiny in 3-2, which is quite risky. You can hit stuff like Golemify forward thinking, which can mess your game plan up. So yeah.
I mean, absolutely, we can say that the Daisik high rolled last game, but if you don't open yourself to those high rolls, you are gonna be missing them out. So like every time it presents to you, you have to be ready for it.
Oh, look at the cat there in the background for Tartman. Maybe that's a good luck charm. Maybe the cat was playing all along and that's why it went so well. Who knows?
Absolutely. The lucky charm is always nice to see. We see that Katsuta, A Boy Has No Name, has to pretty much lock in those games. He'll be playing a lot more high-risk TFT just to catch up those points because they are on the chopping block for this game. I believe they need at least like a third to not be out. And then if they make it through the next game, then they still need to catch up to the rest of the boys that are in the top 4 after the cut.
Yeah, and talking about the risk, you saw with Basic, like a good player also recognizes when is the correct spot to take these risks. And yeah, let's see if Katsuta and the Boy Has No Name has what it takes to transfer or convert these risks into high placements here in the last game. And we could see on the screen there from A Boy Has No Name on the camera that the loading screen is almost ready. So let's take a quick last glance at the points to see what's at stake here before we load into game 4.
Yeah, so we see the Katsuta and Click Corner are pretty much 3-4 points behind, so they need to get like 3rd, 2nd even to make a comeback. In terms of the, like as you mentioned, recognizing the high rolls and making the use of them, you can also like sometimes panic. You are like, oh, I hit the Yone, I could try to go fast 9, but no, like you have to recognize how much stronger you need to get to be stable of that. So he recognized that, he went for the 7 mech, which stabilized him, and then he was able to, he didn't need to go for Karma 2, he didn't need to go for the Jarvan, like all those 1 star 4 cost was just enough to get him there. But then, looking at the rest of the top 4 players, maybe not Crescent, but like Jedusor, Tart and Delia, they just need to play a solid TFT. They don't have to go risky, they don't have to go forward thinking, they don't have to go big cash outs Crystal Gambit, just a solid top 4 and good to go for the next game.
So, what's your prediction? Who will make it out here out of this game 4? Who will we see cut?
I mean, I'm a prime Elia hate watcher, but it's hard to hate watch someone that he's just leading in points. And like honestly, I met half of those players and I wish them all the best. I think Daisik, I hope he's gonna make it. There was some choking in the tournaments before, but after watching his performance today, I think he's locked in and he's good to go and show what he's made of.
Yeah. Personally, I would like to see Assad, which we won't be able to see here in game 4, staying alive here. I think he got screwed over a bit in the games we saw, both by Elia griefing his double down earlier, and then also now Elia again griefing with the Shen when he's already committed to the Malphite hero augment. So yeah, I feel like Assad can deserve some love from the game here at that point.
Absolutely, and we see also some names that like pretty much are long time contestants, like such as Opalo and Blast. We expect them to do well based on just the experience from the previous sets, but this set has not been too great for them.
Yeah, and with that, let's see what the casters have to say here for our fourth game to guide us through who will make it out.
All right, thank you so much, Lusha and Anzi Q. It's elimination station here with Trouble and Impetuous Panda once again to see which of our players get to be promoted and which of them will have their tournament run end right here.
A huge responsibility, I think, for some of the players in this lobby to try and finish in the top 2. Katsuta, I think, is on 7 points. Boya's name on 9. I expect the cutoff to be around 13, 14. It's strange because we don't normally cut off bottom 4 players in a 16-player tournament like today, but I have to expect it's going to be around there.
And again, I think playing it more on the safe side and saying, okay, 4th, maybe a 3rd gets me in. I feel like, again, it's a case of 1st or 8th, because even if it gets you in to these 8 spots to play the 5th and the 6th game, you still need to qualify through that. So the more points, obviously, the better it is for you.
It's a really tough situation to be in to say, yeah, you're just trying to keep your head above water, but you will have no further chances before down here. You said, David, currently 9 points is the cutoff, so around 13 is what we're expecting. Keep your eye on the points on the right-hand side, of course. We've also got the players who can look at promotion and not have to play the last 2 games of the day. Tarman, of course, off the back-to-back wins, is a favorite to be moving straight up and over.
And one thing to mention with Prismatic Finale, Lusher mentioned on the cast, I think it was during game 2, there are not that many Prismatic augments on 4-2 in this set. You have a fairly good chance of kind of tailoring or looking for a specific augment and expecting a certain augment. Max Cap was one of the examples before it was removed, and now there's even one less augment, for example, on 4-2. But you have some guarantees of hitting specific things if you're planning for them.
Ooh, 9,000 volts. You do have Nashers if you want to. You've got the bow if you want to play around that. I'm not sure if he's got any cannons on his board. He actually has 2 cannons on his board. That would give him a 2-star cannon plus a bow. I think you can definitely consider it.
Well, Opal's one of the players who's most interesting.
Here comes.
He's going to do it. He's actually in a position where he could go either way here. You're talking about players who make it out or potentially get eliminated. He's on 12 points overall, so towards the low end. If this Kennen hero open doesn't go well, it's going to be a disaster. But Trouble, you noticed Kentade found an incredible start for himself.
Yeah, the double orb right there, giving him Darius plus Malzahar. You could be looking towards potentially playing the double combo right here. However, on the other side, the slam of Hodge onto that Darius. Maybe Boy Has No Name is also angling the same thing, because like Hodge is a very specific kind of healing item that you potentially pop onto things like the Katarina even.
I'm expecting A Boy Has No Name to probably play into mech with the Hodge Slam, if I'm honest. And I think A Boy Has No Name, similarly to Horo X, another CN player who plays in EMEA, they are very stat-driven players. They are meta-driven players. They do tend to... I mean, we saw it from Boy Has No Name already last game, but he does try to play for the strongest comps in the meta very often and kind of hard force him to some extent.
Does give that reliability, which of course is something that can serve you extremely well in the tournaments, especially because these are a matter of inches games, of course. Trouble, playing in lines which you're not 100% familiar with could end up costing you a placement. In this case, could cost you the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly if you're pretty low on those points as well. And I mean, 9 points right there. Again, you have to play either 1st or 8th scenario. And we saw how Dasik started with the same exact augment, right? Slice of Life. And he just high rolled on level 7 a Karma and a Yone. So, I mean, A Boy Has a Name probably heard about this. It's like, hey, that augment seems kind of OP. It gives 5 costs as well. So potentially angling the mech is not a bad idea if you are looking for the first place.
For Katsuta here, potentially angling Kale reroll has a decent amount of copies for now. I think obviously the JG Slimer is still open to other things. You can still play for Janika Buko. He has a copy of each. But I'll be curious to see if he actually commits to playing for Kale in a game where he has to pretty much play for a top 2.
How?
He looks troubled.
Mundo and 2-star Vi. I wonder if he's actually used one of the duplicators already, because 2-star Vi, 2-star Mundo that early. Okay, he has.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, it's EXO. Okay.
And EXO is one of our players who is fighting for the life. So, I mean, EXO, A Boy Has Your Name, and Katsuya from this lobby, they are in the elimination zone, particularly if they don't get that big, that big finish they're looking for. But yeah, this is a really interesting board, David. Like, apparently EXO just looking for early power to keep the HP up.
I'm not so sure I think it won't be any kind of reroll line. He's just playing using the duplicator for immediate tempo. And essentially it's kind of an econ augment in terms of the HP you preserve in the early stage, in stage 2 and 3, if you can win streak most of it, is essentially time that you can have more econ to go fast 9, is probably what Xtalk is thinking about as his game plan.
Yeah, preserving that HP is going to be absolutely everything. As we check back in with our pal with the 1,000 volts, itemization isn't quite there yet. I know, certainly, Trouble, I've struggled to get this hero to work. I don't know if you've had any better luck yourself.
I mean, I feel like it was hit recently. It was much higher in terms of ranking on how strong they are. But I'm wondering right here if he wants to go straight towards that Rage Blade. Or potentially just hit... There you go. Yeah, he's going to pick up the rod right here. He did have, again, we mentioned that he had the... Not the dagger. Oh my god, I'm blanking out. The bow. There you go.
Oh,
yes. He didn't slam the Nashers because he wanted the Rage Blade, right? But a 3-cost with a rod, he'll take that.
I think it's also an augment that you really have to snowball stage 3. You have to hit the Cannon 3 fairly early and preserve a lot of HP and have a fairly big win streak stage 3 until midway point through stage 4, ideally. You can't really lose streak all of stage 2 and 3 and then hope to somehow top 4 still with Cannon Hero augment. Even with Akali helping out in terms of the damage you have in stage 4 once you hit her.
Yeah, it certainly feels like with the right setup, it can be overwhelmingly powerful, but it does feel like a big gamble to be taken here by a parlor player who is in such a volatile taunt position. Since we've got a moment to check across the rest of the lobby as well, we can see that, of course, we've got our initial streaks in place. We can see Ken starting to build up a little bit of that momentum. I think the Silver Destiny into the Thieves Clubs certainly allowed him to get off to the races. And of course, having the Malzahar and Darius drop straight away is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, and when it comes to, like, we're looking at Hartman's board right here, and he's also got 21 points. He's one of our leaders when it comes to being towards that top 4. So I'm assuming he can pretty much angle whatever he pleases from this point onwards, right? You can angle towards a Jinx and play, again, towards the Star Gardens. You can angle towards even something like an Akali. I'm looking at his bench. I'm seeing double Darius. I'm seeing a Kennen. You could potentially angle again towards that Akali as well. So I feel like Nashers is just such a widely open kind of component, kind of item that you can build towards many things. And I feel like it's actually pretty strong in the early game as well. So if Tartar manages to lock in a top 4, I think he'll be very happy.
I think it's really going to depend on his 3-2 augment probably to find some more clear direction.
All right, there we go. We've got everything out of the way, but Topman off to a decent enough start. Oh, no, there we go, back again. All right, well, we'll update you guys as soon as we know. We're being told that, yes, perhaps the keyboard that the keyboard cat was using to play the game is having some connection issues, so we'll make sure that gets sorted out.
Okay, hopefully the cat wasn't the one slamming the Nashers, because that could be kind of disastrous. But also, if the cat did slam the Nashers, then great read that the cat has in terms of the meta. Again, a very versatile item.
This is a really good spot for some players to second guess their game plans, second guess their current direction in stage 2, and really think, for the results that they need, because there are obviously going to be very differing results that players are hoping for after this game 4. Is their game plan aligned? How does their game plan compare to the rest of the lobby? You can already kind of predict in which direction most of these spots are going and who has a chance of playing for a win, who has a chance of playing for a top 4, who's doomed from the start, and maybe you can already outplace them easily. So any amount of time has to be used here effectively to try and get any slight strategic edge.
And this is such an interesting, situation to be in here in game 4, knowing that, I guess it stands in contrast, Trouble, with, formats like Checkmate, where you're really trying to keep someone else from winning. This format here feels like it's very much more, particularly for our low points players, about raw survival and just trying to get yourself 1 or 2 places higher than you might otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely, because right here it's the play-ins again, right? We're heading towards the regionals weekend, which officially starts tomorrow, but right here you are fighting for a chance, for a slot, for a seat into those regional finals, right? Into getting to qualify for them and play for them. So I'll just echo something that also Dishop has said a lot. They're like, if you're ahead, you can choose to grief, but if you're behind, you have to play for your own survival.
It's worth noting as well, David, as we continuing to try and chase that cat down. So nimble, so agile. That if our players do make it through players, of course, the slate is wiped clean. You can come in first, you can get that easy track through, but however you get from play-ins into week 1 tomorrow, you have got a clean sheet to go into week 1, to battle through the field of 48 and get one of those 20 slots for next weekend.
Some might even say it's an advantage, right? Because you have the confirmation or guarantee that your read on the patch is good or good enough to at least make it to the next day. You're warmed up a bit on the patch in a serious tournament setting as well. Obviously, you don't want to be in this position because there's a chance you don't make it in the first place. But if you do make it through, I think you have at least some positive momentum coming to the rest of the weekend.
Well, David, since we've got a chance to glance through some of the boards which we've had a chance to see so far. I mean, admittedly, I know we're in stage 2, but you mentioned that you're seeing some players who've really got these signs for stronger early plays and strong late game finishes. From what you've been seeing so far, is anything kind of leaping out of you as ones to keep a strong eye on?
I think it's a very non-committal stage 2 from all the boards that I'm seeing in the augment pickets as well. Very generic silver augments. I think this is a meta right now where in earlier patches, there was most spots you could predict exactly what combos would be playing from 2-1 onward. I think because forecasts are not really as relevant in this meta, if you're not playing a reroll that is very obvious from the beginning, it's much harder to predict what you're playing for. I think it's only the KO reroll potentially from Katsuta and the Kennen Hero augment that are clear. The rest, I think, they're mostly open to their stage 3 augments and to see what direction they get, especially if it's going to be a big spike from silver to prismatic or silver to gold.
I'm actually really excited to see where High Pikachu is going with this board. I'm seeing 4 Bastions and a 2-star Yasuo already upgraded. Now, of course, we haven't necessarily seen this line since it got nerfed. However, if you have enough tempo, if you've got good items, do you choose to potentially maybe again angle the Bastion / Yasuo line, which primarily you're playing with the extra Bastion emblem as well. But right here, to commit into a 2-star Yasuo that early, maybe potentially he chooses to go towards a line that has been uncontested for a very long time. He's sitting right now at 16 points as well. So this could potentially be that one uncontested line that will push him over the line and get to that top 4.
So if I'm looking thoughtful, I'm just trying to mentally figure out if the Bastion plus Yasuo composition is Yashian. I think we can workshop it a little bit more. But High Pikachu's in a pretty good spot, 16 points. It's a solid enough comp, even if it's maybe not quite as oppressive as it might have been otherwise, David.
I now have one more reason to fear tech pauses, counterfeits jokes. So hopefully no more of those for the rest of the day. I do think for Bastion Yasuo, the early Yasuo 2, I think is going to be more just a tempo option, either to make it a fast 9 or play it for a different line altogether. Unless on 3-2, we have the option for a range extension artifact, then all of a sudden I think Yasuo is going to be a premier option that it can still obviously be played for if you have the perfect conditions essentially, or a Bastion +1 potentially as well. But most of the time, I think you just are happy to have a Yasuo 2, of course. It should still be very strong in stage 2 and 3 and should make it much easier to play in Fast 9. It's one of the things that we were missing from players like Sari and ASOC earlier on, where they're playing from Fast 9. And as far as you have a lot of econ, sure, but you have no stability whatsoever, and you're kind of gambling it into a 1 or 2 life situation against very strong players with many mech boards or Katarina reroll boards who are stomping you in the end of stage 4.
I do want to bring into the conversation. Oh, no, please, David. You've got some
just to follow up on this point, Lusher mentioned it as well. I think one key thing to play for in a spot like this from High Pikachu is to win streak stage 2 and 3, slot in Crystal.
To give yourself that initial boost of power, something seems to lend itself into that curve overall.
I mean, a lot of people use Silver Spoon for different reasons, right? I mean, Silver Spoon also boosts your odds for higher tier units. That's why we see the Yasuo 2 slammed on the board, right? However, even though I will side with Panda right here, because it's like, hey, Yasuo 2 is a Yasuo 2. You get plus the Mentor. You have a really strong... You've got a 2-star 3-cost unit on your board that does pretty good basic damage. However, there's no items on the Yasuo, right? This is why I'm scratching my head a little bit in terms of like, do you want to angle that line? Are you going to get an artifact? Because there's no items currently itemized for that unit. There is a Swain on the board with a Steadfast, and that's about it. If you are angling for Fast 9, I'm not a big fan of angling Fast 9 with your first item being a tank item, but definitely if you do get either an Econ Augment or use that Crystal Gamba, as Panda mentioned, you could potentially go towards that.
Well, David, as we're getting word our game is just being reset up, so we'll be back in there in a second for our elimination game. I do want to kind of like to expand out this topic a little bit here, because of course we've seen players, going from very economy-focused ways of getting to level 9. We haven't necessarily talked a lot about the idea of just trying to play really strong early on and preserve HP as another way to be able to hit Fast 9.
If a player could choose, they would always choose a second, but you can't usually. Usually, if you are forced to play Loose Streak, and because of this, you decide to play to Fast 9 because you're already in a bad position. So you say, okay, a gamble is all I can play for. A 50-50 is the best odds I'll get to do well in this game. But obviously, the comfortable position, especially with Crystal Gambit being how it is in this set, it's not a trade that you kind of set up from a 2-1 huge loss streak like it has been in the past with other loose streak traits in TFT. Instead, it works best when you have a lot of HP, and then you can start sacrificing HP later on in end of stage 3, start of stage 4, because of how the rewards scale. So that's the obviously ideal position to Fast 9 from.
All right, Treble, let's take a quick look at our standings while we wait for the game to get resumed again. You can see we've kind of got the divide here between top and bottom of the standings overall, but we're actually most worried about particularly the top 4 and the bottom 4 right now, where we can see the current cutoff is 10 points to be out of that bottom 4 at this point.
Man, did I actually curse him? Like, Licorner was literally my player to watch. Not just today in the plains, but I'm like, actually, this guy's making worlds. Like, he top 4'd. Sorry, Tactician's crown. Damn it. I said I wouldn't say worlds. Anyway. This guy top 4 Tactician's crown, and I'm like, I believe in him. He can do it again because he doesn't necessarily regionally have the best placement, but once he gets there, he really truly performs, right? He was one game away from potentially getting the Tactician's crown as well. And right now, he's had some horrible finishers. I feel like he's been angling towards the mech line so hard, and the one where he actually conceded the mech line to Daysik, which I feel like maybe that was a mistake, right? But you want to be completely uncontested. It just didn't go his way with the Janna reroll. So maybe it all comes down to, again, doing your prep and seeing which lines can truly win this tournament. And so far, it hasn't been it for Cliconen.
David, I want to kind of follow on with you with that point that the Trouble just brought up there. Just to reinforce, the Cliconen has really potentially reached the height of TFT. Managing to get all the way to the crown, to potentially becoming, a Tactician's crown winner, to be a global champion. How do you kind of deal with that? Because we've seen players again and again going from, you have these amazing sets and the follow-on set is much, much more disappointing. How do you kind of like bring that together and sort of countenance that kind of idea? Say, I've almost been the very best in the world, and now I'm struggling to get into regionals at all.
It's specifically hard in Clicorn's situation because of his career path and the fact that he has only had one spike as large as the one he had last set. So now he has to consider, was this a fluke? Did I just have a great series of patches where I really popped off and I really understood the meta and it really suited me as a player and my playstyle? And is this my last chance to make it as far as I did and be this close to being a TAC crown winner, which is a very, very hard thing to do in TFT with a game that has so much variance. So if it was someone else, like Jedusor, for example, I think Jedusor, even if he doesn't make it out of today and is suddenly in tier 2, it'll be much easier for him to deal with because he's been at multiple peaks and multiple sets. He's been performing in TAC Crown, in Macau Open, in obviously EMEA as well, on ladder, etc. So Gordon's going to have a long journey ahead. I think he has a very good prep group. Pikachu, part of that G5 group, is also playing in this top 16, Darkest tomorrow. I think if he somehow makes it or doesn't make it and is in tier 2 next set, he will have the same climb that we're seeing from High Pikachu and we might see from Darkest tomorrow, and has a chance to work with them to come back to the right level and make it back in tier 1 in set 17.
All right, we are getting an update on the last game. It looks like we may have a slightly longer delay than we even had hoped for there. So please do bear with us as this incredibly important game comes through. There's a possibility we may need to restart that one, which would, of course, be the worst case scenario. But we need to make sure that nobody is left out in the cold. So while we wait for that one to come back in, David, you mentioned, of course, the study groups coming in from before. Trouble. I kind of want to open up the conversation. We may have a little word with our cast in a second as well. But just in terms of how important you feel it is for a player to be able to rely on the others around them to be able to work as part of a group, as we've been seeing happen more and more as TFT develops.
Oh, very important. I think overall in all esports, right? I never hide it that I come from a League of Legends background, and even teams right there, they talk about their scrim bubbles and how it is so different when you move into a different scrim bubble. And suddenly other teams have different meta reads for things. So I feel like particularly your study group acts in the exact same way. If your group has a better grasp or has found a tech for the early game that really does help, or maybe an angle into like a 4-cost line that's completely uncontested, that can very easily win you points and get you through, right? So I feel like it's probably one of the most important things to actually have a study group that actually has a pretty good grasp and a lot of different opinions as well, to kind of put everything together on the same table and figure out what's best choice.
Another example is someone like Jeduzor and Tarban and Opal. Somehow they're all in the same prep group. They all landed in the play-ins, which is not ideal. But Lekoko, who's also in the study group, is already guaranteed to be playing in TAC round. So you have some reassurance of, okay, our meta read was not incorrect. We just either played poorly, which maybe is the case, or just had a bad series of games, low variant. I think Jedusor was complaining a lot about the variance that he had in the first 2 cups in TPC. So you have the reassurance coming into this play-in that at the very least, you probably will have a better meta read and a better game plan than every other competitor in this play-in phase.
All right, guys, as we said, we were waiting for our next game to get kicked in. So we'll just take a moment to hear from Salvi. Once we're back, we'll try and get things back underway, perhaps take a visit with our casters as well. So stay tuned. We'll be back in around a couple of minutes' time.
Experience equals confidence, and few players represent this better than Salvi. A staple of the scene since set 1, Salvi quickly became a standout on the US server, dominating TFT's early sets in EMEA. A few sets later, he shifted his approach entirely. Salvi gave up on grinding for ladder ranks and instead was seeking for a better work-life balance and choosing to specifically prep for tournaments instead. This formula led to a resurgence in his career, culminating in his first ever regional win in set 10. Set 15 began on a high for Salvi, getting to that final lobby in the very first Pro Circuit tournament, largely in thanks to Prodigy Battle Academia. This composition, he played half of his games and had a sub-3 AVP, but as the meta evolved, Salvi's results took a dive. Now starting in week 1 of the regional finals, Salvi has one last chance to adapt to this patch and find his spot in the TFT Pro Circuit for next set and punch his ticket to the Tactician's crown.
While we're on the small technical break, we can talk about how the tech issues impact the players. Lesher, you've been a current player, me being former. What's your experience?
I personally don't mind it that much. I don't have trouble keeping up my focus or diverting the focus and then turning it back off. But I know a lot of players, they really struggle with these breaks and you kind of lose track of what you were trying to do. And I think we also confirmed that we are now looking to remake the lobby. So this can be especially rough if your opener was really good. You were really happy with your spot, maybe even your comfort spot, and you needed a good game now to keep your hopes alive. And now you just load back in next game. And then if you don't get a good opener there, I'm pretty sure that can break some players. So it's not an easy spot to be in.
It can affect the mental in a pretty rough way, but it depends how experienced you are, how often do you compete, how many of those you went through, because if you are competing for 5-10 years already, it's just gonna go over you and you're not gonna feel a thing. But if this is something new to you, if you're just a few months old at the competitive scene or a year, it definitely can hammer you down. But hey, let's hope it's not gonna be an issue here and all the players can go through that overall. How is your prep overall for the weekend, Lesher? Because for those who didn't watch, Lesher is playing tomorrow, starting the week 1, day 1.
Yeah. Well, my prep was a bit scuffed. I had to travel for work from Tuesday to yesterday night, so I'm kind of behind on game practice. But I think the assessment of the meta I had back during the weekend while playing scrims on PBE and also the scrims on the PBE, both were going well, and I think my read is quite on point. So now it's just a question of getting the execution right. I played one kind of warm-up scrim today. I noticed my hands were a bit slow, but maybe I can fix that until tomorrow, and then I have high hopes.
You know how casters have a way to warm up their voice? Do you have a way to warm up before the games? Do you do some also APM stuff or boot up a StarCraft game? Do you have some special ritual to get yourself into the, that roll down pivotal moments?
Not really anything mechanical. I kind of gave up on being good at that anyways. It's more like getting your routine done, so you're in the right state of mind. If you have a routine that really helps to keep helps your brain and knowing, okay, it's time to focus, time to log in. So I try to do the same sequence of things before a game. Also, another important thing is eating actually enough and not overeating. So I try to schedule my main food like a kind of slightly larger lunch for 2 hours before the first game, so I'm not too tired in food coma, and usually that works out really well.
I had one of those in one of the tournament. I actually fallen asleep mid the tournament due to the getting a bit too high of the blood sugar. So definitely do not recommend one of those. But hey.
I also remember you were telling me, I think it was after Cactus Land or something, that you mastered the art of the power nap. So maybe you just applied it there in a quick game.
Oh yeah, power naps are such a winner, especially when you're between the lobbies, you're waiting for the lobby shuffle. You have exactly 10-15 minutes, a quick on the side, and you are a fresh born baby, good to go, slap some noobs who are tilted from the too long of a break.
Yeah. Maybe while we have the time, let's also take a look as the lobby is getting set back up, so we can jump right back into Game 4. What actually were some of the buffs, and we were seeing some silver augment starts this last 2 games, and you can also see perfect form here being buffed. Do you like this Zac hero augment? Do you think the buffs were strong enough to get it back into meta?
To be fair, I never single time picked the augment. However, I know a person that's on the cast that was a big Zac fan. Thankfully, he's not in the right to talk now. Otherwise, he would be just glazing all over the place. But funnily enough, we see another Isekai nerf, which was this argument, since the PBE was such a menace and just seeing this being nerfed and nerfed and nerfed all the time and just still seeing a peak just gives you a hint how broken it was initially. However, I wanted to ask you, how are you feeling about yourself in the meta where it's more of the like fast 9, cook with what you got based on like if you go like Juggernaut's Bastion, and or you'd rather just stick to look for the reroll, and if you don't have a reroll, you have good tempo, then you go towards the fast 9. What's your default strategy going generally into the game?
Like, I think if I could choose a game plan I could pursue every game. Obviously, you that's not really how TFT works on the highest level. You kind of have to deal with what you got. But I really like if I can play tempo and then transverse it into whatever board later. So these fast 9 game plans, especially like Juggernaut with like Mundo openers, I really like to play that the entire set. So I'm quite happy with that. With the way mech is now developing, that's something I'm not really too happy about. I don't really like these flippy game plans where it's like, oh, I hope I hit this one specific unit, and if I hit, I'm good, but if I miss, I'm kind of into trouble. So I definitely see for myself some roads to success, but also maybe some possible deviations I need to take from the meta. Reroll lines are always a good backup for me. It's kind of like I can't really go for these high-cost compositions. My gold is not quite alright. And then I'm like, okay, but items and copies of units or economy kind of works for this type of reroll composition. So it's like the good old reliable to keep you all like afloat during a tournament and just making sure you're not being homeless in terms of compositions to play.
Yeah, the current TFT meta just isn't like a nature. It all started with Yone. Whenever you hit at the start of the set Yone, you are like, oh, I'm good, fast 9. And we circled back to the same position we were at the start. However, it wasn't the mech kind of Yone. It was just a carry Yone, which afterwards was unmet. If you try to itemize that unit before 3-starring it, you were unhinged.
Yeah. I think another interesting development now was how the trainer units developed. So Lulu, like during the set, we had to level them up and like them being like real hyper carries now at the beginning. Then we also had like these kind of like pool size issues in between that kind of made it weird to play. But funnily enough, really consistent, because without the leveling system, these were like the threat like flex unit you really wanted to fit on any boards. Like really, if you needed a carry, Smolder and especially Kog'Maw got your back. And now I think we saw some Smolder as well. I'm really interested to see if we see some Kog'Maw now with artifacts. And we also saw like a lot of Kog'Maw and Smolder as like backline carries in transition boards just to fill the niche of like lacking anti-heal or shred. I really like to see that. Hopefully there will also be some maybe Kaiser games where you can actually tank a Ramos. I think Ramos is just a pretty cool unit. So yeah, quite cool development over the set in that sense.
Update, we are almost ready to go. We are just missing one more player to get into the lobby, and we'll be starting shortly. Picking up on that note, it's really good to have in TFT those kind of units where you can just flex them on any board type of threat units that serves a purpose, either anti-heal, shred, or like a CC. So this the trainer, the Lulu, serves that purpose. Wish we had more of those, like in general, like we had the Wukong in the past sets, and just getting like a 4 or 5 such units would be pretty much ideal. And we are back to the players, and we'll be starting quite shortly. Lesher, who do you think is the most like prone to fall under the pressure of those players? If given that you know some of those.
I think the TPC players we got in here, they are probably, they have the experience to kind of keep themselves focused. As you said earlier, right, the more often you competed in tournaments, the more you get used to these type of situations, because unfortunately they do happen from time to time. So Crescent as well, I would expect to have the experience to stay resilient here. But especially if you're one of these people just on the cusp of making this first cutoff, like Boya Sonemo Exo, I think this might be where you might falter a bit. Sure, they do have some tournament experience, but like on this stage, this regional stage, which is a lot higher stakes than normal Tacticians Cups, they still have to like prove themselves, and I'm pretty sure like that will also be some extra load on their nerves.
Absolutely. The players between the games did get some time to at least take a small mental break, and the game being remade, given they don't have that advantage to think about their spot, what can they do, they cannot be scouting, so they'll be starting off the fresh. Some players might feel they get hurt, but like, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes those tech issues happen. So a bit of the reminder, this is the final game before we get the cutoff. Top 4 players go straight to the day 1 of the finals tomorrow, and the bottom 4 players get cut and they are going home. And we'll have remaining 8 players battling the last 2 games, no points reset, and then 4 players will be joining the rest for the day 1 tomorrow.
Okay. Looks like we're about to get back into a loading now. Let's see if the players are actually ready now. You can see darkness has fallen over Crescent screen already. So it's a bit rough in that sense, but finally a remake. Let's see what kind of encounter and also like starting Ogden we get this time. We had like a silver start last time that usually is like a bit lower cap, and a lot of players like prefer that kind of games. They are not so volatile. What is your take on that? Do you like the Fiesta games, Scuttle Puddle with lots of prismatic orbs, or you take the stable game plan?
I mean, you say that, but we've just witnessed an absolutely disgusting of the boards of the Silver Opener. One of being just Ironic Yone, the other one being the Giga Jin, just getting multiple copies on top of the Caretaker, allowing to catapult to 9. So it's not always the case, but personally, I like more of those silver type of games, or gold, less resources, because then you have more decision making. But hey, we're jumping into the game, and Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Alan and Lusher. So, for the second time, our elimination match arrives here again with Trouble and with Impetuous Panda. We're going to start ourselves off with a 3-cast champion. We've certainly been talking about finding direction from the early game.
Yeah, also the start here for Tartman. I'm curious to see who is able to hit a Swain potentially, not just for the Bastion frontline, but for Crystal Gambit in particular.
It's kind of unfortunate we're on the wrong paths, but Zyra Khan, out of your first orb, also at some point fan service used to be quite OP. I mean, depending on your position, it can still be played. However, for me, one of the strongest 3-costs right here would be 1, Senna, because it enables mech, and 2, things like Darius or potentially the Malzahar that allow you to very early on angle toward them, especially if you hit components.
We can see on the right-hand side at least some of them. Well, we've got the boys got named with the Senna, which was raising up before, Katsura with the Ziggs. David, you were asking for someone to find a Swain, and Ken has gotten it from the beginning.
Yeah, early Bastion frontline for Ken. Nico as well, if we are somehow able to hit Starfall as a first augment. You're able to have 2 Nikos already. That's a very, very clear direction with a chance to high roll. There's stage 2 Carousel as well for a really insane game plan, but we'll see what kind of augments we are given as stage 2 loads through. A really strong start for High Pikachu here. Similarly, last game you had the Bastions plus the Yasuo. This time it might be the Heavyweights plus a backline carry, but overall, it's one of my most comfortable game plans, especially with these item drops. Pretty good for BT and having the glove open.
If we can possibly look at Katsuta, I know he has Ziggs, Malphite, Shen on that board, okay? And I have not Malphite 2, and I have not seen a single crew game this entire day. But this angle looks really strong. You already have 3 out of 4 of the crewers that you want to reroll. You've got Gargoyle as well, and a Sojin, so you can definitely angle it if you want to.
All right, I was
he's doing it.
Oh, please, David, go ahead.
Doesn't reroll the spiky shell is what I was going to say. Maybe if he's like fully trying to consider playing for a career reroll, might consider max vitality to be the thing he wants to fish for, but instead just going to keep spiky shell, which I think is very good for stage 2 particularly. It's just a very strong augment with the flat armor. Or power up, sorry.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see what the artifact ends up being long term as Ken drops in the AFK along with the Swain. So a good start for him. Again, a reminder for anyone who is coming in a little bit late. We've kind of got our 4 sort of top players in the lobby. Tartman on 21, Crescent, Ken, and Hike Pikachu all on 17 or 16. All looking to potentially get through that first promotion this game. On the other end, Kasuta, A Boy Has Your Name, and XQ all on low points, all potentially getting eliminated once this game is done.
Ooh, the slam came in too late. This could have been a 1 round right there from Katsuta. Slam that Sojin pretty late. And ideally, if you do want to play for crew, Sojin is not really an item that you want to be slamming, particularly on the Ziggs. So I'm looking potentially if he goes towards something like the Sivir if he chooses to basically play for that line. However, A Boy Has No Name, early Keepers, early Senna, the double clone onto the Lucian as well to amplify the shields further.
Yeah, Boy looking really good. I do want to touch back on the crew though. I'm going to ask David because I don't think I can get a completely unbiased opinion from Trouble on this whole thing.
Right.
But we haven't seen crew so far. If it is a crew game, where does that kind of fit into the hierarchy of what we've been seeing so far in the competition?
It's a coin flip, just you're flipping a different coin, but you still have to hit Twisted Fate ideally in stage 4, otherwise your game plan is very, very different. You really want to play it from very specific spots. I think it's strong from the right spots, but if you're playing it for just trying to force it, from any position, I think a lot can go wrong in terms of not hitting on tempo, in terms of not having enough items for aerial carries, in terms of not hitting Zig 3 or being stuck on one of the few units and having to, basically lose every fight in stage 4, especially if you don't high roll the TF on carousel. So it's, I think, not a line I would play for unless I had a really, really good spot for it in stage 2.
Yeah, also Katsuta is mixed streak in here. He had a low streak into a win streak. However, Tartman, he got Pocket Recon Bob. He's holding all of the units that he can potentially pair up for the time being. And then potentially get that 3-cost 2-starred. There's many ways you can play around this. You either just slot it for stage 3 and dump items on it, or if you do get a 2-star at 1 cost very early on, it can kind of dictate which sort of composition you're playing towards as well. However, right here, Tarman just has to play the patient waiting game until he hits a pair. No, sorry, not a pair, a 2-star.
I would hold the Katarina here as well. I think there's some often overlooked game plan with Pocket Wrecking Bob Leader where you can just use one, and if you hit, for example, Katarina 2, and you have the one that you're holding from bench and maybe one more in your shop, you play Katarina reroll, and he has good augments for it as well. But I think, yeah, Crescent seems to be angling Katarina already with the over 9,000 that we're seeing on the right side.
And Crescent will be looking much like Tartman for a stable game as much as is possible. So we've talked a little bit about Katsura. A Boy Has No Name, we can see on the far left there, also seems to be going down the Mighty Mech route. So again, for XQ, Boy Has No Name and Katsuza need to have that absolutely huge game.
And I feel like A Boy Has No Name is like very well set up for success right here. He's got 7 units on stage 2 on his board with keepers. And even though that's silver keepers only, I feel like it's still very, very strong because still 7 units on stage 2 to go past when majority of the players will be level 4, max level 5. It's kind of hard to deal with.
And Crescent here, I think a very, very comfortable spot. Has close to perfect item set up already for Katarina.
Where's Darius going?
Found the Hodge. He's trying to go somewhere, but I think he might not make it for a while. He's figured one part out when it comes to running, but not the actual moving forward.
Hey, look, it's my solo queue top laner.
Hopefully, we won't run it down too far. I mean, at this point, XQ still in a pretty good spot. I mean, of all the players who are fighting for their life in this lobby, XQ, a player coming in from the ladder, is on 10 points, you can see in the bottom right. So he's in the best position to keep himself alive. Trouble, I want to bring you back up what was being talked about before, and I think you mentioned it as well. You know, for our players who are fighting for their lives in this game, they'll then be fighting for that life again in 2 games to come if they can get that far.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying right here. You're playing for 1st or 8th. I don't think there should be any sort of in-betweens, because even if you make it to the cutoff for the next 2 games, your points carry over. You still need to win there. You still need to make that top 2, that top 1, that only 8-point finisher that you might need. So right here, it doesn't matter if you just about make it into the cutoff. It's about making the best placement possible for every single game that remains.
I will say I have some bad news for you, Trouble.
I just looked at it, man. I just looked at it.
Our crew player is no longer. He heard that Trouble's favorite comp is crew, and he said, yep, that means it's probably not very good. So I'm going to go ahead and sell this modified unit.
Wow.
It's not even placebo, man. Listen, the Americas players, and now I know EU over NA because Worlds in League of Legends, duh. But the Americas players have been having really, really good results with group. But again, it's a very specific opener. You need to have the correct items, and primarily it's also with a reroll sort of augment, because just about getting the 3 to 4 3-star units a lot of the times will not cut it. You need that TF. And if you miss, as you mentioned earlier, on the carousel, you need to actually be able to have that econ to level yourself to 8 to 9 and roll it down to find that TF. So I don't blame you basically for people to hear. Yeah.
I mean, Lid and Forge, you're not going to be strong at all until 3-5. Even then, you normally want to wait to pop it to eliminate the gold generating artifacts, so you don't pop them 4-1. So this game plan just makes a lot more sense in synergy with his augments.
Yeah, I think Katsuta would be much happier long term. I do want to draw attention to our top 2 performing players, Opal and A Boy Has No Name. Both of them win streaking coming out of stage 2. And Opal, a particularly interesting player here, on 12 points, caught between the upper bounds and the lower bounds. So this game especially will give us a good idea of where Opal is headed, towards Glory and Regionals Day 1, or towards elimination.
A little surprised that Katsuta directly sold the Jace and the Caitlyn there. I think there is some consideration for Jace Caitlyn being a fairly decent artifact line, having a pair of each, and the Shojin Slam for Caitlyn.
Oh, level 6. Opal just sent it to level 6 right here, 35 gold. And looking at A Boy Has No Name, having 27 gold, perhaps. Yeah, he sent it to level 6 as well. So the 2 leaders of the entire lobby, both on 100 HP, sent it to level 6 to potentially take each other's win streak down. Thank you so much, observers right here, for catching that. And it is them 2 fighting it out versus each other.
Yeah, and I really like the item setup here for the front line. It's looking like with the Smolder just kind of casually hanging out on the side, Opal hops out of his seat for a second. He's now in control of the lobby with the only remaining win streak.
I mean, right there, you also saw that Opal actually had better items on his units. He had a 3-item stacked Aatrox, whilst A Boy Has a Name had kind of keepers carrying him through the entire stage 2 with 7 units and keepers. It's super strong to have those shields and just pure damage and pure survivability through the shields. However, right here we have a second silver augment, which doesn't necessarily, if you are looking for some direction, a lot of the times will not give you what you're craving.
Paul was thinking hard about game specialist there, but goes for the immediate gold instead, because I think A Boy Has No Name and Opal are both playing for the same game plan. They have found fairly strong boards and spots to play from in stage 2 and 3, and they can play for Mighty Mech off of their current item slams in their board situations.
I will see how the Katarina board ends up doing overall as the silvers start coming in. We are starting to see, as you were talking about before, David, the emergence now in stage 3 of some of our players looking for that extra burst of power. Trouble, you mentioned double silver augment coming at this point, so those kind of extra resources are going to be all the more valuable if you can get them over your opposition.
Absolutely.
Really not.
Looking at Exo here.
Oh my god.
See, I tried to divert our attention to something that's more fun, like Rigged Shop, because we have not seen a Kog'Maw reroll, and I feel that Exo, at the very bottom of the standings, is angling Kog'Maw, has just found that Kog'Maw 2 as well with 2 items, so we could potentially see that coming through.
That's a chance to high roll Braum as well from...
I was about to say, come on, shout me down. Tell me that this is also a mech, Panda. Come on, tell me that.
I think Kog'Maw has become much more of an artifact check after the recent on-hit damage nerfs to his damage. but I don't think it's unplayable at all. I think maybe
Could be Malzahar angle as well. He's holding that too. Oh,
Yeah.
decisions. Decisions.
Mixcom, let's go.
He's thinking about it.
But he certainly doesn't have to worry too much about keeping the losses intact. But guys, talk to me. I mean, I know if you've got strong opinions on the Cogmore overall, even as much as Malzahar seems to be tempting, outside of having an artifact for it, is this something that either of you would ever really consider for this kind of situation?
Just Rick Shop is one of the biggest enablers because of how strong of an augment it is for 3-cost reroll, especially. I think it's a huge outlier, especially with how strong some 3-cost rerolls have been this set. For Malzahar, Tarman's playing Malzahar reroll most likely, or he is angling for it now in stage 3. So you don't usually want to contest Malzahar, as I think it's not strong enough after the nerfs if you already have a pretty premier spot to play Kog'Maw. And you have a chance to pick up a pan here as well for Bastion Emblem.
Yeah, and I feel like also if you get the Kog'Maw super early on, I'm assuming Slice of Life did give him a Kog'Maw, you start stacking that Kog'Maw as well with the trainer. So you're getting as strong as possible super early on. Hits that Kog'Maw too quite easily, actually. Has quite a lot of gold, level 6 with Kog'Maw 2 due to the rigged shop as well. So if you're in a pretty good position to actually 3-star units super quickly, I feel like a Kog'Maw angle could definitely carry you to a top 4. However, being at 10 points, I don't think just the top 4 will cut it.
Oh no, absolutely not. Sorry, I thought you were saying you were drawing attention to Ken Kitade using, I'm assuming, a rather temporary monster of his own. So we've got Smolder in this lobby, we've got Kog'Maw in the lobby, and since the changes, of course, to allow you to access the trainer power straight away, it does seem like our players are using them as kind of a stop-off point, just to get some immediate power on the board, even if they aren't necessarily all on rigged shops.
7 Kog'Maws already. I mean, he's so far ahead of tempo that I think this is going to be definitely a top 4 from this position if he's able to hit the Kog'Maw quickly enough on 4-1. The only concern is the front line, with Swain being contested at least 2 ways. If he can hit the Kog'Maw quickly and go and just play around Leona main tank and play for a secondary carry on 8, that could be the way to do it, especially with the Bastion +1 where you have the extra free slots.
I'm certainly worried, Troll. I mean, it seems like a good spot. As we've mentioned before, we've got the Spatula, and if we can find a Chain Vest, then we've got the Yasuo come in as well. I suppose at least we've got a double carry set up, but as we look at the other boards around the place, we've got some tough competition to get over. We've got the heavyweight Noxious Trap Malzahar that by itself is already on a completely different level.
Yeah, and I feel like that was the best pocket rig combo you could have gotten, right? You get the 2-star Malzahar. Off of that, you got +2 Malzahars. And the best part is that the Kog'Maw player is going to be drawing 3 costs out the pool as well. It's the Swain plus the Kog'Maw coming out, the Lulu coming out, right? So I feel like Tartman is very happy right here. He's got a lot of HP, already win streaking, pretty good items, and all the 3 costs being taken out the pool from the other side as we're watching right now. I feel like Tartman has a really good chance of finding his Malzahar or Darius or Jace, whichever one he hits the most of.
Pretty close fight in the end. The Malzahar damage chip does come through.
In terms of, you mentioned that the Malzahar being nerfed as the current patch. I know that the spell was sometimes getting more effects than that should have been before. I'm assuming it's not contested, it's still a pretty solid and reliable carry as long as only one player is playing it.
It's more from the spot Tarman was in, where he pocket recombobs into a Malzahar, and then you just have a lot of tempo, especially with a 3-item Malzahar already in stage 3, to really take over the lobby in stage 3 and the start of stage 4 at least as well. I think the cap is a lot lower unless you have artifacts for the chance to, with this high tempo, go 8, go 9, and fit in legendaries later on as well. But I think it's definitely a fine line to play if you're Tartman, especially from his position, where he doesn't need to play for a first.
Let's take stock where we are then, coming into stage 4. We can see again our points on the right-hand side. A Boy Has Your Name, No Name really standing out here as the lowest points player currently in the top 2. That's running the mech board and it has just found an Akali trouble. So A Boy Has Your Name has the chance to make up some extremely well-needed ground in this game.
Yeah, and also for Katsuta right here, makes it to level 8, doesn't roll down, has the Bastion frontline, has found some pretty good items for the Malzahar as well. Blighting Jewel, one of his best items, as on the other side we're seeing Kog'Maw and frontline onto that Swain, missed by just one unit. But yeah, I'm looking at Katsuta right here. That was the guy who was angling the crew, but ended up not. He has been angling a lot the fast 9s, but they have just not been going his way today.
He's not even considering pivoting into Sork. He does think that this setup is going to be stronger with Yume Malzahar. I'm not sure if I agree. At least holding this Karma, if you're going to roll down here on level 8 anyway, because you could play Soul cheaper Karma with Blighting Jewel, and it's also a pretty viable game plan with this artifact. Especially with Malzahar contested, you can play for 3-star Malzahar. It's going to be just kind of a duo carry with Yume and Malzahar in the Battle Academia line, I guess.
Our last Sork coming into it's been silver into gold. Double, what are you saying?
I'm looking at Katsuta's board. He went reinforcement, so I'm wondering what kind of forecast he's really looking for. Because as Panda was saying, he kept the Jinx, but these are not Jinx items. You've got a Blighting Jewel. Thank you very much, observers. What are you actually angling for? Are you actually angling towards... Now he's buying a Karma? Are you actually angling towards Starguard? I'm so confused.
If my reading of we've got our secret score sheet is correct, I believe we've only got a Boy Has No Name on mech right now, if I'm correct on that, David. So, it seems like there is room to try and move in on this line and still be successful.
He's going 9 for sure, because he's already pumped gold into going 9, so he's committed to 1 life roll down on 4-5 without the extra time from the 4-2 augment round, which I think is extremely risky and very courageous considering his position in the tournament, where I guess he knows he has to play for a first, and this is his way to do it.
Yeah, I do like the angle from A Boy Has No Name, though, much better, because you've got keepers to sort of carry your combat augment, plus the Titanic Titan, I think it is, which gives you a lot more HP, so you've got ways to burn through, plus you've got the reinforcement. If you hit the right forecast, you can just slot it in while going to that level 9, and you've got so much more HP to burn through, right? 87 HP. So you're looking for potentially to roll down a Birds, get to level 9, go to Birds, get your Karma, stabilize your board, and play through that, whilst Katsuta sitting on 16 HP, 18 HP, sorry. That's about 2 lives on this stage.
Katsuta was really, I think, hoping for a prismatic augment on 4-2. His entire game plan was hinging off of finding like Cult of Chaos or Invested to maybe make it to 9 off of that. And now he's found himself in a very awkward position where he's going to have to get very lucky, and he's going to have to execute really well and potentially also hit something relevant on this next carousel coming up.
Well, speaking of things that are relevant, Trouble, we've got ourselves a Dawn Core Kog'Maw in the tank. We're talking about him and artifacts. He's an absolute monster with this one.
I mean, actually, that's crazy. Exoc went towards that Kog'Maw because she probably got one through Slice of Life, and then hitting the artifact with Dawn Core. I mean, this is straight up a fairies kind of composition, right? You can angle towards the fairies for the extra damage. I'm not sure which power up he has on right now. However, right here, the most important round for Katsuta, if after the carousel we can remain on Katsuta, this is the most important roll down. He has been angling fast 9s. He's playing either top first or top 8 so far. It has been the latter more than the first one, and he's grabbed the Zyra straight off this carousel. So the most important round for his entire tournament is coming right up.
And you have so much less time on 4-5 compared to 4-2. It's a really hard transition turn to make especially from this pivot, right? I think very few units on his board are staying on it. He's going to play around probably Bastion frontline into any kind of backline with Zyra.
Here he goes.
Not bad.
Oh.
Okay. We're actually getting some pretty good hits.
I think that's what you were looking for. If you've got Blighting Jewel, JG, and Sojin, you're most likely looking for an AP user that can actually use all this. So Seraphine right here, your best case scenario, you've at least got Eliona too that you can slam the fruit on and have her tanking. Leaving Wall could potentially beat here because you've got 6 Passions, and that feeds a lot of attack speed into your backline as well.
Rosov instead, up against the mighty mechs of High Pikachu. Katsuya, this is their last chance. Currently lowest points in lobby 7. The current cutoff coming in is 9. So an 8th place here definitively ends Katsuta's run. We need those big casts to come through. I don't know if it's quite enough.
You have very little single target is a problem with Seraphine, but it looks like it'll be enough for now. The problem is you're on 1 life. When the moment it isn't enough, at least 1 round, you're out of not just this game, but this tournament, considering you're playing for a first tier. So it's a really risky game plan. We'll see if you can find the Braum too, and maybe that'll help him stabilize.
Ooh.
There it is.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
The
RCD
Blesser
shall see.
himself.
There's a lot of agency
know,
now. If he's able to outposition with his Braum, he can win a lot of fights that might otherwise be unwinnable from a stat perspective. So we'll see what he can do. Now he has a lot more chances to actually stay alive and maybe take over this game.
Feels like such a big ask, though, and there's so much HP left in the rest of the lobby. We'll see how it does up against the Katarina board. If Katarina can get onto the Seraphine, this one is over immediately, and she can do. Your eggs are in the basket, and our first elimination of the play-in stage of regionals is here. It was a heroic attempt, but sadly not enough.
I mean, it's just so hard, right? You have to have your transition super quickly on 4-5. You don't have enough time. You're not necessarily hitting any of your backliners as a 2-star. And then you also have to position for that one board that has backline access. And it just was not there from Katsuta. And again, he has been trying to run those fast 9 compositions that can potentially land you the first place, even though not necessarily flavor of the month right now in terms of meta. And I think that's not going to be good enough for him to make it through the next stage.
This is the problem. No matter your strength, there could be a player that has high rolled more and just somehow got stronger, or there could just be a matchup that is a lot of fight RNG like Katarina is, and you cannot be on 1 life in a position like the one he's in, because at some point something will go wrong, either with your positioning, either with the opponent you're facing, and that was the case there with the Katarina.
Yeah, that's why suddenly it would be a lot more comfortable to see players playing strong early, keeping their HP up, and minimizing the chance for disaster. So first player eliminated, a boy to name and Execute. 2 more players to keep a close eye out on. Execute in particular, if he maintains even roughly the same position, needs some major trouble, but finds the Swain 3 and the Cogmore 3 as well. I'm feeling much more optimistic about this board trouble.
Oh, absolutely. Super importantly, gets the Bastion emblem onto the Yasuo, which is also, we said, one of the conditions to play that Bastion Yasuo kind of line. So right now, he's more than equipped with 2 carries, Donkor super good onto that Kog'Maw, and a 3-star 3-cost in the front line. So a lot of tanking is coming through his secondary carry, but also his primary tank.
I mean, one of these conditions is good enough to play Kog'Maw. I think he's hit every condition that you can hit to decide to play Kog'Maw. An artifact, an emblem, the best econ augment, and an early Kog'Maw to give you direction. So if you can do well in this game, although he did hit the Kog'Maw 3 and the Swain 3 a little bit later than expected, I think it's never going to go well, because it's a very, very strong setup.
Well, that win puts Execute over High Pikachu in terms of HP, so we could be seeing one of our 4 players who are currently high on points starting to get pushed out of the game. I mean, High Pikachu's got a pretty damn good board. We have found, or even, maybe potentially a painful upgrade for the Jarvan, but Pikachu's got very little room to maneuver.
Oh man, you're literally on 1 HP right here, on 1 life, and you're looking for potentially a Jarvan 2 that inherently empowers your Galio, that's your main carry, right? However, right here, he might actually have a pretty good matchup. It's into a clone, and it's into Katarina, which Galio usually counters.
Yeah, we can see that most of the board just gets wiped out immediately, so a stay of execution for High Pikachu. Doesn't have to make the hard choice, get the Jarvan upgrade, and still leave the door open for a lucky Yone 2 as well.
Not mech piloting the Lucian or the Karma is odd in this situation, though. He has Exec emblem on the Aatrox, and he doesn't have Juggernaut in online anyway.
Or you could be in a possibility that you are level 9 and you don't have a single Karma on your board. That's definitely a low roll, right? You've got, unfortunately, your items. Oh, saying that, I guess I blessed it. You are so welcome. He's so online. Thank you for the zoom-ins. He's so online.
You, all we needed to do was to look real close, and we realized the Karma was there all along. I really like this combination that we've also got the Lee Sin in the mix as well, as we'll see him creep up the side he might well be able to get onto that opposing Karma and free up more of the pool to give a boy has no name a better late game potential. I think he's making it through this round, at least.
And Keeper's just really, really strong in the setup for a boy has no name, plus obviously the extra units. The fact that High Pikachu has to roll so deep on A to try and stabilize, he cannot slot in a Juggernaut, a Lee Sin, for example, to activate one of Lee Sin's or Aatrox's traits as well. And now down to 1 life for High Pikachu. There's a Yone 2 with a Morello. Oh, denied by the Mighty Mech Contester.
I think if there's going to be anyone's board you're aware of travel in this lobby, it's going to be somebody else running exactly the same line as you.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you're in a position where you can actually grief your opponent, especially when they're playing the same line as you, absolutely do that. And I mean, a boy has no name is definitely on 9 points. High Pikachu in a little bit of a better state at 16, so you definitely want to make sure that a person that could potentially be in the next top 8 that will make it through to the 5th game today has less and less points, because I'm gonna repeat myself again. It doesn't matter if you just about make it to the 8 players that go to game 5. Your points still carry through. So if you have the chance to grieve while you're playing it safe at the same time, you have to do it.
We are seeing now the switch. I think he realized finally he's switching the mech pilot to the Lucian now instead to get Sorcerer for the mech as well.
Oh, there's even got a mech with the Executioner emblem as well to make sure you've got everything you could ask for. So heavyweight in place as well means this mech's got even more massive HP. As High Pikachu tears through the Star Guardian board. Looks good for now. Every little advantage counts. High Pikachu stays alive. A boy has your name still fighting. I wonder if they'll both make it through. No. Boy has your name takes a hit but stays alive.
The problem for Kenkitade is he has 2 Econ Augments playing into Star Guardians. Doesn't have the usual triple combat that we see that really makes this work out. And he had not hit Poppy until this roll down because it was trying to go 9. So lost the last 3 fights, lost a lot of HP trying to make it to 9 while still not having the most stable board. And now we'll see if just the plot armor will be enough to get him into the top 4.
Oh boy. All right. Let's see. So Ken on 16 points overall. As you said before, Trouble. For Crescent, Ken, and High Pikachu, if they can get a really big win in this lobby, they can potentially get the pass through to tomorrow immediately. But I think most front and center of the minds is just trying to stay up on as many points as possible. As we see the Lee Sin again walking right into the back line, doing so much work, does get knocked down. But I think this is still going to be a tough one. The Varus, just a single item. The Jinx fully itemized, and I think this time Ken gets away with it as High Pikachu has been eliminated.
Okay, so it was just really difficult to burn through the Cassante, right? When the relife comes through from the Cassante, it's just so hard to take him down. So much hard damage coming through from the Varus and the Jinx. And I'll echo Panda right here. It's just a little bit too late for a boy has a name.
And Gather Force as well is really big on Jinx there, where you have Cassante with 2 lives essentially buying so much time. You're really able to scale your damage more and more to the point where you can actually take down the mech that a lot of boards have a very tough time killing in the first place when it comes to most of these matchups.
I think having that infinite scaling is so important. We can see from Apal, who again is the player right in the center of the pack here, he has got scaling for days. Ginsu's and Archangels onto the Twisted Fate. And an incredibly obnoxious front line. Now with Lee Sin too, he's set up very well indeed.
Slavia's gotten really, really scary. I think outside of the Mighty Mech Contesters and Katsuta, I think everyone really hit a lot of the strong conditions for their comps to come online in Stage 5. And it's hard to predict who ends up making it out, outside of just looking obviously at the HP and who has a higher chance just from having more HP, but they're very even as well when it comes to the 30s and 20s.
Yeah, no kidding, it's very volatile.
Yeah, this combo right here has been working so well. I mean, having Donkor, Emblem, 3-star frontline has been really good. However, that Braum did so much work because he bunched up everyone in the back line off that Kog'Maw, so when the Jix rocket hit, it just AoE down the entire backline.
Oh, that's so painful. Especially when you have no, kind of built-in safety whatsoever. As you said, David, we're down to the wire here. A lot still to play for. Do bear in mind, of course, Tartman comes to this lobby as points lead, 21 points overall. We're getting closer and closer to Tartman having a guaranteed spot directly through to week 1 after this game is finished.
Considering Crescent's win streak, I'm assuming he must have hit some really good stat buffs from over 9,000 in the last 2 stages as well. It can really kind of, you can high roll some of the stats where you get so much mana regen that this makes it probably just one of the strongest comps in the game from this right setup. And we'll see where this Katarina goes. Stuck on the Yasuo for now. The Kog'Maw's onto her as well.
It's so heartbreaking watching each of these Katarinas, and this is perhaps the Katarina you have at home who stays far away from the opposing carry and lets the dawn shine brightly for Execute, stays alive for just a little bit longer.
Oh, that's a little bit scary, because if anyone remembers Graves from the previous set, especially when you've got 2 tanks in front of your backliner, usually these kind of champions just find a way to slide into the backline and go straight to that corner, right? So that positioning right there wasn't necessarily the best. However, I feel like Katarina is one of the most obnoxious champions for the person that's playing it and the person that's playing against it, because it's had some really weird repositionings during the fight. However, right here, again, Opal and Kenkitare on their last life. I feel like Opal really, really needs those extra placements since he's sitting on those 12 points.
I think he should be safe with 12 points plus at least a 5th place here to at least survive the first cut, but this could be tragedy for Opal, who looked very strong, is now maybe on 1 life, and is, I think, a very, very strong player who could potentially miss out on tier 1 next set.
That would be a real heartbreaker. We knew coming in to the play-ins that there would potentially be someone who going home who really didn't want to say goodbye to, as it's scaling versus scaling on the left-hand side of your screen. The Star Guardian on the right has just been upgraded, so it should be okay. So perhaps I'll speak to you soon. Katarina gets the hits through, and that's Ken down. Apart on the left-hand side. It's
get the
right
win.
down to the wire.
And Ken did have 16 points, so with this 5th place, he should be more than safe enough to survive that first cut. We'll have to see after games 5 and 6 where he stands and if he can continue playing in the pro circuit next set.
I wonder if Exog went down on that Kog'Maw. So I wonder who he lost to, because we watched the 2 primary fights, so he must have lost to a Ghost, I presume.
I think it's probably Tartman.
Probably,
because
yeah. He's
the
gonna get the
multi-heart
4th
dot
spot.
damage can take down the Kog'Maw before it can really scale and bypass the front line.
So Exo will be now at 15 points with his 4th placement right here, which should hopefully land him on that top 12.
Yes, it should at least keep him safe. We're getting confirmation from Joshua Admin that with the top 4, Tartman is confirmed to be going directly through to week 1 as of this game. So top 4 players do not need to play the final 2 games of this particular tournament. They've got that spot guaranteed, so Tartman can breathe a sigh of relief as he'll just look to try and disrupt as much as possible as we end out game 4.
And I feel like I want to point out here, because we saw a very similar board. This is a 3-star Malzahar with 2 heavyweights as carries and a Poppy that's fully itemized. So here comes the difference between being able to break through that front line, because Malzahar is kind of like a chipping unit and very slow. We said earlier on in this game that Tarpan could potentially solidify himself in the top 4 and not necessarily have to play the next 2 games. I feel like he's a big favorite to even win the whole game 4 right here. He's level 8, 52 gold, 4 win streak, really strong. He's looking to go level 9 as well to make his board even stronger.
I will say, Opal's Braum threw Jace right into TF, and that probably swung the fight way harder in Tarman's favor. I was about to say that Braum looked to be very good for Opal, and then he just completely inted by throwing both the Darius and the Jace towards the TF in the end.
It's like, hey, I think
they're not really frontliners, aren't they?
Well, between Crescent and Opal, this is hugely important. For Crescent, this could spell a ticket straight to week 1. For Opal, it's pushing further up and potentially getting out of this tournament in game number 6. Keep your eyes on the left-hand side of the board for the time being. Just to check, see how that one's going. It looks like it's pretty much a done deal. Present on the right-hand side will get cut through, though, so if Apal stays up, he guarantees at least second.
Paul does win that fight. I think we'll see when they both face each other in a 1v1 here coming to stage 7, who ends up being the stronger player. Both of these players on the same prep group, prepping with players like Lides, players like Coco, of course, players like Experian. They've all been a very, very strong prep group since, I think, 2 or 3 sets ago. I think the last 2 sets, 4 of them have made it to TAC round. So just the most successful prep group by far when it comes to EMEA's TFT scene. And it's why it's so surprising to see players like Opal, Tarman, and Jedusor in this play-in phase of regionals.
Yeah, and as you saw, they were sort of like playing with each other as well, with their 2 chibis on the board as Opal was laughing. They know that this placement is really good for both, right? For Opal, it helps him move further, but also, not only does it help him move further, a top 2 is a very solid placement for points. Even if he ends up being second, right? Let's say he doesn't win, he gets +7 points, which will put him on 19. That's really, really good for his chances going forward to the next 2 games, moving on. And for Tartman, well, he's just going to get a little bit of a +2 game holiday, let's say, for tonight.
I mean, it's certainly a very good sign for the regionals starting up properly tomorrow. We'll see them go face-to-face again. Opal has reached up to level 10, doing a little bit of item switching around, trying to enable both his backline TF and backline Zyra to do maximal damage. And at this point, David, I wonder if Tartman's got too much more left to give. He's out of cash, and he's losing these rounds pretty convincingly.
Opal just hits, I think, critical mass in terms of being level 10, having this Braum doing so much work in the front line here, having 2, instead of a Malzahar 3, having both the TF and the Zyra putting in a lot of work, missing 1 item on the Zyra, but even the Lee Sin is really just a beast after the buffs that came through to him, and a big enabler for both Mighty Mech in some ways and the fast 9 lines.
Yeah, and he's got +8 on his HP bar, right? Because he's got 8 fans onto Braum, so I feel like, could it be a one-shot? It could, I guess, be a one-shot. Even at this point, when you are +8 in terms of life, that would be 18 HP. So at stage 7, you could definitely just die. But this is most likely going to be, not most likely, this is our last round of Game 4.
I mean, Opal's been an incredible veteran of the scene, much like Tartman. Played in so many regionals, but always struggled to get above, around 17th or so. This is such a big moment for him to be able to punch through and get a game off of his countrymen. Opal has done it. A slow blink is all he recognizes this for. A huge dose of points that pushes him forward as a likely player to make it out of the play-in stage.
That was such a crazy finisher because Tartman was so close to winning this round. Had that Lee Sin not slid into the backline and assassinated the Malzahar, who was repositioned in the center, I think that was a sure win for Tartman. Like, literally, all you need to do was wait for that Jace to survive 1 more second and everyone would have died to the dot.
And we have seen a lot of failures when it comes to Fast 9 in this tournament. There you go. That's how you do it. That's how
Fast
you
10.
have to angle into Fast 9 from a win streak, from a high HP lead, from a very strong early game, and then slowly get all the pieces together what you had, as we saw there. I mean, every single relevant 5 cost was fully equipped and 2-starred.
Well, gentle friends, our first elimination game is done. We'll take ourselves a short break. When we return, our desk will confirm who has left the tournament entirely, either in elimination or in promotion. There are 2 more games to come to find our final qualifiers for tomorrow. Stay tuned, and we'll be back momentarily.
And that was the conclusion on game number 4. We'll be dropping half of the players will not be going forward because 4 will be moving on to the day 1 tomorrow, and 4 will be going home. But yeah, let's break down the last game where we had Opal and Tartaman, the French powerhouses, pretty much dominating lobby, where Opal decided to go on the fast 9 of the just a standard good spot win streak, and Tartaman finding himself a pocket recomp into the Malzahar with AP items.
Really interesting to see 2 different approaches to convert this tempo. First of all, like sacking a bit, then in the mid game to transition into this fast 9 Juggernaut board, and then just capping really high thanks to TF also continuously providing some additional resources, and then also just pocket recombing into the Malza to just ride the tempo wave all the way to the end, just securing a very solid second there.
Yeah, we've seen the Crash and also had a really good spot with the Katarina on top of the good combat arguments, and he barely took down Ken, who had actually a win-out spot. There was like 1 HP Yumi cast finishing off the backlane from Ken, who had actually a win-out spot. He could be taking out the Opal and Tarte, but just barely lost to the Katarina there. In looking at the other players, we had like the players who just needed to do well, like on average, like Tarte, who ended up being top 2, and then we had the players at the low points who had to put everything on the weight and try to fast 9 a win out. And we've seen that being a fail back to back without going from the good spot, from the win streak spot straight to 9. Trying to loss streak into 9 on the back of the econ arguments has been the name of today's series so far, being just a failure.
Yeah, and it really shows that if you're trying to go into these high cap compositions from a low HP point, you really need more than just like hitting one specific unit to like fully stabilize. And you're on low HP, so you need to make sure that you're not really losing anymore. And usually you don't have the goal to find more than 1 5-cost upgrades, and you also don't have the items to equip more than 1 5-cost. So like you really need this extra HP buffer from win streak to make this reliable as a strategy.
Yeah, we've seen we're looking at the last fight where it was incredibly close to actually being ahead for the Tartaman, where he swapped a bit of the positioning, where he no longer was just going for the full tank set. In terms of the game plans that the players had, we've seen Braum being pretty much the pivotal unit for the most of the compositions, being able to secure the win, because even though if you hit the TF backlane, even if you hit that Seraphine too, often you struggle and you get stuck on the front lane, where Braum actually allows you to get past that by just throwing away that unit and later on executing. And we've seen, this is a prime example, Braum throwing away Swain to the back, and it just being the last unit to kill for the Ken, where normally that would be in the case, you would be stuck on that front lane for the Ken. So that Braum, even itemless, even at 1 star, if you get him to cast once, he can be absolutely pivotal unit for your board.
With that said, I really like how Ken seems to be approaching the game here. Focuses more on Jinx and like as a 4-cost kind of safety spot here in the meta. We can also see that on these scuffed mech setups, the Jinx is quite successful. So trying to like forge his own like niche in the meta, and I really like that approach. Not really rewarded here in this game, but overall I think he put himself in a good position going forward with the scores now here, leading the 4 players, or the group of 4 players above the cut right now to make to week 1.
Yeah, Crescent making it on top of the tiebreakers, Amateur barely not making it, Jedusor, Tartman and Elia with dominating performance, going 3 times first place and once third. I mean, the men will definitely feel quite powerful going into the series tomorrow. And then we have the bottom of the bracket, where it's Sori, Klikornen, Asad and Katsuta saying goodbye for today, and Ebay has no name, barely on the tiebreaker, making it to the final lobby. There are still 2 games to go, and he has quite a road to go through, because again he's 2 points behind his next in place, and he needs to make it all the way to the top 4, where Daizik is sitting at 19 points and 7 points difference already going into game 5. He pretty much needs to back wins. Otherwise, he won't be able to make it through, because again, Amateur, Opal, Ken, and Daisy sitting on the pretty much close to each other points thresholds, which is 20, and then the rest of the High Pikachu, Exa being a bit closer, like 18 is okay, 15 is already quite a gap between. So I would say for now it looks like 5 players competing for that spot, but it can change quite quickly after the next game if one of the top players, so if the points goes quickly at bottom and we have like one of the bottom players secure a win out.
And we can also see the TPC players here being a bit on top. 3 of them already proceeding to the next day, but Crescent as well. Also making sure to snatch one of these very, very, very sought after spots. So you can see, even if you're not competing in the TPC, in the pro circuit, you can get good enough to be on even footing here. And it's kind of the reverse for Klikkonen, who had, like, after some disappointing caps, now also unfortunately ends here in regionals day 1 or in play-ins, and that is kind of like it's the famous world's curse, where after you have like a good run at the Tactician's crown, you just end up faltering the next set. And I think it kind of has to do with like the previous set just being very, very long, exhausting, and then expectations being very high. And in TFT, it's not always easy to transfer these expectations into results with well, maybe RNG, but also prep.
I mean, that's on one side, and on the other note, we have the set changes quite a lot between the one season to another, and sometimes it's just not the set it clicks for you. Sometimes you're a beast in one of the sets, and then you absolutely don't perform in the next one. And it's been a case for some players where it's just like they have a dominant performance, and then it's just a fallout, and then they just have to sit down, study, see what went wrong, what's their strengths, and what's the points you can just, what's the weak sides you can improve on. And like we've seen, like you mentioned, the Ken angling this Jinx, just finding his niche comp, pretty much most of the games, if not every game, so far I believe every game we've seen he played towards Jinx, and hitting the Varus 2-star pretty often on 8 even, due to the fact that no one is buying the unit. Everyone buying Seraphine, everyone buying TFs, Yone, Braum, leaving out the Varus pretty much open. So whenever you see that 5 cost in your level 8 shop, it's pretty much twice the odds, if not 3 times, that it's gonna be actually Varus. So if you think about it, it actually makes sense. And when you are going to the lobby where like it's filled with 3, sometimes even 4 mech players, you are looking like a powerhouse with the Star Guardian sniper board.
And it's not only about the 5 cost. Usually if 4 costs are not played in the meta, and it's like reroll or fast 9 meta, oftentimes you do struggle because the entire 4 cost pool is still there, and even though you're uncontested, you're not finding the Jinx because every other unit is still in the pool. But that's not exactly the case here. Like pretty much every Karma, every Jarvan will be out of the pool, and also the fast 9 players are looking for frontline copies for 4 costs. Oftentimes Volibear is a common pivot that you hold in the mid game. So while you need to adapt because they're probably ruling a bit later than usual for the forecast, you can still like take advantage of like everyone else playing something different than you.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to just play it like Ken has made it work for him. The way he plays mid game that allows him to stay healthy when he goes towards the direction, and when he allows himself to roll a bit later, when those unit making his rolls a bit more efficient due to the unit pool. And then we have just the rest of the players just playing a flex TFT. We've seen Tarte just clicking Pocket Recomp twice, hitting a premium unit and being able to capitalize on that, where you see some players going fast 9 of those spots and some players going towards the reroll. But hey, we're jumping to the next game and we'll welcome one more caster. Panda, are you excited for the last 2 games?
I am very excited with how much is still at stake for the rest of these competitors. We're going to stick to one lobby for the next 2 games as well, as we usually do, but you have a much clearer idea after the first 4 games of the tournament today, what players are angling, what their game plan and their general meta read tends to be. So I think there's a lot more information to work with in terms of who's contesting who and what you should commit to on stage 2.
Yeah, that's a good encounter to have for the final 2 games. Winners circle. That's kind of ironic.
I was about to meme that as well. But good thing for the players here, even if they don't top 4 here, they still have another shot in the next game. That does mean, however, that we are basically playing no encounter for most part of the game. So it's like something that it's quite easy to forget, especially if you're like hyper-focused in these high-stakes games. So let's see if players don't forget it in the end, and let's see how they also approach their early game that doesn't provide them that much extra direction.
Yeah, given we have 5 players being pretty close with each other on points and 3 players being quite behind. So that should lead into, again, high risk TFT, fast 9, even though it wasn't working, sometimes you will high roll. And then if you get a first score, if you can score first here, then you can just play a normal TFT in the last game when you even out your points with the rest of the lobby.
And there's been, I think, a lot of players, especially that are very heavily angling specific comps. A boy has no name with Mech, for example. It's been the story, I think, of his day. I'm not sure of every game, but at least every game on broadcast it has been. Kenki Tade and maybe Basset Moon as well with Star Guardian, for example. So I'm curious to see if players continue trying to play for their same game plan or alter it a bit.
I mean, given if they are looking at the good points threshold, they will stick to their guns. But if they are down again, they might go out of their comfort zone, sure.
Yeah, I would say it also depends on the amount of points they need and how much pressure they feel. Another thing you have to consider now is you kind of have like direct opponents, which you kind of have to keep in check, especially during Game 6. It will be relevant. But yeah, I do expect players to like play what they're comfortable with still for now, and then like potentially to be more flippy in the next game. Ooh, Golden Edge Flickerblade. What do you think of that, man?
That's balanced. Open road.
I wonder what he plays this into, though, because I think there's a lot of options now on this patch, with obviously TF and Fast 9 being an obvious option. Exoc just played Kog'Maw as well. That's an option. Even Xayah reroll, I think, is an option if you have a lot of natural copies.
Given that you're lower on the points, I think you need to be looking at the more win-out comp. I don't think you can afford to play Ashe or Kog. Those are not, you would say, win-out comps. Again, we've seen Kog on the pretty capped board with Dankor, not being able to secure even top 2.
And I do like staying weak here for Exo, not pushing level, trying to win streak here on the Golden Edge. Even though you could argue more frontline means more Golden Edge stacks, but it's really important to get this bow online, to get a Rage Blade and like really accelerate this gold generation to actually print enough money to allow you to go fast 9. So losing here to get carousel priority, I really like it.
We see a bunch of players going for the econ arguments, like get that slamming online, try to go for the levels, getting the upgrades, slamming all the items they have available. And we've seen High Pikachu on top of the slamming has a golden Nico, where if he gets there, if he gets to 9, if he manages to find the win streak throughout this stage, it could be his win out spot and securing quite a good standing.
Well, Paul seems like he missed on both of his fruits for Katarina. He's now in Crimson Veil without any fruit remover available. A little bit unfortunate. I'm not sure your opinion, Lusher, when it comes to Katarina's fruits once you've missed the scaling ones.
I think most players still prefer the scaling options, but I know some players are also completely fine with just playing this Katarina line as a tempo line. So I'm just taking a strong augment to get you to the late game and then maybe find something optimal there. However, I do believe that even considering that Crimson Veil is not the strongest tempo one, you would probably look for stuff like Dark Amulet. So yeah, Opal, like he already invested his power remover, so it's not really like he can like just pivot into other comps because there will also be behind. I think it's super rough.
Even Hemorrhage, I think, is quite good in my opinion.
Yeah, I like that as well.
I know Clemu favored Hemorrhage above anything else, and he was playing a lot of Katarina last patch when it first became stronger when he hit rank 1 in the US.
But the augment is very good, so at least you should be able to work with that. Kind of struggling here to find his item, and that Yeah, that doesn't look too well. Sword Caitlyn,
That's
though.
very unfortunate for Exo because he tried not to go, not to push for the win streak, and then Ken denied the bow, and then just Exo not being able to finish up that Rage Blade together with Flicker and the Golden Edge, which, again, a lot of things went his way, but not all of them.
Yeah, meanwhile, Dasik taking hard bargain. Kind of an interesting pickup where you're not allowed to get your carousel items, but you exchange it for gold and HP. So this is really good for lines where you don't really care about which specific items you actually end up with. And you know what's a quite good line that looks like that, and the opener is also looking like that. It starts with an M and ends with an X.
The big sword.
Matarina.
Exactly. Yes.
Ken going
Interesting
for
tower emblem here.
Do you angle the? Do you angle perhaps the Bastion Edgelord, like 6 Bastion for Edgelord?
Probably forced to.
What else? Like Soul Fighter with the Edgelord could be a case, but if you don't hit the Gwen, it's really not good. And Bastion seems like a safer thing to go.
Mm-hmm. I think Xayah is quite a solid line, which we haven't really saw that much of today. So I think this is he has the bow, so that is how you can approach it. But well, you can also always fit this into mech. So at the end of the day, it's about how much risk you want to take, and if you want to play for like a relatively safe top 3, top 4 with the Xayah, or flip your game for first.
I think also one augment that really enables vertical edgelord is Tiny Team. Obviously very rare to have a combination where you can play for vertical edgelord plus that prismatic being offered, but it is really, really insane synergy with a trait.
Ooh, we're farming our first cash, or probably the second one on the.
I think it's a matter of picking up the second time already we see in the tournament. We've seen already one time in the game 1, and I think it was Amateur as well.
No, I think the other one was the other Soul Fighter augment, the one that gives your units, I think, one Soul Fighter unit shield and attack speed every 4 seconds.
No, we've seen the cash out for sure today, because we were looking at the gold cash outs at the stage 2 already. And I think it was the same player, but not quite sure on that. Perhaps there is some tech that we are unaware with the Soul Fighter actually being better than we think. But again, in that game, even though uncontested Soul Fighters barely was around top 4, top 5 hangout. So the line is okay-ish, but you need to win.
And I'm not sure about this one here, because we are pivoting off the Katarina here. The spot is just a bit too bad. But what are we pivoting into? It just looks like mech default, but this is not looking too safe from this spot for Opal. We already saw a lot of fast 9 mech from Blue Streak just faltering.
I think the 3-2 augment probably is going to give him the clear direction or clear the chances of knowing if he can play for mech or not.
There is Bastion and Prodigy options as well. So
Duplicator for Ken.
Pushing levels now, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. You always hate to use Golden Nico for the reroll line, but looks like he is. No, he's locked in on Xayah. He'll stay. He might be greeting for some brown.
But this Kraken really, especially on this crown loose streak, just indicates that he really wants to play Xayah. Otherwise, the slam is just a bit impatient.
Getting a bit of the Crystal Gambit cash, waiting with the pump, and will be offered the prismatic ticket.
Tiny Team would be really insane, but only has 1 roll left. Will be for ticket. And the first time I think today we see actual Xayah and full Bastions being rerolled. We did see obviously Leo playing around the Shen, but that just ended up being a Jinx 2 as a backline carry. So we'll see how this comp does from I think a very good spot, or at least a very clear spot in terms of having a lot of gold to work with and uncontested line.
So what Ken is doing here, given he has a 6 loss streak, he wanted to read the Crystal 1 cash out and just to extend the 6 loss streak until 3-5, but he realizes that if he does that, he might be a bit too low on HP, given that he's picking the prismatic ticket. So not going too deep, just getting running to 40, making sure he can use the econ, and hopefully he can extend the loss streak without losing too much of HP.
Really, that's aggressive. 720 here in 3-2.
20 in the bank, perhaps can make 30 of the win.
And GP banks it back.
Yeah,
Really
that's
crazy
fair.
spot though. For a name. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't make 30
Printing.
actually.
I mean, still,
Pretty good setup, though.
he made up for it.
I would say if you if the level is the difference between you winning the fight and not, it's worth it. So
Yeah, we see that High Pikachu is greeting. He's still staying on 6, not afraid of the level up there. Meanwhile, Daisy went for the invested on 3-2, being able to build up the rolls while leveling to 7, getting ahead. It's a bit more unusual because you see the players greed the extra rolls we've invested on 3-2, but due to the hard bargain, he was able to actually push and keep the money for the rolls.
really does not care about carousel priority for obvious reasons. So a bit more benefit of being aggressive.
Yeah, he had already items slammed for the TF, so they clearly angling towards that fast 9 kind of board. So I have quite a few players going towards the fast 9 this lobby. Definitely High Pikachu with the slamming, Dajik, but High Pikachu been kind of poor, but he does have a very powerful arguments. Having the belt overflow with slamming, quite good on top of the win streak.
I think also the duplicators probably changed the game plan slightly for a lot of these players in terms of, okay, I can now play for fast 9 and have some guarantees that I'm hitting, or a higher guarantee of hitting the 2 stars that I need to stabilize.
Ken will look towards picking up this Volibear. Really needs another bow. Xayah is a really bow-hungry composition. Does get that and can also use the Volibear on the board later. On 39 HP with this 2-cost reroll, though, we really need to stabilize and hit like some upgrades now. Otherwise, this might be lights out early because we will not outcap everyone in this lobby.
Except looks like he's going towards Cog with the trifecta.
Yeah.
Just making maximum use of the Golden Edge with the Flicker, and then he'll just send it to 7, probably at 4-1, given that he just went to 6 now. And he's still win streaking, even though he was staying on 5 for quite some time.
This is the exact spot that a boy has no name needed, I think, coming into this game 5, considering he's on 12 points, needs to make a big comeback.
Yeah, just needs to hit the Yone now. But that's easier said than done.
Yeah, triple.
Oh, we didn't even use the dupe.
Oh.
How did we find this volley?
Oh, 50 left. Maybe it was double volley, one volley from the carousel and had like double volley pre. But like, is it even good? You don't have items for it?
I think you can give him some items.
Yeah, maybe just try.
Yeah, I mean, I would use remover on that Xayah to put it on him, but
I mean, it's a 9 lose streak. Something has to be changed if you want to stabilize here.
I mean, Econ was
classic volley 2 before Xayah 2 on level 6. You know the drill.
a first loss picked up from the boy has no name to the High Pikachu. It was due. The matchmaking was pretty unfair towards the lobby, making those players dodge each other, just building a bank, but eventually they faced each other, and High Pikachu just on the back of that double Warmog of the belt overflow was just a bit too much.
That spot is looking so good though.
I believe Ken did sell the Xayah and is changing his game plan altogether.
It's so rough.
I think it would, yeah.
Just making sure he goes for that on loss streak. No, not putting items on.
Wait, what if you can play with Prevent Ticket for Volibear 3?
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, he went for
actually
Xayah
the
too.
win condition.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the ticket.
Win? Does he need to win though? He's at 20.
He needs to do something this game. He's on a 9
the thing is he needs to not die. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most spots, like, you're not gonna top 4 from this if you just continue normally.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
Does
No,
does
we are rolling
Volibear 3
alpha.
even beat Capped Mech?
No, we're rolling.
We will not find out that.
Hold up, you can hit on 6 technically.
What the Volibear 3 on level 6? I mean, if we continue with the Volibear odds, sure. Or maybe a side note from the spectator. I think they entered the board there to secure loose streak, but also griefing other players lose streak and double down.
I mean, cannot be too sad about winning here. Like, he's at 28. He's not gonna be sucking another HP.
Yeah.
One of
All right.
I wonder if he saved the dupe, but probably not. Maybe you should, right? With Dramatic Ticket, I think it's just much more worth it. Just continue rolling to hit your the 2 cost 3-star.
Yeah, the problem is he don't have econ to push to 8, so like he cannot afford to do that. I think about sending here down. I don't think you can afford any more losses. So if you don't send it here, you have to send it next turn.
Like, you kind of need the 6 Bastion power spike here, and with the dupe and the ticket, even though you're a bit off right now, you will be able to hit later. And we are not really allowed, like, we need to win streak for like at least 5-6 fights here now.
I mean, this is Zaya with good items. And he's pretty much bound to hit on the next roll down. Like, 6 chance. I don't see how he's not hitting. But the issue
Don't curse the poor guy.
I mean, okay, come on, like ticket. There is no shot you miss. Like, it's impossible.
Oh, it's all over for him, man.
Oh, maybe the pocket recop?
You can't get it in 4-2, I think.
Oh, you can't?
No, it was like there were 2 high roll spots because of it, and there were certain augment trees where you could kind of semi-guarantee rolling and fishing for it, and I think that's like it was easy to abuse. So
item grab back probably. Oh, really? I think it was item grab back. You have volley. You have like you can use any AP item
risky,
for the defense.
yeah.
Why? There's no downside in the.
But you don't have damage amp on your Xayah right now, so I do like this pickup.
I think given that he has so many upgrades, getting an extra item would be good. Like an AP is good on the front lane, either on like Leona, Shen, AD. Yeah, you just put on the volley, and tank you just put on Shen. You are missing an item anyway. So like there was no low rolls.
There's certainly an option there, but you will not make a full set of volley items and until the end of stage 4 in the list. So.
Could be a very strong spot from Blasted Moon. Not sure if he's catching out now or after Carousel.
He was double down last fight already.
Yeah. It's one of the 2.
Meanwhile, Daysik also greeting 9, probably sending it next turn. This is a lot of gold, and he will get have like plenty of rerolls in the bank, and also get another 9 gold from his hard bargain augment. So I'm pretty sure he will hit there.
Yeah, and it's gonna be what 20 plus 6, 20. He's looking at 2 to 3 HP. 3 HP at stage 5. Yeah. From this spot, this looks extremely good. Having already Karma 2 on board as well, Jarvan spare.
Also the mech pilot. The mech pilot already tailored, so the transition is quite quick.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a 3-way contest on mech pilot because Blasted Moon did cash out this last fight, and he did roll down on his gold as well. We saw Jarvan 4 being hit as well. Not sure if he hit Yone.
And we see that Opal, despite having already 7 mech, losing to the 5 mech from the Dejik.
Yeah, we saw that Opal's spot was like just so poor.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, he really needs that.
Oh, yeah. Yone on Carousel, and the bottom 3 players are all playing mech. So
and Dejik can't pick it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, he can't.
Blasted Moon is favored here because he's not contested. He can just get it by himself.
Yeah, I think you kind of saw him like, oh, it's not on my side. I think he was like walking slightly in a different direction, and wait a second, free real estate.
I mean, Opal
his next best pick was right in front of him, and he could have just inted.
I believe also that Dejik with Pandora was rolling full items on his bench.
Yeah, you saw him slam the 80 items earlier, so he was having a Kraken Infinity Edge build, and obviously for Mac game plan that is not really useful, so he decided to then just let them roll while also squeezing loose streak.
Check out the Daisy board now after this roll down to see how his board is looking, because I believe he'll be rolling about 50 gold with all the rerolls. Fun's already Lee, Fun Yone. Lee
Aatrox upgrade also important. It's quite a lot of extra HP.
Yep. Doesn't get the Lee items quite yet, but he'll be facing Soul Fighter with the tanks in Zao, so this shouldn't cause too much of an issue.
Ooh, but we found Samira 2 and Gwen already while sitting at 50 gold, so that's a really good spot here for Amateur.
And this is really, really tragic for A Boy Has No Name, who yet again is in the same game plan of playing for mech, but rolling last after every other mech player with 4-way contest on mech again in this lobby. He might have a very difficult time. I think he might be not top 4 in this game, despite his HP lead in stage 3.
Yeah, and rolling first is in this type of meta is really important. We saw it also on the Star Guardian Cup, like the last TPC Cup, where Double 61 always made sure to actually roll first. So he was forcing Star Guardian, the best comp, but he also always like set himself up to roll first, and that is how he was so successful. And The Boy Has No Name really struggling with that, and that seems to be the difference maker here today.
We see there's pretty much karmas out of the pool. Daisy was holding 5 karmas, now Opal has extra 3. There's just the 2 left over in the pool, and A Boy Has No Name. If there is like, I think we had one more mech player somewhere.
Yep.
But Opal will
not anymore.
Down. Well then.
Good news for A Boy Has No Name.
Yeah.
I have a lot more units back into the pool.
Yeah, and we saw with Opal how the early game was really catastrophic, trying to go for that Katarina, then completely missing the fruits, also not getting the copies of units and tempo he wanted, so decided to rather flip the game on a mech roll down, and that was not rewarded. So yeah, overall, just a very rough game.
Oh, he's flexible.
Yeah,
he's not going for it. Yeah.
I think finally he's learned his lesson that he can't play a 4-way contest with mech rolling last, and has the option to play around Lee Sin and TF now.
Oh, but no, okay, funds the ramping rage, which makes up for not having the rage blade. Rolling on the crease, he knows he does not have enough time to do it during the PvP round.
And I think it's interesting that we see repeatedly here people trying to flex between 6 Bastion and 6 Juggernaut to a degree. This Gwen not really something you would normally put on your Juggernaut board. So probably looking for Zyra to replace it later. But with all the AP items he has stored up, I think maybe we can make something work here.
Missing the Aatrox. Or the Lee.
Yeah, that's not what you were looking for at all.
Need to work probably pick up.
Oh, it's also
Looking for more items towards the Gwen. But I imagine we are getting rid of the Gwen once there is a Zyra too. But that will not be enough, and the Soul Fighter board will win.
Still.
Yeah, 1 life.
Killed the Lux, and this is A Boy Has No Name's. Pretty much his entire set comes down to now this next round of TFT. He has to stay alive, he has to stay alive, he has to accrue as many points as possible. At 12 points, if he goes 6th here, I think he's pretty much mathematically out of contention for finishing in the top 8.
Finds pretty much important upgrades. All those front-end units do matter for the TF. But again, playing Gwen with no Sork, I kind of wish we were playing like Lux here over the something just to get extra damage, get that 4 Soul Fighter in. But it's pretty much hard to cut anything from the board.
Yeah, we're not cutting this TF or Braum too.
Yeah, obviously.
Too late to use the dupes.
Oh, the splash damage on the Gwen from the mech is kind of hurting, but she's cool sustaining just still with the BT, but that will be not enough.
Not enough single target.
TF too slow, cannot close it. Lee 2 with the mech is just a bit too much.
Yeah, and really rough going for this Juggernaut Fast 9 game plan, because the mech is too contested, but then also not being able to find a singly, just not rewarded at all here, and unfortunately drops out.
This is very good news for Daisy, given that both Ken and Opal went 7-8, and Daisy and High Pikachu were in the contention for the top 4. Being able to secure that top 5 positions is very important for both of them. And we see High Pikachu is looking for like pretty much a win-out spot. He hit everything. All he needs is just a bit more items.
Igsak also hit everything. Darius 3, Jace 3, has a Kog'Maw 3 with an artifact as well, has Trifecta, so all of his 3 costs really getting a lot of extra power.
You're telling me those are stage 5 boards? Holy.
We can see the rocket grab
really
at
big
work.
here. Yeah.
But seems like he's still quite experienced on these Kog'Maw lines from previous patches, and this game with more of an HP buffer, a bit more from a tempo spot, this Kog'Maw is looking really good.
Yeah, having triple carry with Jace and Darius is serving him very well, with the Kog and Darius being the primary ones with the power-ups.
Amateur as well seems very comfortable on the Soul Fighter as a line in general. He played at least once today on broadcast, maybe more games that we didn't see in the broadcasted lobby. So definitely could be his tech and his angle. He's uncontested, it seems like, every time he's playing it, obviously, in most of these games. And it's a comp that really thrives, I think, off of like the stage 4 boards that haven't been hit yet.
Yeah. I think it's prediction time here as well. Like, who will win this lobby? Because I think right now it's up for discussion. Quite interesting.
I mean, Blasted Moon is missing a backlane type of the damage, consistent damage. He does have Lee, he does have Mech, but this is not kind of itemization that should be enough to win out.
3 core upgrades missing as well.
I think the High Pikachu and Daisy are looking the strongest. The problem is there is single target missing for High Pikachu, so I don't think he will be able to beat Daisy or Blasted Moon eventually.
Yeah. I think EXO might be able to close it out here.
Yeah, on the back of the Flicker Blade, it's very potent into the mech, just the nature
and the
of the
Gunblade as well, I think.
Yeah. With HP totals here. He doesn't he just needs to position well for 1-2 fights. He can do a lot with like rocket grab on the Darius as well, cheesing a bit.
I think what the players need against him is some sort of Braum. Obviously not the mech boards, but if there is anyone that can beat it, it has to be like some sort of Braum on top of the Darius. Like the Darius is the main problem for now for the players to go through.
Last time when sitting at 14 points, he also needs a pretty big result to feel comfortable and to feel like he has a solid chance of making it out coming into Game 6.
Yeah, but this mech mirror...
Yeah, but it's combat argument deep. But we see that the amount of the items for the Daisy might be just enough to being able to take Blasted Moon. And he's gonna come down to Karma. Yeah, Daisy will take it out. He really needed the W, while Blasted Moon going 5th while having 14 points is not something he was looking for.
That's so big for Daisy. Also, all the people above him points finishing in the bottom placements. Could have not asked for a better outcome here.
Yeah, and counter proc, the winner's circle. Everybody got red juice with some gold with the component anvil. Daisy getting the extra scaling on the mech is very, very big. I think the player that doesn't use it the best, like it's bad for Amateur because he has already itemized his carries, so it's actually downgrade. He'll get some front items only now, where it's not something I think he really needs right now.
I mean, with mech especially, you can get so much value out of like 6 sets of items, so it's like infinite amount of value, basically.
And now level 10, it's also quite a big jump, being able to add heavyweight here as well. That's quite a lot of HP on this mech. Man, these anvils so late in the game, it's always interesting. Don't think anyone hybrid a TG.
Yeah, getting TG on Yone here would be pretty potent.
Yeah, the Gwen's already down. I mean, it's not even close.
Like
Yeah,
this,
no.
okay, this mech is just unfair. The stage sick mech. It's just that
The Soul Fighters have expired in terms of board
Pikachu as well
strength.
has a really bad matchup into day 6, so I think it's certainly going to be day 6 at the very least top 2. We'll have to see. Exoc has not lost yet. He's won 6 fights in a row. I think he does have a fairly decent matchup into the mech with the Gunblade, especially on Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I think the important thing is dodge all the AoE. Both the Seraphine and the mech and the Lee Sin can chuck or like burst the Kog'Maw in the backline, but with the Gunblade, if you position well, you should be fine. Potentially.
Yeah, I think High Pikachu is the weakest out of all 3 players and might even fall to the Ghost here, given that it's Seraphine TF and TF not having the best of the items, even though there is still a ramping. It's not quite enough of the scaling, and Seraphine with the mage taking a back lane, and okay. That might not be enough.
Kog'Maw scaling up against Dasik on the right side, and now taking down the mech and the Lee, and it's only Karma left. And that means ExoQ actually secures the win here, and that's like so big for the guy.
Both of them being pretty much eliminated by the same player. One of them being Ghostboard, one of them being Real and Daisy. Even though he was like looking like the second strongest in the lobby, just the HP difference made him go third instead.
Yeah.
I do hope he doesn't have a spot to play Kog'Maw next game, because I think it happens when you have 2 games where you really high roll a spot playing a unit.
Yeah.
Your judgment is kind of clouded coming into game 3 of like, if you have a spot for it, you say, oh, I have to play it again, and you go 8th. So the 2 very, very strong artifact Kog'Maw games for Exoc, and in a position to climb a lot of points.
Downcore as well before?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh my god.
The Kog'Maw Whisper, apparently.
But look at how happy he was. He looked really happy, and it's such a big win for him. So with that said, let's head into a small break and see who takes the last 4 spots afterwards. See you in a bit.
Welcome back, one and all. The play-in stage of the regional competition is almost done, Trouble. We're one game away from finding our 4 extra players who will be going forward to tomorrow and potentially to week 2 as well. But what a game 5 we had.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Particularly for the non-TPC players, for 3 of them to make it into that top 4 and sort of like start stacking their points versus players that you would 100% have, for example, in a finals lobby fighting for the Tactician's crown spots, right? So my eyes right here go to execute straight away. I feel like this was a Kog'Maw game which he forced. He got given the Flicker Blade out of the Artifact Anvil and he forced the Kog'Maw. He got a first by forcing Kog'Maw, but when he was given the Kog'Maw, he didn't end up top 4. So what do we learn from this one? Force your reroll lines, and then it works.
He's just been raised by all of these mech players and just learning to be just like them. But it's working well so far. I mean, that game was crazy, though. You had to have the top players going 7th and 8th to open the door for anybody else, because for 5 players up towards the top. But for that one to go, Ken and Apal to both get drop down there, and for Execute to be ready to step into the breach, it's perfect timing.
Yeah, I also feel a little bit sad for a boy has no name, because I think they mentioned it in the cast. He was angling the mechs, and he also had Wand Overflow. He had triple Death Cap ready to slam it onto Aatrox, ready to feed all the buffs into the Galio. And then unfortunately, there were like 3 other mech players, so if he had forced mech as well, he would have probably been uncontested 8th. This time around, he tried to put the triple Death Cap, as we're seeing right here with the clone, onto the Twisted Fate. Not the best items for a Twisted Fate. You kind of want that attack speed onto the unit, so he ended up getting a 7th right here. In soldier terms, that's still a first since you're 4-way contested, but I don't think it is enough for the time being with only 12 points.
Yeah, and I think, as much as we saw the force on the Kog'Maw from the game, the sheer volume of mech players having a really bad time in that game is hopefully going to be sending a message through for this game yet to come. Do remember, again, this is only the first part of the competition to play in. We're looking for 4 more players to join the ones already secured in tomorrow's competition. That's Aaliyah, of course, with an amazing tournament, Tartman, Jedjasaw, and Crescent. 4 more will join them, and they'll go forward with potentially 2 more weekends to come from it. We Trouble. Now we've got, as we see here, our points are very close for the final lobby. Particularly bear in mind, only 4 players get to go through. And I'd say 6 players are very, well, let's say 5 players with putting Armator aside, got very close points to each other.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone, remove from these standings the top 4 and the bottom 4. It's only the middle of the pack that are actually fighting for the last 4 slots. And again, I think I'm sort of winning here. Amator, High Pikachu, Execute, all of those non-TCP players. I said 4 TCP players are going to make it through. And this time around, it's only day 6 sort of like sneaking in there. But for example, for players like Yankitare or Pal, it's kind of crazy to not actually see them in regionals, because reminder, today is that plains session before we established exactly which players are going to be playing at regionals week 1.
Of course, what's on everyone's mind as well is getting, first, of course, getting through plans, then getting through week 1, because that guarantees you the spot at the TPC going forward. So you're guaranteed the premium TFT experience is hugely meaningful for our players. Hopefully we'll get a chance at the end to talk to whoever came out the top of this one, just about the kind of mental of going into this day with so much pressure. I do want to touch on, though, for players like Execute who won the previous game, you're looking at his previous history. He had an atrocious season, going sub 100 on both cups. So you would not expect big things right here and now, but to be able to reset and come into today, face off against these veteran players, and still pull out the performance when it matters, that's absolutely huge.
Yeah, imagine getting outplaced by Panda. That is a complete disaster right there. However, so far, in both of his 2 last games, he showed us the Kog'Maw. Luckily enough, one of his games started with an artifact. The other one of his games, he got given an artifact as his 3rd augment. So I really want to see in this particularly last game, I think in the standings he's doing pretty well. He's just about on the cutoff, right? He is 8th on the standings right now with 23 points. He really, really, really needs to drive this one home.
I think only Arbiter in this lobby is remotely feeling safe at all. As you said, day 6 on 25, High Pikachu on 25, Execute on 3 and Ken on 22, with Opal just behind on 21. There's gonna be some form of heartbreak by the time this one is done, because there just isn't enough room in tomorrow and week 1 of the regional stage for all of these amazing players.
Seeing right here, a boy has no name. Also giving us a POV of all the big techs that are going on his stream. As we are very close to heading into our game, we're seeing the load into the arena. So I'm very kindly, if you allow me, Counterfeit, gonna pass this over to a fantastic trio on the other side, waiting to cast Game 5 for you guys.
Welcome everyone, Panda here, joined by Lusher and Alan ZQ for the definitive and final game of this play-in phase. So much at stake for all of our players, and a scary time for players that are currently sitting from the 9 to 12 position, because this is a chance to fight for a potential slot in TPC next set. This is a chance to fight for making a career out of your passion for TFT.
There's so much at stakes, and the game will be decided on the loot subscription, one of the most RNG encounters you can have.
And loot subscription has been changed. Like more regular items, less artifacts. So keep that in mind.
Unfortunately for Ixok.
I'm sure he might find his way towards the cog. He's calling him.
Well, Prismatic first, potentially. Living Forge.
Potential Soul Fighter opener here for A Boy Has No Name. Maybe finally going to veer off of that Mighty Mech opener. A chance with Nafiri. 2 here, and just overall one of the comps that I think was already considered very playable from a 4 Soul Fighter start, especially in stage 2 and 3, but now even more so with having the guaranteed stability of having 6 Soul Fighter have just that much more stats in stage 4.
You'll see the first choices will be in fact gold, so not quite Living Forge angle, but there might be some artifacts gaming still, and we see already some Katarina angle being picked up by High Pikachu on the right side. And when we're looking at the on the Daisy, he might be looking for some tempo type of gameplay, given he's at 25. That's pretty good point situation. He just need to not go bottom to the secure the placement. So Stars Are Born is one of the better tempo arguments you can go for.
And looking to play towards this Katarina here. That's good item slams. Katarina in the shop. That's 5 copies already. Filling the bench. Oh, that's the tech. But he's filling the bench to actually get the Katarina without buying the 2-cost upgrade. So he still has that, and that means the next Katarina will actually mean that he will get to 6 Katarinas already, while also having the power up now on the upgraded Kata.
I had no idea it worked like Reinforcement does. That's, well, good tech to have for next set.
I'm sure that could have secured your placement in the recent.
I don't think it's being changed if Reinforcement has been the way it is for so long. Wow, that's a really, really strong spot for Dasik.
I mean, Katarina with over 9,000, pretty much 6 Katarinas secured. The second he sees another one. But again, High Pikachu had the Battle Academy argument, and that will be very bad news for him, because usually you want to default Katarina from that spot. We see a bit more of the hero arguments from Opal, going for that Vi reroll.
The actual really scary thing here is that High Pikachu can never guess that Dasik has not already used his Stars Are Born, having a 2-star Katarina. I mean, it would be, the easy thing to guess would be that he just bought 1 Katarina and he's used it already. So he is definitely losing the battle when it comes to 3-starring his Katarina if he commits to this line. And he kind of has to,
really
right? Edge of Night's line. Exactly. You're
maybe
completely
Jace.
locked in.
Jace.
That spot, that comp is so specific. Like,
Double Reforger. Just send it.
Yeah,
Only if you knew that Dasik has not used Stars Are Born already. I think not knowing this information, he's going to try and just contest.
Yeah, in his mind, he's only 1 Katarina behind.
Exactly.
But little he knows.
And meanwhile, EXO going with Pandora's items. This might be the first Ashe game of the day we see. Ashe has been buffed a bit back up, so the 6 duelist Ashe composition was played a bit in scrims. We haven't seen it so far today, so maybe this is the spot. Pandora's items is one of the enabler for the comp.
This double Zaya in shop. Do you ever consider
Ooh, for sure.
Zaya here? Could be kind of an econ killer.
And you have a lot of
there-
2-cost. You have a lot of 2-cost reroll being played as well. So I think it's even more incentive. Opal's on Vi, Hero Augment, and not contesting Bastion, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, this could be a very good game for Zaya. Like, if you take everything into account.
The issue being, like, he's playing for Streak here, and there's no way he can keep a strong board with Streak and also holding all the units for Xayah without completely ruining the economy.
I mean, he'll need to weaken his current board to just sell the Nar, downgrade to Zaya, which is not quite worth it.
No! It's getting the Katarina on the kit. No!
God.
This is so tragic. In more ways than
Also-
High Pikachu could ever guess.
Also, letting High Pikachu walk all the way there to just take it, like, this is just, like, mentally destroying the poor man.
This has to be personal. It cannot be.
Oh god. What's the High Pikachu point situation? He's at 25.
Oh no. But it is good news for everyone below High Pikachu.
And the thing is, the worst part is High Pikachu actually hit over 9,000, which makes him less likely to pivot out because he already got the fruit he needs. And like in his mind, I cannot pivot. I actually have decent spot. But like imagine Daisy now finds like 2 Katarinas in his shop. He's one off suddenly.
I believe he already. Yeah, he has 7 already. He just found the 2-star in the shop.
I think it's
man.
ideal for Day6 to potentially hit Katarina 3 naturally before 3-2, so High Pikachu has a chance to not roll down and have full information that he's not going to win.
I mean, like, he will, like, High Pikachu should scout this, and at that point he should just give up. Like, there's no way.
I mean, 2 players can hit Katarina 3.
Yeah. Like, but if you start rolling for like 7 copies of Katarina when there's like potentially 8 or 9 already out, I'm not too optimistic.
Hear me out. You have to just have faith.
Okay, I'm with you there.
Manifest.
Okay, start
it's like
praying
a-
already then.
Because of the loss streaks, I think this is maybe one positive in terms of him pivoting out potentially into slamming a blue buff, for example, for Caitlyn, if he wants to go into Jace Caitlyn instead.
And something has to happen here.
Okay, hear me out. Look at what drops at creeps, then the press reforge on the Katarina, on the Eon.
Yep.
Oh, I think this holding Katarina here has the infinite value.
Actually, Edge of Night on Yumi is quite popular these days. Kinda safe, like make sure you get this last cast out after you ramped up enough and you survive this mech burst.
Yeah, but all your other casts are so less potent. Is it really worth it? It has to be specific like matchup. I don't think for mech it makes the diff where like you need so much damage to go through the board where just down like playing down one item makes enough.
Yeah, but we see also Mana Zane Jewel Gauntlet Slam on the other side there, so this may be like a potential like Yumi player even, and then that's just like completely impossible to contest.
Really good spot for Blasted Moon. Having 3 item already slams, if he finds like a bunch of defensive components, he's set for success. And he needs every single point from this lobby. Like he's looking at 18 points, while
probably flipping it for Seraphine here, I would assume. Bastion, Seraphine. I don't think Yumi is winning the lobby with the Katarina player in there.
Yeah, that's fair. And there's like there's 2 Battle Academy at least players. And
what?
Whoa!
Whoa! Plot twist.
Oh no! If he gets dupes now in 3-2,
God. He just realized.
He's just like
He just realized.
oh no!
Oh God! He just realized. Like it hit him. Like he put it on the board. He realized, but like the sensors didn't receive the information, and it hit him after 10 seconds. What just happened?
Is there a world where Heavy 2 gets double dupe, immediately uses them, finds the last Katarina, and Dasek rolls all his gold and doesn't hit Katarina 3?
Oh,
Yeah.
God. This would be such a plot twist.
Man,
What
the
if-
loot sub
What if
really.
Daisy picks up here the double dupli and just sends it to 8?
I mean, let's see. Like this will be like a showdown now, basically.
I mean, High Pikachu is so much better because of the augment. It's just being so much better. And he has actually the loss streak. Not anymore. But like, it's perfect time to lose it because
Okay.
it's before his roll down.
Okay, give us dupes.
Gold augment. Gold augment.
Yeah.
Climb the ladder looks very good.
No,
Wait,
we need the
hold on,
dupes. What?
Wait. Isn't like Climb the Ladder insane here in the vertical Paprika Academia?
I'm quite surprised myself. Maybe as a plan.
Seriously?
Rolling aggressively now.
That's
It
so
took
many
longer to go
Pokemon.
6. He was taking longer to pick his augment, it looks like.
Yeah.
Finds one.
Basic,
I don't think we've seen Basic pop up the message that he got already the
No.
3-star.
But he got the Forge, so and with the way his Katarina items were looking, this is the potential to kind of fix his items. That defines quite good.
No zone.
One off. Also on 0 gold now. He had to invest so much gold now from being like so ahead on Katarina copies early on. So Basic spot now way worse than it was originally.
Ooh, we have worked the weight into the Golemify. This is very interesting.
Yeah, I like that. So maybe a good game for A Boy Has No Name to go out here with a bit of glamour and glory. Fortunately, can't make it anymore.
True.
Opal's also another player we have to highlight. We've been kind of a little bit stuck on the Katarina game plans, but Opal is on Vi Hero Augment. He has to roll heavily and try and find the snowballing effect with Vi printing him potentially item components in this stage as well with Tesla Coil. Could be a huge synergy.
Dasek rolling again. He hit the Kata now. You can see that on the side on 0 gold.
Yeah, so the big issue is both of the players at 25 points had to pretty much zero their ban for the Katarina. None of them was willing to pivot out due to the over 9,000 and having 6 copies of Katarina each at 3-1, which might result into one of them just being dead last.
Opal's also being griefed. There's 2 players with Vi 2 on their board as their main tank, Blasted Moon and Kankitade, potentially also just because of the point situation and Opal being a direct rival, considering he's having to climb back in to the top 4.
All of that is such a great news for Exo. He's at 23 points, slightly behind the others, and seeing that like pretty much every other player that's above of him points or close is getting griefed is just great news. While him,
I think Opal's in a really scary situation. I think he's going to get target griefed just on side, like kind of a side grief by a lot of players in this lobby on the Vi.
Quick side quest.
We see two Vi 2-stars on the board.
And the X-Hawk has the Juggernaut board that he's playing right now as well. And he's probably going to buy as many Vis as he can if he sees them on his roll or on his natural shop.
I think Blasted Moon, he needs a win. So what he's trying to do here is go for Malza, 5 Crystal Gambit as his final Gambit. So I really like that. That is very potent. Mana Zain Malzahar is like very strong, spreading his ult across the board very, very early. So if he manages to find an Ash here on level 7 quite early, he should be able to potentially take a win here.
They didn't change that Prodigy still scales Mana Zain, right? You still get the bonus mana of the Prodigy towards the... Okay.
I think so. And Exo's just chilling, man.
Yeah, the decision of not going for Zaya paying off here. Just sticking to the Gnar. It's also good to have into the Katarina because like you're just safer, but I don't think Katarina 3 will be beatable for him.
Well, the front line is still very weak there for day 6, so there is a chance. He's on the Katarina now.
There is anti-heal. And the true damage is kicking in from the Dev's Dance. Yeah, the Dev's Dance are actually not being very good here. it's not the type of you don't want Dev into that consistent type of the damage. It's a
Ooh,
really
really
good
Volibear as
useful
well.
layer. Oh. Basically, losing streak here is very, very bad. Like, he wanted to win out throughout the whole stage now, and losing just before the creeps, kill his whole econ backup plan. He's only at 16 gold, level 6.
Oh, look
This
at
angle's
this
so important
Akali
for
dummy.
Amateur. Would have loved to have an Asher.
Yep, High Pikachu hits Katarina 3 as well. So now they're on even play field, also both on like 60ish HP. And they are on the same point, so this can be like potentially the showdown to claim the last spot.
Yeah, keep in mind Daisy has like pretty much 2 dead arguments in comparison to the High Pikachu, who has 2 great combat arguments.
Crucially picks up a win here. Every HP matters now for both of these guys. Also, Amateur really wants to dodge going bottom 2 because that is how he can actually still drop out.
I'll probably see a heavy roll down on 4-1 to try and stabilize his board.
Like 1 Nashos, 1 Akali should be almost enough.
He could
Which is
really
the
get griefed by his item components.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he angled towards the trainer while being on such a good point situation. Like, the other choices must have been egregious. Like, he all just needed to do like a consistent top 6 here to make it through. And that like unplayable trainer could have cost him. But this trainer is pretty good if you're going towards the Akali. But if he misses, it's literally a bottom.
6th Vi for Pal, meanwhile. Okay, we got the Nashos.
One more bow?
Nope.
Those are a forger.
I think you send it.
Let's see, loot up.
Yeah, you have to.
Oh!
Well, that should make it work somehow, at least for a bit.
You're
We
right,
just
man.
need the Akali now. Where's this guy?
So expensive to buy.
Oh no. There we go.
Akali. 7 seconds. A lot of things to be done. Dark Amulet. And it goes for unflinching instead. That's very interesting with QSS. Don't you go for Dark Amulet here?
Would expect them to.
And Smolder one already being tagged by the Akali takedown. And Slam BT.
a bit with the item build.
The BT comes from the treasure.
A big window.
Yeah, but like he needs more. Like, don't get fooled that this is stable. Like,
Yeah, he needs a color too.
Yeah.
Like once he gets
Actually,
to
depending
the,
on his augment, he'll reforge a tier.
Yeah, and he wants to
See
move
here?
quickly later to the lead.
Ooh, big grab actually big here.
Yeah, but you have
You
to
can't miss. Oh,
Oh, Thunder, why?
This
Sorry.
is not bad. No, this is not bad. Like if he hits the Lee, this is actually decent items.
Got the Crimson Veil now. So removing before actually making the item. Risky.
Yeah. Is he reforging more?
So we're dealing with the power-ups for now, which is also important time-wise, but taking quite some time.
Corrosive, yeah.
Not able to roll here, but I believe rolling before you see the Akali pair might mean that you're a bit too...
Wait, he fully reforged an item and component who gets it
the BT.
Yeah, the BT.
here and Eon.
He's gonna reforge again.
I mean, Striker, Morello, Striker. What else?
Yeah.
Oh, I would have put the Morello on the.
I think you need to Hosh right now and then move it to Rise later, so you can make the Nashop of Carousel.
Fair.
But well, decides to play a bit greedy here.
Yeah,
May get punished here,
but
but-
greedy. He
but
does
if
not
it's
need to be greedy.
Yeah, I don't. I would say so as well, but it doesn't get punished here because in the 1v1 always count on Akali.
Two portable forges as well for High Pikachu and for Opal on Vi and Katarina reroll.
Okay, he's back.
We have to check the other boards.
Yeah, Ken is on. He missed his Yone. Also, no Jarvan. We know that Amateur has 3 Jarvans on the board as well, so that's kind of rough for the mech players.
Mana's aim for Pikachu.
Eon for the Dejik eventually.
Ooh. Got the Vi now.
Force.
One of Mundo though.
2 of Smolder.
And can't level yet for the 6 Juggernauts, so this is really rough. Opal really needs to somehow win 2 fights here.
I mean, this is not done yet proc on the buy. This is very high cap once he hits.
He just needs to make it to 7 and find both of these 3 stars.
Yeah, and look at those Teslas proccing, it's so much damage.
Certainly a win-out spot if he gets there, but it's quite volatile right now. Blasted Moon on the other hand, he did find 5 crystal, but completely missed on the Malzahar, only 4 copies. So it's quite a long way as well until your win-out spot. Swain won as well. Oh my god, that's so bad for Moon.
The Moon's train might have left the station already.
Ken might be in trouble here. It's kind of tragic considering he had a really good showing the last TPC in the Star Guardian Cup, making final lobby, but this might be a one-set stint only in TPC considering his current position and his points as well. He's sitting at 22.
Yeah, and he did try to play a bit different stuff as well, since like rocking this Jinx 2 games. But then in the last game, really struggling with this Xayah spot where he was like considering he had ticket really low rolling the Xayah there, and now also not hitting the mech. So yeah, it's not rewarded for being creative.
Would be sad as well as one of the few representatives from the MENA region playing from Egypt, not really having a big TFT community there as well. He was really the stalwart pushing that community forward in the last few sets.
What is facing good Dejik?
We forged the Death Defiance into High Crusher. I like that.
The mech should have a good matchup, but it's still just 5 money mech.
Only 5. It's not gonna be quite enough.
And this Katarina is full damage actually, without the Hodge, so you have a better chance, I think, of taking out this mech and being able to, outlive.
You don't have the damage.
Yeah, there is last second save towards the sustain for the Katarina, and Ken is just, I don't see any way for him to come back into this, and even if he hits Yone here, it's just not quite enough. He might need to sell
Final
karma
shot.
to fish Yone.
Okay, you can win fights on this 5 mech setups, and maybe he just has to gamble on getting a winning matchup here.
Yeah, but who is he even beating? Like, he has Exec, he has Opal, and Ebay has no name. Is he beating any of those boards? He could.
I think Exo is quite weak. Maybe Exo's like crystalling it up right now to go 9. He's saving on Econ, but this is Opal, and this is not really one to fight.
I think it's the worst matchmaking he could have gotten now. I think he could have had a fair fight into other 2, but this is unwinnable for him.
Yeah,
This
again, no
fight-
damage.
So much damage. Out sustaining every damage that comes out of the Ken. Yeah, and we will go down, and will be probably the one to not to make it.
Yeah,
Even
most
the
likely.
Opal, High Pikachu. Yeah, there is no shot he can make it.
So it's goodbye for the Seoul MENA representative, and that means there is, with a boy also being confirmed out, there are 2 more spots up to grab, and for Moon it's also not looking too bright right now, so he will need some additional energy here to channel a win, but 2 dupes, maybe there's some hope.
Yeah, 2 cash outs probably providing the dupe or receive the package. I'll see what's the package for the next stage, but it needs to be very good. TG comes off the creeps, that is decent. Finds the first Swain. Oh, we're not going for Swain.
Probably have to roll down here quite heavily.
You need to hit.
It needs to be going deep. Okay, that's exactly
That was
what we
a
need.
very good chop, and there's definitely a green light to roll it down all the way.
Oh, it's a wave.
You saw
The
two
wave
dupes as
catcher.
well.
Finds the replacement for the Ash. Ooh.
Okay, he needs to dupe in time.
Oh,
He's
he's
not
greedy.
duping.
Oh, and he has to
That's it,
win.
both the Maldahar and the Nico.
Yeah. He
mean,
has
if
to
he
win,
needs a
so I don't
win-
dislike it.
Yeah, because like even if he dupes now, like he can't lose any more fights later anyway. So like going for max cap is just a better angle. But like there is like he's not beating this board. It's just not happening. This is Yumi too.
So we reforged the Hulk, like the Death Defiance into the Hulk Crusher to reforge it again to get the sniper focus on the Yumi. Quite a journey there.
Keep trolling.
Do or die moment
Getting
now for
close to the
Blasted
Nico.
Moon.
Okay. Dropping out of Crystal here. This board will be what has to win the lobby for Moon. Just needs one more Nico. Or Miles.
Okay, has to use the one Nico now.
Yep.
I think going for Janna is a mistake here.
I mean, he has the extra
Janna.
items. So.
Oh, that's fair.
Uh-oh. Oh, there is a space, okay. No, but yeah, Kali will be going to Maldahar right away.
No, and it's also
This is
the Malzahar
tragic. There
is
isn't a big
stuck
enough
on the
space.
Malza. The sustain comes off the last second save, and the
Janna ults.
protector pro shield.
I don't think it's enough.
Oh, yeah.
Tragedy to end that way as well. You had to position properly, you just didn't have the time because of the roll down.
My
And that's-
first player pretty much going home. So there is one more sour player that will not be making by tomorrow. We know already 3, 1 to go.
Yeah,
And
and
3
the-
players already confirmed that there will be turnover in TPC coming to the next sets. At least 3 of the past TPC players will be playing and having to fight through tier 2.
And I think for Blasted Moon, it's also quite tragic because he was the highest seed out of the TPC players in this play-ins, and his last tournament he got like I think like what was it, 3 or 4 trainer golem day games, and all of them were not good trainers, so that's why he got day 1. So yeah.
I mean, it could be quite a tilter. Very
Could
good
be.
positioning. Look at the pole positioning. Perfectly positioned against the Akali, making sure she jumps on the front lane first and not the smolder. But this will just not matter. There's so much damage coming out.
Okay.
And
Let's see.
pretty tragic way, a boy has no name has finally popped off in a game where he has no chance anymore to fight for one of the spots to make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, and also what a cool game. Worth the waiting to golemify.
Yeah.
It's kind of the pressure's off, so you just go and rip it. And oftentimes you do get then rewarded. Fortunately too late, but yeah, at least a cool way to go out.
There is still a world where High Pikachu and Daisy can both top 4, shake each other's hands after the game if they both make it to tomorrow.
I mean, right now it's on Opal to secure high placement here because he's the one that has to make up points, and I'm pretty sure that would be one of the major upsets. If you ask people who like who of the TPC players will make it before, I'm pretty sure Opal would be the 2nd or 3rd pick after Jeduso. So
Tartman.
And Tartman, yeah. Oh, Akali feasting on TF. Okay, we got the Lee Sin 2 though for EXO, so now this board is looking quite strong. Is it strong enough though to survive the Akali? Not without the TF it looks.
Mantor's board looks so strong now of that for Supreme, and like once he gets to level 9 and Lee final cap, he has a win out spot.
And just so much items as well due to loot subscription and hit item setup. Similarly for Opal, right, with the Tesla coil.
Yeah. However, he does seem to be slightly outscaled here. Also not the best matchup into Katarina, apparently. So a bit behind tempo on the roll down and severely punished for it.
Not just Katarina, it's also like Akali. There's just so much tax going towards the back lane, and there's nothing he can really do. He cannot, he would need to put some sort of Zyra as a bait, but having only the Smolder on the back, there's nothing to take off the pressure.
Okay, Fast 9 Jax versus Vi Hero Augment Jax. Let's see who takes
good
this
angle
one.
from the Lee here from Opal. Half health TF in the backline there.
Big hits though from the Lee Sin 2-star. But does manage to squeeze out a win here, and that is very big. Execute not dead though.
The Tesla coil putting so much work here for Opal, just the extra damage from 4 itemized units. Hi Pikachu at 1 alive. Surprisingly getting outplaced so far by Daisy.
There's a really big point gap though between Opal and High Pikachu. I think even if High Pikachu goes out here, he still has a fairly good chance of making it. There's a 4-point difference between him and Opal.
Yeah.
And given that Opal doesn't have a really good matchup into half of the lobby, he's not bound to go top 2 or top 1.
I think it's down to Exo versus Opal right now, and Opal kept his hope alive here. Oh my god. By winning the last fight. And this will be legendary upgrades for Exo, unless he gets Omega scammed.
Zyra too.
Where's the
He
TF?
needs one of Braum, one of TF. He cannot find a single copy.
Oh
in
my
60
god.
gold. This is atrocious.
Oh my god. Okay, he doesn't have to upgrade the Zyra there, but still,
You take it. There is no.
I mean, for sure. How can you miss this hard? Okay, now he has to win against the Golemify bot, while High Pikachu takes on the Mirror. Oh no, the Akali.
Katarina should be fine against Akali.
TF still alive. Golem
I
dead.
think it's missing a bit of damage, yeah. And Exoc will go down.
What about
missing
Opal?
one upgrade.
And you can see High
Pikachu wins the
Pikachu
fight.
he's celebrating. Daisy also dead, so that means he makes it through. And with that,
High Pikachu's for
Opal
sure
also.
through.
Yeah, he's making up to 2 points to Exo.
It's the tiebreaker now, and it depends. Assuming the Opal would go now 4th, it will be up to the tiebreakers between him and the Exec. Daisy is also through. That's actually surprising. Both Katarina players not going dead last while contesting each other. Just securing 5th and higher.
High Pikachu got the last laugh in the end, and we have to say it was extremely blessed by the 2-star Katarina coming from the orb, coming to stage 3.
Katarina unstoppable directly in front of the Vi, but Katarina decides to jump away from the Vi.
Oh, the Smolder
though.
There's no shot, you don't. Okay, this always beats the. And yeah, Opal will make it, and that means Exoc is the one going out, I believe.
Yeah, that locks the placements.
Congrats to Paul. I think a player that definitely deserves it, considering I think out of the 6 players in the study group with Lakoko, etc., he has had a lot of big losses in the past few sets where he could have made it much further.
Yeah, nice to see him get another shot at redemption here. And now, let's see who will close out this game for some style points.
We see the first Akali pretty much of the day on the broadcast. It came off the back of the dummy, Supreme Seal Executioner, pretty much insane one. But all the matchups Amateur had so far were pretty good for him. And once it's 5 Executioner for Supreme Star, Supreme Cell, it can do miracle work.
And Paul had a very, very scary stage 3 if we think about it, when he saw that there was so many different players holding buys. He had to have been extremely nervous. I've been in this position so many times this set where you're obviously hard committed to a reroll line, and Vi just a unit you'll naturally find on many boards because of Crystal Gambit and Juggernaut front lines.
I mean, if you replay the same game 10 times, I'm pretty sure both High Pikachu and Opal goes here from 6th to 8th. Yeah. Like that's their average. Their average placement is in 6th. There is no shot. This is like in the range of their average placement.
No, I think the augment combination from Opal is actually insane, especially if you consider this is loot sub, so that means there will be plenty of items. Vi will print you additional items, and I think what really went well here for Opal was that he kind of greeded a bit. He knew he can go down to 1 life and then just make sure if I hit the Smolder 3, if I hit the Mundo 3 on top of the Vi and manage to go level 7, I will be fine here. So just playing 2 outs, and I think it's great that he got rewarded for that.
Really good angle from the Lee, accessing the back lane. Being able to out-sustain very well. All the scaling that comes off from the extra items from the Vi with the Tesla coil, just being so much damage. And will be able to take down Amator, who was last time they faced, beating him pretty badly.
And you can see a small celebration coming through there from Opal, knowing he made it 1 step further. But the grind back to TPC continues for him tomorrow. 2 more days to secure a spot.
And the boy has no name as well, with at least a strong final game to maybe remove some of the sour taste in his mouth from the earlier games where just I think a lot went wrong. I think maybe also his game plan of going fast 9 for Mighty Mac and then just never really having just being too late to the roll downs usually when it's so many players contesting it in some of those games didn't quite pan out. But this game, maybe as you mentioned it, Lester, less pressure, not really much at stake. You can play more kind of flex TFT and ends up being a great game for him as well.
Yeah, let's see if we can claim the ultimate victory here in the last game. Oh, Alan, what do you think? Golemic?
Golemic looks pretty potent. It's a golden Golemic. Look at this. Oh my god, so much damage. A really cool board also that's coming from A Boy Has No Name. Not a classic fast 9 board. Just coming together with Jinx and the TFS duo current, being able to take out Opal eventually.
Look, he's laughing there as well. So yeah, maybe a bit of a consolation prize there for our mysterious competitor, following the Game of Thrones reference with his name. Always love to see that. I think that's good fun. And yeah, all in all, I would say what a blast for last game, right? This Katarina plot twist. That was really something.
I did not see that coming. At 3-1, I think that like High Pikachu didn't see that coming. David didn't see that coming. I wonder who was more surprised of those two.
Was a crazy final game and just a start to this weekend with these 4 other players and now 8 players total making it to that day 1 of regionals tomorrow. But we'll hear the final breakdown for this game from the analyst desk, and I think we have a special interview lined up as well.
All right, thank you so much, guys. What a play-in day it has been, Trouble. It's really wild to think this is merely the precursor to the event going on, which is still got another whole weekend to come after this weekend is done. But I think we've had some pretty impressive showing so far from our play-in players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the very beginning of the day, we sort of talked about me and Panda on how many TPC players we think are going to make it out of 8. Panda, I think, said 6. I said 4. It landed dead smack in the middle because Opal had a fantastic game 6. Had it not been the case, it would have been only 4 TPC players, which is a huge upset, right? Like names like Kenkitade staying out, Clickcorner stayed out, Blasted Moon staying out of this. It just shows you, again, all the new blood coming through.
Yeah, I mean, particularly, I think Crescent is going to be coming out of this one looking very, very good overall. You know, just because coming into this one, suddenly with not necessarily as many eyes on him as might have been otherwise, to come in again, you know, this was an incredibly stacked play-in stage. I would not have wanted to be facing into it, but before we get too far into the weeds as to the end of it, let's just take a moment to recognize A Boy Has No Name.
Oh, man.
Incredible showing. That board towards the end just gross as
so
anything.
sad. That was honestly like the saddest win possible because there's nothing he could have done. He joined game 6 knowing that he can never make it to day 2 tomorrow. And I feel like Lusha talked about it as well. You play with zero pressure. He went worth the wait into Golemify. The Golem was absolutely massive. He almost hits Volibear 3 in a completely unconventional type of game. He just played as there was no pressure, and usually this is when you have your best games, right? But when we're talking about no pressure, usually it's no pressure because you've made it somewhere. Like you're already locked in, for example. This wasn't quite the case, but this was a really impressive win, but a sad one as well.
Oh, absolutely. I do want to take a second also to recognize something which we had in mind coming into that final game as well. Execute very much showing us the way with the monster trainers. And it wasn't a Cogmore in the final game, but it was almost the same thing. Smaller combined with the Knuckle Dust and Spy is enough to pretty much create the same kind of effect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw actually a lot of reroll lines come back to life, primarily through a lot of the champion hero augments, but also we saw, again, you said a lot of Kog'Maws, we saw a lot of Jannas, we saw so many Katarina rerolls, which were also things that were mentioned at the beginning of the day, right? Like Katarina reroll was the only one that was truly left alive there. But in general, I feel like it was a very reroll heavy day for today and a very mech heavy day. So you'd either go for the super early win con of rerolling, spiking stage 4, or you'd play for like a stabilized level 8 into a fast 9.
I do think we've got to kind of carry forward some of the lessons here, even if this is a microcosm of what we'll be seeing tomorrow, as our 8 coming through will join the 40 who've been waiting for them in week 1 of the competition. Yeah, we've really got some pretty clear lessons here about how many mechs can a lobby support and how volatile it becomes when that number stretches above 2.
You know what? There was a lobby where there were 4 players going for mech. And I feel like it was Sori. No, it was Clicorn who had to pivot out because there were 4 mech players. Technically, there were a lot of mech players here as well because the Akali board also is getting supported by mech right there because you've got the Senna, you've got the Javan as well. So there's more than one ways you can play through mech, but it just shows you how also easy it is to go either 1st or 8th, right? If you're late, if you don't hit your components, if you don't hit your 2-stars to actually empower the Galio, empower the mech, it can go really sour really quickly.
I want to take a point to, you mentioned Avatar going for the trainers there. I ultimately ended up with emblems that actually put him squarely back into mech again, but on a lot of other days, we'll be able to just fuse a line that nobody else was playing and still have a good game for it. But we have got our final standings ready from the play-in stage. So Trouble, let's confirm who will be our players going forward to week 1 beginning tomorrow.
Okay, so from top to bottom, obviously anything in white is going to be the players that have made it through to tomorrow. So Aaliyah, Tarkman, Jedazor, Crescent, Amateur, High Pikachu, Dasik, and Opal, with literally a nail-biting Game 6 performance to just about crack that top 8. And of course, we have to say commiserations and goodbye to the other 8 players that will not be joining us for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, and it's one thing to be just below the line as Execute is there, but astonishing performance of the cross. She mentioned right back at leading Clicorn, well, the players amongst many will be missing it terribly once it comes to the main event starting tomorrow. To be able to go for those high highs to having to sit this one out. I think for a lot of players though, we've got to recognize that it will be journeys. A lot of players will have their onsets, their offsets as well, but we want to of course bring front and center from today, doing an absolutely astonishing job. From Jeremy, Aliyah, welcome to the stream. We heard some interesting stuff about you from Lusha coming into this one, but how does it feel to have been the most dominant player in the play-ins?
I mean, it feels great. Coming as the last spot in TPC, not really being able to perform that good this set, just to get into play-ins and perform that good, like having that many high roll games in the first 4 games feels kind of great.
Trouble. Anything you'd like to ask, Aaliyah?
Yeah, of course. I mean, first of all, congratulations. You had a monster of a play-ins day. Talk to me about, like, a lot of people we're expecting you to like be fighting straight up for a place for the Tactician's crown. Let's be honest right here. You have been extremely dominant in EMEA. So what mentality, what do you go through mentally when you have to play through play-ins and seeing as so many new rising talent is coming through to push a lot of older TPC members out?
I was kind of, I would say I was confident. I wasn't really confident at all in my entire play this set because I didn't really play much and I had a lot of setbacks on my journey this set. So I was really confident. I knew there were some good new players in play-ins, but I thought I can still beat most of them.
Okay, talking about the new players, you only played 4 games and you have to sit out the other 2. Did you have a chance to catch the last 2 games? And if so, who kind of caught your eye from the new players?
I managed to watch like game 4, the other lobby that was still going on, and then game 5, but I don't really remember that much. I saw Opale and Tate play really great in game 4, them both going top 2. EXO played like two really good Kog'Maw games, but I not really stand out to me.
Okay.
Aaliyah, wanted to kind of to pick your brain generally. How has today compared to your expectations? Was it all according to plan, or was there anything that really surprised you?
I was not sure. Like my tournament performance, that was pretty rough, I would say. So I was confident in my play, but I didn't think it would be such a stomp. But I'm pretty I would say I kind of high rolled my augments and my spots, so it was kind of surprising that it was this crazy of a stomp.
Oh, for sure. Looking forward then to day number 2 for you. Well, rather week 1, but the second day of the weekend. How are you generally feeling overall? Of course, you said you thought you high rolled here in the play-ins. Do you think are you kind of in the mindset to be able to really knuckle down for week 1 and 2 full days of play?
Hope I can continue my good play. I think today I made some major mistakes, but I didn't get punished, and I hope tomorrow I will make less of these mistakes and play even better. Tomorrow also the field gets a lot better. You guys, fellow caster, Lesher, one of my biggest prep partners, in the mix. So I'm excited to compete against him again.
We had a small conversation in the desk about basically scrim bubbles when it comes to League of Legends and also prep groups when it comes to TFT. How important do you think they are? Because, different groups scout different things and find different angles for the game, right?
I think when it comes to scrims, there's like one scrim group that's pretty private, and they mostly scrimmed themselves. I think that it's kind of sad for like players that are not in the group like me, but I don't think it's that big of a deal if you have a good mix of other players that are able to play scrims. But like, for example, last set, I was just not able to play any scrims blocks. For regional prep, which was like pretty bad because I had the chance to play like scrim blocks before every week going up to any tournament, and then for regionals not being able to be in one makes some diff, but it's not that huge of diff. But I would say being in a study group, having people you study with that get other informations, you just collect a lot of informations. You have people that are good at other stuff. You have people that hold you in check, tell you what you do wrong, where you can improve. And I think that one is like a huge lead and like one of the biggest things for improving at this level.
Absolutely.
Well, one last question before we let you go for tonight then. I'm sure you've won some fans from the playing stage here today. I think you could have already given you a shout out a little bit to Lusher already, but in case there's anybody else you'd like to shout out, and also, where do you think you're going to be finishing tomorrow? Will you make top 20, or are you looking for number 1?
I just hope I get top 20 and can stay in tier 1. I want to shout out my group, especially Raptor, who always helped me to like most of my career. I really want to shout out Lesher, who I prepped a lot with and who helped me a lot this set. Then I also want to shout out Wigwag for helping us, for putting in the work. So Brosep, Marcel, Dewa, Dasik, who also made it, which I'm really happy about. Moon, who sadly didn't make it, had a really bad, terrible run in the last TPC with 3 Golem games in a row, not making the week 1 of regionals because of it. Then I'm probably missing half of them. I want to thank everyone in my study group who I'm studying with, and also the kitchen guys for what reviewing with me the couple past days.
All right, well, I mean, Triple, I kind of feel like it's a good sign when someone's got so many people to thank that they forget some of them by the end. But hopefully we'll get to talk to you again over the next couple of days. Again, congratulations on an astonishingly well-played play-in stage, and congratulations on making it through to the main event as the number 1 seed out of play-ins. Again, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll hopefully catch up with you again soon.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, well, Trouble, we're 1/3 of the way through 1/2 of the event, but players, I think there's going to be a lot that sticks with us from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Elliot didn't come through as cocky, He said, I wasn't expecting it to be a stomp. It was likely a stomp. A lot of that he contributed into high rolling or getting the most important augments for his side and then being able to play it well. However, he didn't notice some major mistakes. He said that he did. And, the competition gets stiffer tomorrow. You cannot be making those. However, since he noticed them, he will be able to potentially fix them for tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. I mean, for all of our players, it's very much a journey to get to the absolute peak. But if you want to follow along that journey, do tune back in tomorrow at 3 p.m. CEST. That's when the winning players from the play-in stage join in week 1 officially, and the regionals in the main body kicks off fully. 2 days, and then we'll be cutting those down to 20 players. And then, of course, they'll be traveling forwards in time to the next weekend to battle for the places at the crown. And, of course, having guaranteed their spots at the TFT Pro Circuit already. If you'd like to follow more of what's going on X, you can check out Compete TFT, Instagram, Teamfight Tactics, Facebook and YouTube, Play TFT. And if you'd like to follow the socials of any of the folks involved here today, it's AlanCQ TFT, Impetuous Panda, G_Troubling, Counterfeit Cards for myself, and Lushdinger. And I'll go and chuck all of those into the chat as well so you can follow along. Again, please do come back at 1500 CEST, 3 p.m. in the afternoon tomorrow for the main event of regionals to start in earnest.